Also, another Twitch baby enters this world. Hi, Burger.
Good evening, everyone. I hope you're all doing well tonight. Welcome to my monthly podcast where I sometimes invite other people on. And tonight I invited some very good friends of mine. Green Power Star.
Hello.
And Gadsford, aka Gaddy Shack.
Hello, welcome to Cartoon Fridays.
You know, it's actually really appropriate that today is actually Friday. I didn't even think about that when we scheduled this.
You didn't? That was the first thing I noticed.
I didn't even think about the fact that we were doing a freaking podcast about Cartoon Network on a Friday.
That's actually bullshit, the thing that I just said too, because I remember I DM'd you later just being like, oh hey, it's great that I had a Friday free, and then I realized.
No. I mean, like, I didn't realize when we initially scheduled it until you pointed it out.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Okay, really quick update. Not update, but like going over. Flagra, thank you so much for the tier 1 subs for 40 months. Oh my god. Have we seriously known each other for 3 years now? It doesn't feel like it. Hey, Dirt Dog, good to see you. Wolf, good to see you as well. Aiden, good to see you. Storm, have a good night. Wolf, thank you so much for the Twitch, baby. That sounds really bad out of context, but thank you anyway.
I mean, that's just the terminology for it.
Is it? I've never heard that before.
I've heard it so many times.
When it's like 9 months, it's a Twitch, baby.
Yep.
Oh.
Brain Ding, good to see you. Aiden, thank you so much for the hype burger too. Good to see you as well. Yo, Sagami, how you doing? Welcome to my podcast, the one that I host every month. And it's Minical. Hey, Minical. And Linkaxor. All right.
I'm having a hard time with that keyboard, it seems. Not that I can talk. I also I also make typos with this fucking thing.
You know,
and I can't blame the keyboard. It's good.
If Nick was here, he would screen cap that.
Mm.
You know what? Someone screen cap it for prosperity. Dude, you blame your fingers. Listen, you need to get surgery on those fingers, man. Replace them with some better fingers. Maybe chickens. Anyway.
Chicken fingers?
Yeah, chicken fingers. Exactly.
I see.
All right. So. Ah! Well, thank you so much for the gift sub. To Rain Ding, enjoy the gift sub and all the emotes. All right. So, as I mentioned, tonight's stream is going to be a specific topic to one. I don't know why, but I've been in a Cartoon Network mood lately. And I've just been thinking about the old history of the shows, been watching a lot of old cartoons from that network, and I just felt...
Oh, God damn it.
Thank you.
How many times do I have to tell you this? I have no feet! I don't even have a bottom or legs!
Shake my head, Lena got no cake.
Mm.
I'll have you know, I have the cakiest cake when I'm able to get fan art. Anyway, but yeah, I've just been very nostalgic about Cartoon Network lately. I've been chatting with Green Power Star about it a lot lately, and we decided, you know what'd be cool? What if we had a podcast episode talking all about it? So
Yeah.
here these two are. And Gaddy was kind of a last minute addition because, like, Gaddy loves Cartoon Network as well. It's like, you know what, screw it, why not? Let's have Gaddy show up as well so he can talk about it as well.
Yes, I was a Cartoon Network kid.
Yeah.
I was too.
I love Nickelodeon as well, but I think I primarily watch Cartoon Network mostly because, like, I was such a weird kid where I really wanted to watch cartoons only, and I didn't really like watching live action programs, which is what Nickelodeon had more of, which isn't to say any of the live action programming on Nickelodeon was bad. I just, I don't know, I was just a dumb kid who just didn't appreciate live action shows compared to cartoons because, oh, cartoons, pretty colors, it's so amazing, you know?
Genuinely, I almost I took art classes because I wanted to make cartoons because of Cartoon Network. That did not pan out for multiple reasons, but hey, I still am very passionate about the lineup of cartoons that they've created over the years.
Oh, for
like,
sure.
The branding has really sold me. Like, there were a few cartoons that showed up on Kids WB that got me, like, interested, but the reason I stayed was because of the branding, just throughout all the years that I watched it.
It helps that Cartoon Network came out around the same time I was born, because, like, I think Cartoon Network was, like, literally 1 or 2 years old when I was born, so I was at the right age demographic where, as a baby, my parents could just put on cartoons and, oh, hey, well, we don't have to raise our kid anymore.
See, I only got that on weekends. On weekdays, I had to watch PBS, but that's a story for another podcast, potentially, maybe.
I will say this, because of the fact I was, quote-unquote, raised on TV, I grew up watching a lot of Warner Brothers cartoons, like Animaniacs and whatnot. I think the very first show that I have ever watched on television was Batman the Animated Series, which was like, it came out the exact year I was born, I think. It was either 91 or 92.
I can't remember the first cartoon I watched. I remember the first game I played. I don't know if I can remember the first cartoon I watched.
I've oft heard stories from my parents that when I was really, really young, I loved it when Animaniacs ever came on.
Animaniacs is a freaking treasure and a classic. Like, one of these days I'll probably talk about Kids WB as well, because correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the Animaniacs came out on Kids WB first, right?
Correct. It was a launch title. Is that the right way to use that word? It was on the launch of Kid. No, it wasn't. It was on Fox Kids, but it came at the launch of Kids WB.
Mhm.
Right. It was originally on Fox Kids because they had a deal with Warner. That's why all the Spielberg cartoons were there. And then when WB started, Animaniacs was one of the first to make the move over. Right.
Also, hey Jarsis, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. And like, I think correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Batman the Animated Series started on Cartoon Network. I'm not 100% on that one.
I want to say that was a Kids WB production.
No,
first.
Kids WB came out way after Cartoon Network. I'm pretty sure I watched it first.
Oh no, you're right, because it was Let me check.
It says
Handy that I had
on
Google open.
Everyone, thank you so much for the level 1 hype train. You're all the best.
It says here it was Fox Kids.
It was Fox Kids?
Yeah,
No way.
It was alongside all the other Warner Brothers stuff, so
Man.
it was the same deal as the Spielberg stuff.
I
It was
thought
on
Fox Kids came way later. I thought it started in like 93.
No, actually, I should have known that because my mom has tapes of a bunch of Fox Kids stuff, and it includes Batman and Robin. So it went that long.
Yeah, Cartoon Network didn't get reruns of Batman TAS until 98.
Wow. I'm a little surprised about that because I more so remember seeing Batman on Cartoon Network than I do remember watching it on Fox Kids. Like,
Well, because Fox Kids didn't have it had the WB stuff for a while, but it's not where most people remember that. If people are remembering Fox Kids, it's for stuff like Sam and Max and The Tick, not the WB stuff.
No,
'cause
exactly,
most people
like,
who watched
I-
the WB stuff saw it on Kids WB or Cartoon Network.
like Jarsis is saying in chat, I more so remember the Marvel cartoons like Spider-Man and X-Men and stuff.
Because those didn't go anywhere after WB. They stuck on Fox Kids until that became Foxbox, I want to say.
Yeah, it became like, I remember when the Fox box was coming and I was so baffled by it because I was like, are they changing kids like Fox Kids? I don't want them to change Fox Kids. And then we got Foxbox where it was just all 4 kids anime dubs.
And Fox is where I was raised. I remember Sonic X, Kirby Right Back at Ya, and TMNT 2003, which is the incarnation of TMNT I most fondly remember.
I love the Foxbox, but I guess to loop back around to aim back in the direction of the main part of the podcast, I was more on Kids WB, and that led me to Cartoon Network because they would air Teen Titans and Fosters, and there was another one that I watched a lot on there that was Kids Next Door aired on
Yeah, I think Kids
WB.
Next Door was that era.
Yeah. Like, you guys are younger than me, so I more so remember the older stuff. Like, back when Cartoon Network first came out, it was mostly just Looney Tunes and a bunch of old repackaged shorts that Warner Brothers used to do a lot. Oh, and Hanna-Barbera. A lot of Hanna-Barbera and Looney Tunes and Scooby-Doo. And I was like, yeah, Scooby-Doo was definitely one of the first shows I watched alongside Batman. And ever since then, huge Looney Tunes. Well, yes, I do love Looney Tunes, but I meant to say Scooby-Doo.
I think a good way to... Sorry.
If I had known that there was so much classic Warner Brothers and Hanna-Barbera, I probably would have made that push when trying to get Cartoon Network, because every time I tried talking about it, it was like, oh, my cartoons that are on Saturdays are on every days there. And they were just like, no, we can't afford it.
I think that was the main selling point of Cartoon Network back then, because they were saying how, like, cartoons used to be just Saturday morning blocks for kids, but then Cartoon Network is like, no, we're making cartoon animation for 24 hours, all for kids on this one channel. Like, that was the main big selling thing for Cartoon Network at the time. And Nickelodeon was also another channel for kids, but they had a mix of live action and cartoons.
Yeah. I think what also helped Cartoon Network stand out is that it kind of felt like there was a cartoon for everyone. The variety in their lineup is incredible.
Absolutely. Especially early on, but I will say a lot of their recent stuff, they still have a decent variety. They just kind of took a hit in the late 2000s, early 2010s. But we can get there when we get there, because we'll get to individual shows later.
It's kind of interesting because like the original programming they kind of started off with was like in 1993, so that was like December 5th, 1993. That was like 2 years after I was born.
That's 5 years before I was born. I'm so sorry to make you feel old.
I get reminded how young you all are every day.
83. That would be 2 years before I was born.
Oh.
But yeah, like up until like 1995, no, not 93. Cartoon Network kind of lacked a bit of identity for itself. A lot of it, thank you, Darzus. A lot of it was just like them lacking an identity because they just kept on re-airing repackaged Looney Tunes shorts and Hanna-Barbera stuff, like I said. And it wasn't until like they finally decided to start making their own unique programming to help make them stand out a bit better. And the first show that they did was the Moxie Show, which I never personally watched. I only heard about it way after the fact and only found out, like, I didn't even realize it was a big thing until I saw it in like the OKKO special crossover Nexus.
And the unfortunate thing about it, it is lost to media, basically. There is a single episode, and it's of, like, so the Moxie Show was kind of a show of other shows, but they wanted to make it its own show, and they called it the Moxie and Flea Show, and literally only one episode was ever produced or existed of that version. As for the original airings, fuck if you could find anything. There's like a few bumpers out there, but most of it's lost to time.
Reading this blurb I'm seeing here, it kind of reminds me of the talk bits they would do on the Muppet Show.
It's maybe I don't know. It's hard to really describe. Just like they would just they just showed up in between other shows and were just like, hey, that cartoon was pretty great. Here's Bobcat Goldthwait and Penn Jillette of like, that's a weird pairing. Talking about classic Looney Tunes and whatnot, Hanna-Barbera.
So you mean it was like a Space Ghost Coast to Coast kind of situation where it was like using a new character to talk about old stuff?
Sort of. Like, it's so hard to nail down exactly what the Moxie Show was supposed to be exactly. I think the better comparison would be Tom from Toonami, but even that's not necessarily one-to-one. But I think that's the closest I can get, is just like, there is a host in between the shows that you're watching that tells you about the shows or like comments on them. Just like, hey, isn't it weird about the Flintstones? Or I want to be a real cartoon. It's just like, okay.
Yeah, except Tom would usually, the most Tom would do is usually talk about video games that he was playing and review them, not like talk to guest stars or anything like that.
Well, they don't talk to guest stars. They talk about the shows. They talk to each other.
I feel like I don't want to dive too deeply into Toonami because as much as I love Toonami, I kind of feel like that can get its own podcast itself with the amount of programming it had.
Yeah, I'm not gonna help you with that. You call Maniacal or something. 'Cause I haven't seen any Toonami.
Toonami was
my
a
one
phenomenon.
Toonami story.
Toonami is still kind of a phenomenon, but that's another time.
It's so hard for me to talk about modern Toonami, mostly entirely because of the fact that it's a cable channel thing, and I don't have cable anymore.
I have Hulu. It's close enough.
Toonami could be its whole channel on, so for sure, Toonami was freaking stylish as heck.
A lot of modern Toonami is also on the Adult Swim website, it seems. So, and their Twitter. Their Twitter has a lot of clips as well.
It's also funny that you mentioned Magoozy, Aiden. We're actually going to talk about that later when we get to that time period.
But yeah, going back to the Moxie Show, just kind of, it was just he hosted a show where it was just showing other shit. I think it was like Moxie Pirate TV, so it was just it's basically like a lot. I think the best way to put it is it's a VTuber who hosts Cartoon Network shows.
That's how you describe the
VTuber
Moxie
Bobcat
show. A
Goldthwait.
freaking VTuber is hosting a cartoon show. Okay, whatever.
It's true. Bobcat Goldthwait was a VTuber with Penn Jillette, and they showed off Hanna-Barbera cartoons. That is what the Moxie show was. God.
So you're telling me it's more repackaging of old shorts just with a framing device?
Yes, that is exactly what it is.
Okay.
At least as far as I could see. Like I said, most of it's lost media, so if it was anything more than that, the world will never know.
Yeah, it looks like according to Wikipedia, there was only 2 episodes that were found, though.
Yeah, and one of them was that kind of pseudo pilot I was talking about earlier that kind of sucks. That one is its own show, but it's not great.
It's no wonder I've ever only heard of it until today.
Yeah, I do wish that Cartoon Network would bring up those that old show just so that it's properly archived. Though I also have that problem with all their Cartoon Fridays and Fridays stuff and all their other blocks. It's just like, come on, you recorded all these cool skits, let them be.
Yeah, like I imagine it's mostly entirely because of the fact that, one, they don't re-release it because of the fact that it was basically repackaged Hanna-Barbera shorts, like you were saying. Mm-hmm. And the fact that, like, the only way to get it these days would be anyone who happened to record it back then. But how many people would think, oh, I'm going to record this and preserve it in case it becomes lost media?
Yeah, that's the whole thing about lost media. That's why I'm so fascinated with it. It's just like some stuff could have been lost to time, but people just happened to be recording and they kept it, and it's just like, that's neat.
Hmm.
But it's also a shame when the opposite happens, where no one's like, this is a historical event, I should record this, because it doesn't seem like a historical event to record some talking dog creature voiced by Bobcat Goldthwait.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's really not much we can say on it because of the fact that it is mostly lost media.
Yeah.
Which is interesting because there's like 24 episodes according to Wikipedia.
I think if I remember right, somebody who worked on it wants to release stuff, but either they don't know how, they don't have access to everything, or they're worried about legal stuff.
Yeah.
And all 3 of those feel like valid concerns.
Mm-hmm. I mean, they could just leak it and no one would know.
True. But shut up.
I mean, you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of how, like, there was that new Scooby-Doo movie that came out that was supposed to come out this year. What was it? Scooby-Doo and Crypto 2, where it was, like, basically a crossover between DC Universe stuff with Scooby-Doo, specifically Crypto the Superdog. And, it got written off by Warner Brothers Discovery because they're being stupid right now. And it got released fully online. It's literally on archive.org right now, and you can watch it. I watched the entirety of it there, and it was incredible.
Yeah, archive.org does some great work.
Yeah, I think I found like an old PDF full of Pokemon Red and Blue promotional art back then, and I didn't know it even existed.
Mm-hmm.
One could also say that potentially other Cartoon Network productions that aren't on any official streaming service are also archived there. One could say, but one did not say.
Gee, I wonder if we watched a show of that earlier this morning.
We'll get there when we get there, because that's not even like, ooh. I mean, we probably won't have much to say about it anyway, but it was a choice show to reference this early in the podcast.
Is that what you guys were doing? Yeah, we were watching a bunch of Cartoon Network shows before today's podcast.
I wanted to rank them on the tier list fairly.
We will get to the tier list later. We still have a lot of history to go through.
Of course. Let's move on from the Moxie show. I think we said enough.
Next up, well, in terms of original programming, they made Space Ghost Coast to Coast in April 15th, 1994, and that ran all the way to 2001. I didn't even realize it lasted 7 years.
2008, or is it? Wait, hold on.
No, it says
What year was it?
2001 according to the to Wikipedia, like the finale date, to be clear.
Oh.
Yeah, so like for people who don't know what Space Ghost is, it was a Hanna-Barbera cartoon all about like a superhero in space, as you can tell by the name. And like, I think more people remember Space Ghost for Coast to Coast than they do for the original cartoon. But basically what they did was they used the stock animation from Space Ghost and made Space Ghost into a talk show host, kind of like me.
Yeah, I think I misread.
So Moxie was the first VTuber and Space Ghost was the first PNG tuber.
I hate how you keep comparing these shows with freaking tubers.
Space
Tell
Ghost
me
was the
I'm
first
wrong.
podcaster.
Space Ghost was the first PNG tuber. I hate how accurate that is.
Yo, let's get Space Ghost in here.
I
So does
totally
that-
could actually.
Does that make Gaddy and me, Moltar and Brack in this? Not Brack, the fucking other one.
No,
Brack
it
and
was
Zorak, I think.
Zorak.
Zorak.
Yeah.
Yeah, Brack just kind of came on occasionally. He was not really a big thing until later years.
Yeah, so basically, like, they recast Space Ghost villains. Like, Zorak was the musician for his talk show. Moltar was he the producer, or was he the... I forget what Moltar was.
I guess producer is the right word for it. He basically just, like... editor would be the other thing, but it's, like, live, so I don't know. It's been a while since I took broadcast production.
The only reason I'm
Apparently-
mentioning Moltar right now is he was, believe it or not, Tom the Robot was not the first host of Toonami. It was actually Moltar.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Moltar was the original host for Toonami, and I actually remember those days. I remember how he got sick of having to broadcast TV shows for an anime for kids. He didn't appreciate it. He's like, you know what? You take over. He leaves on his spaceship and gives the hosting duties over to Tom.
They happen to use the Space Ghost characters a lot because, like, not only was there Coast to Coast, but, like, Space Ghost was on Cartoon Planet. When they reboot Cartoon Planet again, it was Brack and Zorak.
And
Brack
then they
got
made
his
the
own
Brack
show at Adult
show.
Swim. Yeah.
Yeah. What was Brack's role again? Was he just like a weirdo?
From the episodes of Space Ghost I saw, he mainly just showed up on occasion. He was not a reoccurring character in terms of like being the main cast, but he was still frequent when they needed him for gags. Yeah, kind of like they had they just did that with Space Ghost's Rogue Gallery as a whole, because like Lokar shows up a lot,
Yeah.
and he's mainly there just for gags, because he's very verbose.
So Lina is a superhero. I mean, you're not wrong. I'll admit I am a big fan of superhero fiction, so I actually am working on having Lina drawn as a superheroine at the moment, but that's neither here nor there.
See, if we had thought of it, you could have had Space Ghost TVs for us in the chairs.
More like I did consider that when I was originally designing my guest set, but I was like, no, let's go for radio show kind of aesthetic, honestly.
That's fair. Yeah.
But yeah, like, it's funny that you mentioned that, because like they had a whole bunch of actors and guest stars for Space Ghost Coast to Coast. Like, I think they actually got Conan O'Brien once.
I think they did. They also had Weird Al. I
Yeah.
showed that episode to Maniacal. It was the banjo episode.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think this is what happened when I was reading Wikipedia earlier. I misread it and thought it was for the Moxie show.
Ah, yes. That's understandable.
But yeah, I think it was like the first adult programming show that they made for Cartoon Network that wasn't specifically targeted toward kids.
See, that's what I find so weird about it. It's under the Adult Swim brand, but like, I don't see anything that's necessarily adult. It's not. I wouldn't necessarily argue it's for kids either, but like, I don't remember any like swears or anything. I
Like,
just
no,
remember
there
it being
were
really
swears. Like, there was
weird.
like they were minor swears, like damn and hell and stuff like that. But like, I remember it coming on really late at night when I was growing up. It was like a 11 p.m. type of show, and my parents let me watch it because like, oh, it's cartoons. What's the worst that could happen? My parents also let me watch South Park, so you know.
I watched Family Guy, but that was not with my parents' permission.
I think it was King of the Hill for me.
Oh, I did that one. My parents did allow me. I don't remember if it's just because it was set in the South and so like relatable, or just it was tamer than Family Guy.
See, I regret watching South Park, but the thing that I remember my parents regretting was having me watch Simpsons, because you know what? The first episodes of The Simpsons I ever excuse me. The first episode of The Simpsons I ever watched, it was the episode where Seymour Skinner and Krabappel got into a relationship with each other. And you all know how that episode ends?
No.
It ends with like Skinner having to admit that he's a virgin in front of the entirety of Springfield. And like after the episode ended, I went to my mom's like, what's a virgin?
Oh no.
God. I mean, to be fair, my sister learned the word gay from Reba. And we had a conversation about that. Not that word's bad. I mean, I am gay, but like, you know, it's the 2000s and she was a child. So like, it was very complicated at the time compared to now.
But yeah, I really enjoyed Space Ghost Coast to Coast even as a kid. Like, I didn't understand a lot of it, but I knew that it wasn't real. I knew it wasn't a real talk show. It just was making fun of a talk show, and I kind of appreciated that.
I never watched it until Freeze, my buddy Freestar insisted one night, and we just kind of marathon through it all. I was just, this is really good.
I'm surprised you watched all of it, considering how it lasted
Well, not
7
all of
years.
it. We went around like to season 3, and then we stopped because.
Yeah, I was about to say, because it has 109 episodes.
We probably would have watched it all, but my schedule's an absolute nightmare, and Freeze prioritized Super Sentai to Space Coast.
Oh, so fair.
We had to watch Kamen Rider Drive and Go Kaiger.
Any last minute
Also
thoughts on?
Taskmaster, but that's a separate thing.
Any
Any last thoughts?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Any last thoughts before we move on?
No, it's just the way you're describing it makes it sound like it's the same kind of adult as C-Lab 2021 was on Adult Swim.
I think. Oh, sorry.
No, it's like absolutely. Like a lot of Adult Swim stuff. Initially, a lot of Adult Swim stuff was repackaging Hanna-Barbera cartoons in its own unique story, like Harvey Birdman and, like you said, C-Lab.
I think the only other thing I have to say left about Space Ghost is that it kind of feels weird looking back on it with Eric Andre Show existing, because Eric Andre Show is basically a similar premise, except the host is a real person, and Eric Andre's show is a lot more unhinged, which feels weird to say given what happens in Space Ghost, but at least Space Ghost isn't like... There's not that same kind of direct chaos energy, because it's a cartoon character.
I feel like Space Ghost might be a little more scripted compared to Eric Andre, because I think the majority of Eric Andre is improv.
Surprisingly, there is some scripted content in Eric Andre.
I'm a little surprised
much,
about that one.
Yeah. Like, there's a bit with Penn Jillette coming on stage. Where it's the like you broke comedy down to the bare essentials bit, where he's just words, punchline, and then Penn Jillette just walks in on stage, just going magic. It's just like, fucking okay.
All right. Yeah, but following that, I think it might be one of the most important cartoons for its time. What a cartoon show. Does anybody remember what that show was about?
That was next.
Yeah, What a Cartoon came after Space Ghost.
Oh, yeah, of course
Yeah.
that makes sense. Because
Yeah,
the whole history thing, yeah.
Looking here, I'm pretty sure Cartoon Network as we know it didn't really start until What a Cartoon and Dexter's Lab.
Yeah, it's funny because What a Cartoon, for people who don't know, it was, yeah, exactly, Flogger. It was the Cartoon Network version of Oh Yeah Cartoons from Nickelodeon. But here's the thing, Cartoon Network did it first. Oh Yeah Cartoons was was like inspired by What a Cartoon because it was during that time period where Cartoon Network really wanted to get some real original programming for itself that wasn't repackaged. So they basically did a call out to all the new and old animators out there, make a pilot short for this series where they will broadcast all the shorts on TV, and the most popular ones would end up getting their own TV series. A lot of Cartoon Network cartoons started on What a Cartoon. I remember there were a lot of shorts in there that I really fell in love with because there was a lot of foreign stuff. There was also a lot of new creators on there too that actually got their start there. Believe it or not, Seth MacFarlane and Butch Hartman started on What a Cartoon. Oops, sorry.
I saw a few of their cartoons because I don't know if I mentioned it at the start, but I was watching through all the cartoons to make sure I could rank them well, and so I watched a few What a Cartoon shorts, and a few of them were the ones by Butch Hartman and Seth MacFarlane. I mean, the obvious one, Larry and Steve, I think it was called, which was like proto Family Guy of sorts.
Yeah, like proto Family Guy started on Cartoon Network.
What were other ones that I watched? I need to remember the name of it, but there was a silent one that apparently Butch Hartman worked on, and it did not look anything like what I expected from Butch Hartman, which is fair because it wasn't his production. He was just heavily in charge of stuff. I think it's like I hate that the name coming to mind is Dribble and Spit, and I was just like, no, that's a WarioWare character. I'll find it in a sec, but if there's any that you guys saw or remember.
I was actually going to go through the episode list. Well, not episode, but the short list on the website, yeah.
Sure, go ahead.
I'm not going to dive too deep into it, but Powerpuff Girls debuted here, created by Craig McCracken. We'll get into that later. Dexter's Lab, we also will get into later. Yucky Duck, like Sagami was mentioning, it was I believe it was specifically made by Hanna-Barbera themselves, or am I thinking of something else? I might be thinking of a different short that they did.
It says Pat Ventura.
Oh, no. Yeah, sorry. Yucky Duck was completely different. It was a very surrealist cartoon. It was very minimalistic with its animation, but I don't exactly remember it all that well. I more so just remember the absurd character animation because a lot of it went off model a ton of the time in order to completely exaggerate the character and stuff like that. Yeah, I don't really have much to say about it aside from it was a very interestingly animated short. Unless you have anything to say about it, you guys.
No. When we get to the ones that I did see, I'll tell you. But I did not see Yucky Duck.
Something.
I can't speak a lot.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I can't speak a lot on What a Cartoon because that started before I was born, so I couldn't really see a lot of it. But a lot of familiar names did originate, like I Am Weasel and Johnny Bravo.
Oh my god. I completely forgot about this short. Hanna-Barbera made a freaking Dino cartoon. Dino from the Flintstones. Like there was a short where Hanna-Barbera made tried to make a spin-off for Dino, their pet dinosaur, where they got a house cat and they had to put it out for the night, but it kept on coming back into the house for some reason. So it's like exactly the kind of stuff you'd expect out of Hanna-Barbera for the time. It was charming. I thought it was really cool seeing a modern animated episode of the Flintstones, technically, just made for younger audiences. Yo, Simsmage, how you doing? Following that with Johnny Bravo. I'm not going to talk about that too much. Something called Sledgehammer Opossum. Never heard about that one.
Oh, I didn't watch that one, but I did see, like, its intro. Yeah, it just looked very, like, old school cartoon, maybe? I don't know. I don't know the best way to describe it, because an old school cartoon could be anything. I was gonna say it looks like two stupid dogs, but that feels wrong. That feels incorrect.
Also, Maniacal is correct. A Hanna-Barbera cartoon I was thinking of involving a duck was called Hard Luck Duck. It was basically like a fox was trying to eat a duck, but there was always a gator person to guard him and protect him. So more Hanna-Barbera classicness. Classic being basic. Shake and Flick. Oh, I remember this one.
That was the one
okay,
that I saw.
This one was super fascinating. It was kind of like a Tom and Jerry cartoon in the way it's presented, but more ridiculous and more even more slapsticky to like absurdist levels. It was basically about a poodle who's getting attacked by this random flea who causes all kinds of mayhem and destruction to the poodle, and it just kept getting more and more over the top. I remember that short mostly because of how gorgeous the animation was.
Yeah, I was gonna say it looked really pretty, although I didn't find it funny, but that's because I'm not much for Tom and Jerry humor. Like, I don't need dialogue, but I need more than just slapstick.
See, I think Tom and Jerry itself, I'm not going to get into it too deeply because we're focusing on Cartoon Network, but like Tom and Jerry I love because they put a story to their slapstick. They always give a framing device that makes it much more endearing to understand what they're trying to go through, and like it gives you someone to root for on either side.
Maybe I'm just salty at Tom and Jerry because when I was stuck home from school and was watching Cartoon Network, that's all that was on during the school day, and I was just like, I want to watch Kiss Next Door. Where's Ben 10?
Y'all have no respect for the classics.
No, I don't.
The way I think about how Tom and Jerry slapstick works, it actually shares a lot of principles with martial arts movies.
I guess that's fair. But
like,
I would rather watch Jackie Chan than Tom and Jerry.
The Adventures of Captain Buzz Cheaply. Never heard of that one.
Was this one I watched? I don't think it was.
Oh, Rats with Dave D. Fly.
Yeah, I don't think I saw Buzz Cheaply.
Oh, you know what? I remember this one. So like, I remember how sad I was watching this short because it was literally about a homeless rat living in a trash can, but his trash can gets destroyed. And like, it was like a cold winter night. And like, he was just desperately trying to find a way to not die because it's literally winter night and he's going to freeze to death. And I was like, oh, I know it's slapsticky, but I just want to cry the whole time. It's so sad. Here's the first Butch Hartman cartoon, Fish and Chip. It was like, it's very, very Butch Hartman, but with like, oddly enough, with a Cartoon Network level budget, so it was animated much more smoothly compared to what you expect out of Butch Hartman's kind of character animation. It was basically about like anthropomorphic shark and cat who were police officers, and it's so weird. Like, this type of show would not be made today. It was about police officers who were a bomb squad who had to dismantle a bomb before it blows up multiple buildings. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, you cannot get away with stuff like that in a kid shows these days.
Yeah, you could tell that was before our time.
That was before 2001. I'll leave it at that.
Well,
It's also very interesting to see how Butch Hartman's art style has evolved when I look at screencasts of this show.
Yeah. Something called Fat Cats. I remember this one. This was like about a pair of brothers who open up a laundromat, and the president of the United States comes in with his suit and he needed cleaned. But then they accidentally destroyed the suit and had to make a new one. I mostly remember this one because in order to give them the suit to clean, the president literally gets naked.
Oh.
Yeah, he literally takes off his suit and gives it to them naked.
Wow.
Yo, Andrew, thank you so much for 21 months.
Yay. Now I'm old enough to drink.
Congratulations.
I don't think that's how that math checks out. I do not give a 21-month-year-old or month year, the infamous month year. Do not give a 21-month-old any beer.
That's not even 2 years old, is it?
Almost.
George and Jr. are forced to deliver one of Santa's presents after they failed to mail in one of his letters. I vaguely remember this one. I don't remember it a lot.
Apparently, it's Tex Avery.
Oh, Tex Avery? I'm surprised he was
Yeah.
still alive at this time period.
I'm
Well,
looking
didn't
at
he
one
have
of
like
these
a show or something? Like a Tex Avery show?
There was a Tex Avery show, yeah. It was, they basically... There was also a Bob Clampett show, and, there was another show, I think. Was it? My knowledge on Looney Tunes creators is failing me right now. I forgot what what that guy's name was. He was basically the person who ultimately created Daffy Duck's egotistical personality. Oh, why am I blanking on his name? I feel so bad.
This isn't the guy. Oh. I want to say a name, but I'm almost certain I'm wrong.
Chuck Jones! Yes! Chuck Jones also had a show too. Yeah.
Okay, I was going to be right. I was going to ask, like, did he do the Seuss cartoons? But I was like, no,
it was
can't
Chuck
be
Jones, yeah.
Jones.
I
But I
felt
guess it
so
was.
bad. I legitimately feel bad.
Hey, I'm just glad I remembered. I was just too bashful to admit it. In case I was wrong.
No, you were right. But yeah, I remember a lot of old Looney Tunes creators got their shorts repackaged into shows where it's like, oh, hey, you want to learn about cartoon history? Here, let's show you these creator-specific shorts. It was so fascinating because of the fact that they repackaged so many Looney Tunes shorts like that, I got to learn so much about animation history because of Cartoon Network, and it was such a cool time. It was like the Wikipedia before Wikipedia.
Is that Toonheads thing?
Yeah, Toonheads, dude! I love Toonheads! Toonheads was such a cool concept, and I loved watching that all the time because they always had fun trivia to talk about the Looney Tunes with before they showed the shorts. It was so cool.
I wish I had gotten to see that, but that was before my time.
Yeah, I'm showing my age here too.
I love Toonheads. I know a lot of younger audiences in my chat probably don't remember it, but Toonheads was such a cool concept back then because you got to understand, during that time period, the internet didn't really exist. So a lot of information you get came from TV, newspapers, libraries, and, you know, being a dumb kid, you don't really go to a library, you watch TV. So watching TV and learning about, like, cartoon history, it was so freaking fascinating for the time.
Speaking about a library, now I'm just reminding now I'm just reminded of all the cartoon history books we have. We actually have books about Hanna-Barbera and Batman the animated series as well. I didn't know about until just recently.
Mm-hmm.
And Chicken Run, but that's not relevant to this discussion. It's still cool, but Aardman, as far as I'm aware, did not produce anything for Cartoon Network.
I'm gonna be skipping over some of these shorts, except for the ones that really stick out to me. Maniacal brought this up earlier. Dude, Mina and the Count. Does anybody remember that short?
I googled this, and it actually did look a little familiar to me, and I think it's because of its creator, Robert Zetti.
Yeah, because Mina and the Count, let me go over what that is first. Mina and Count was a very stylized cartoon short. It was about, like, a vampire who wanted to go out for the night to feast on blood from young girls. But he comes across a young, innocent, sweet little girl named Mina. And, like, she's too sweet and young for him. And she was just so and then Mina just saw the Count as a friend, and it was just like a really wholesome cartoon between a vampire and a little girl, and I thought it was so freaking cute. A lot of people may recognize the creator's other thing that they created, though. He created on Nickelodeon My Life as a Teenage Robot.
Another thing about Rob Renzetti is he's also just like in so many shows productions. Like you look at a show from like the 90s to the 2010s, probably even current day, his name may be there. He did like he was in like I'm trying to think off the top of my head.
Like he was in Powerpuff Girls and Symbionic Titan.
My Little Pony even he was in.
Oh really? He was on Friendship is Magic.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm not surprised. I know he does a lot of behind the scenes work on other TV shows and stuff like that, but man, I respect the hell out of his art style. His art style is so very distinct and angular / round. I love the retro aesthetic that he had both for Teenage Robot and for Mina and the Count. I really would love to see him make more original programming of his own creation.
Okay, a lot of the stuff that he worked on is what you expect because it's a lot of Cartoon Network stuff. But one thing of note that I just noticed on this list, he worked on House of Mouse.
I'm not surprised either. Like I said, he gets around.
Yeah.
I would love to see him make something new again. I wouldn't mind a revival of Teenage Robot either, Andrew. I love that series, and I also loved Mina and the Count. It was super charming.
Hasn't he?
He's also on Twitter.
Yeah, hasn't he expressed interest in doing more Teenage Robots?
I'm not sure.
I'm sure he has. Yeah.
Yeah, but this short was one that there are a few What A cartoons that I knew if I wanted to have a proper representation of this show in my mind, I had to watch, and Mina and the Count was one of them. Because that was one I know everybody was talking about if they enjoyed Rob Renzetti's work or this program.
It's actually interesting. After Cartoon Network declined making Mina and the Count into a series, he actually brought it to Nickelodeon. They made like 3 or 4 Mina and the Count shorts for Oh Yeah cartoons.
I think that's like the only one that does overlap too. I mean, maybe if you count Adventure Time, because that was going to Nickelodeon, but then went to Cartoon Network. But that wasn't in cartoon. That wasn't in What A Cartoon or equivalent shows. That came years later.
You guys have anything else to say before we continue with the rest of What A Cartoon?
Not really.
Okay.
No, I don't think so. Just it was cute. It was made by Rob Renzetti, and a lot of people talk about it.
I love it a lot.
Yeah.
Cow and Chicken. We'll get into that later. Bolden.
Okay, hold on. Can I mention one thing about this specific short?
Sure.
I'd like to point out, since I think you're on the same page I am, that in this pilot, the red guy from the actual show is explicitly called the devil, and apparently is condemning Chicken to damnation for smoking.
Dude, I thought it was so freaking wild that literally the pilot episode of Cow and Chicken be all like, oh, hey, you want to smoke?
She's like, what the fuck?
It was
I didn't
wild.
even know that would I didn't even know that would roll by their standards, let alone current ones.
It was in 1995. Smoking was okay back then, apparently.
Yeah, but you don't see many other 90s cartoons explicitly talking about smoking, at least for kids.
Well, no, remember Ozzy and Drix where they did an episode about smoking?
That's different.
This is a special episode where we talk about why smoking is bad for you.
The kid from Ozzy and Drix was not damned to hell for it.
And then Cow had to go save Chicken from hell by fighting the devil.
But to be fair, this was not the only time that kind of thing happened in What a Cartoon show's history. I don't think this was explicitly What a Cartoon, but Powerpuff Girls were called like Whoop-Ass Girls for a bit.
Oh, no, that
like
was the
Whoop-Ass
college.
Stew.
That was the college show before.
Yeah, but that's still... The show was a lot more not Cartoon Network friendly before the actual show went into production.
Mm-hmm. They did a second Powerpuff Girls short. Wind Up Wolf. Oh, that was also another Hanna-Barbera short that they did. I thought it was really charming. I like the concept of a mechanical wolf. That was cute. Hillbilly Blue. The original Courage the Cowardly Dog short, where the one time Courage wasn't voiced by his normal voice actor.
Yeah, I liked that one, but it was definitely weird. It was very... It felt bizarro world. It's like, what? This feels like the show, but also not.
Pizza Boy, Gramps, Dexter's Laboratory.
Blues Gang is one that I saw, and that one was really charming. I'm sad that didn't get a full show either.
I kind of remember it. I don't remember it too well, though.
It was this group of 3 dogs that would get into mischief, and the specific pilot was about them pretending to be pirates and stealing meat from a meat factory, and they have to fight off a swarm of cats. It was really neat because the characters were really charming. They were buddies, and they had a nice dynamic. Like there was a kind of simple-minded, loud one, the leader, and then the one that's kind of the in-between. It's like down to earth, but definitely not in charge. It's just like, that's a neat dynamic because they were always so positive towards each other, even when one of them horribly fucked up, and it was just like, that's sweet, that's wholesome. Just 3 bros having a pirate adventure.
After that was Jungle Boy, which I believe was actually a secondary short for Johnny Bravo, because it was also made by the same creator, Van Pardival.
Correct. Yeah. And Jungle Boy makes many an appearance in Johnny Bravo.
Yep. Godfrey and Zeke, which is about a giraffe and a pig. Oh, I kind of remember that one. That was like when their controller got flushed down a toilet. Tumblr with Tex, which was a Western show. Buy one, get one free. A man named Riley gets a cat named Flinch in order to impress a female cat lover. Don't remember this. Oh, Kitchen Casanova! I remember this one. This one was freaking weird. This was like a dude is trying to prepare dinner for his date, but then like he makes a really horrible dinner, and then they start like eating really disgustingly. It was a weird one, but it was very entrancing with how absurd its animation was. I don't know. I find anything involving like weird animation, but that doesn't go into too disgusting territory, to be really interesting to watch from an animation standpoint.
Sort of like a Ren and Stimpy effect.
Yeah, it was kind of like Ren and Stimpy.
John McIntyre. Why does his name ring a bell? It doesn't. He's just kind of worked on various things, but I don't think he's done anything big. Apparently, he's still working though. He was on the Ben 10 reboot as his most recent thing.
How much do you want to talk about Larry and Steve?
I mean a bit, because it was definitely a neat thing to see. Like, everybody's like, oh, it's proto-Family Guy. I know I said it earlier, and that's partially true. The characters sound like Peter and Brian, and like, there's also a character that's similar to Quagmire and flies a plane. But it's a lot more... there's a lot more slapstick, and it's a lot more expressive than Family Guy.
Yeah, but it still had like pop culture references, because there was a scene where Larry had a lamp and had a laser come out of it, and he started making Star Wars references.
Oh, I will say, there's one line that really gets me, and another one that caught me by surprise. The one that caught me by surprise was so Steve's about to be like put down because he's been in the pound too long. So he grabs Larry. He's just like, "Listen to me. If you don't take me out of here, you will be responsible for the following euthanasia." And Larry just responds, "Oh man, they already got a bunch of kids over there already." Just like, what? And then the other bit was
wait, oh my god! I never even realized that joke! Oh my god! Holy shit! What? That's a Family Guy joke! How the hell did they sneak a Family Guy joke in there?
Right.
Bro,
And then the other one that's not like as like cheeky, but I really got a big laugh out of, just like, hey. I didn't stay in kindergarten for 12 years because I'm stupid. Well, what was it for? I got my hand caught in the radiator.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's got all of Seth MacFarlane's fingerprints all over that.
Yeah, I kind of wish Family Guy was as had as much energy as that show does. But I guess Family Guy has its own energy that is also good as well in its own way for certain episodes. I know that like the whole Family Guy's falling off, that's not relevant to this whole conversation. We're not touching Adult Swim, so we don't have to care about Fox shows.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I still enjoyed it. I don't know if I would have liked it being a show more than Family Guy, but like I think it standalone is good.
I feel like Family Guy is better for adult programming, but I feel like with Larry and Steve, it was like early Family Guy where it was more charming and less mean-spirited.
I would agree.
But yeah, not much to say about it. I remember a lot because of how clever the writing was. Like, as much shit I give Seth MacFarlane, I feel like his writing can be good sometimes.
Yeah. When he's passionate about a project, it really shows.
Yeah.
And I feel like this was definitely something he was very passionate about, given it was early in his career, and it was just kind of it was one of his first throws to an actual network before he was a super big star with the Family Guy and Cleveland Show and the Orville and Ted.
I am Cleveland Brown. I am Cleveland Brown. I am Cleveland Brown. I am Cleveland Brown.
And yes, I know I could have said American Dad, but Cleveland Show's funnier to mention as one of his quote-unquote accomplishments. I could have also tossed in Being in Sing, I guess, but he didn't write that. To my knowledge.
All right. Are we done with What a Cartoon, or do you guys have anything else to say?
I guess. Were we not going to touch the other, like, two seasons?
I went over them. I didn't really have much to say about the rest.
I guess Johnny Bravo debuted here, but we'll get to that.
Yeah, we'll get to that. Unless,
Are we listing cartoon show separately, or?
Yeah, we're going to be talking about each of the actual shows by themselves.
No, I mean like there were more pilots, but they were sort of What a Cartoon, but not really.
No,
Are we not talking about that, or-
no, we'll just talk about the What a Cartoon stuff, which is, yeah.
Okay. I guess then if we're not gonna go into that other stuff, I want to at least bring attention to what was it, Long Hair and Double Dome? That was not What a Cartoon, but that was one of the similar like shows where they were just showing a bunch of pilots, and I found it really fun. The animation reminds me a lot of an internet animator by the name of Zerl, which is weird, which is wild because I don't think this person has ever seen this pilot. It's just coincidence. But it was real fun. It was a show about cavemen. And there was a lot of I really enjoyed the animation, and the voice acting was also quite good. Jess Harnell is in that.
I remember watching that short myself. I don't know why, but it oddly reminded me of Prometheus and Bob from Kablam on Nickelodeon, if anybody remembers that.
I want to say there's overlap there, but I'm not sure.
Prometheus and Bob were stop motion, though.
Okay, maybe not then.
But yeah, you guys good to move on?
I think so. I saw other pilots from the other shows, but like if we're explicitly talking like first season What a Cartoon, then yeah, I have nothing else to say.
Okay, we're moving on to probably one of the biggest cartoons of the era for me. And probably one of my favorite creators of all time. Genndy Tartakovsky's Dexter's Laboratory. Oh my god, I have so many fond memories of this show. I probably, like, only the parts that were actually created by Genndy, though. I don't really remember much after he left, but before the art shift style, man, I could watch any episode of Dexter's Lab and walk out of it being like, man, what a good show this was.
I had it on VHS, and it was one of the few Cartoon Network shows we actually had on VHS, and I would watch it constantly. I'm trying to remember what episodes were on it, but I want to say at least the Dodgeball episode. I think it was the pilot and the Dodgeball episode, and all the episodes that were paired up with both of those.
The episode where Dexter and Dee Dee turn into kaijus and get into a big brawl always lives rent-free in my head.
Oh, right, I forgot. Right, because, like, they got infused with, like, lizard DNA or something like that, and, like, Dee Dee got infused with cat DNA or something like that? I forget.
It was spider.
It was right, it was spider DNA. Yo, that was so freaking wild. I forgot about that episode until you brought it up. Oh man. Like, you can tell that Genndy really loved putting a lot of his interests into his shows, because you can tell, like, there was a lot of Japanese inspired media in Dexter's Laboratory, especially, like you said, kaiju and giant mecha.
Not like it was totally bereft of Western inspirations either, because of Justice Friends and Dial M for Monkey.
Oh yeah.
I adore the Dial M for Monkey theme. I hadn't heard it in a while, but when I was rewatching it, I was just like, it constantly got stuck in my head. Oh, and the 2 episodes of Dial M for Monkey that I saw in my rewatch were, I think, some of the strongest ones, because it was the wrestling one.
Oh, and Wrestlor!
And Simeon.
Yeah.
Simeon is so good entirely because of the visceral animation that they used of, like, a monkey being sent into space and its reaction to its spacecraft exploding and flames all around him. It's so graphic without actually showing any gore. It's amazing.
I love the shot of him staring out the window and you can see his reflection. Like, that's so good. And Maurice LaMarche's performance absolutely takes it to the top.
Maurice LaMarche is an underrated voice actor. The man knows how to do drama and comedy so freaking well.
Oh my god, I found the exact VHS that that I had. It was Greatest Adventures. What all was on this? Old Man Dexter, the one where he turns old because he wants to watch the movie and then he falls asleep.
Oh, yeah.
Mom, Dad, Grandpa's dead!
I'm good, Grandpa! Yeah, Dodgeball, Picture Day.
You know, the one episode, the 2 episodes I always remember, Wolf Weapons 1, Omelette du fromage.
That's a
Omelette
real
de
good one.
fromage.
Omelette du fromage.
Omelette de fromage.
Omelette du fromage.
And of
And the
course,
second episode was the episode where that little girl who had a crush on Dexter with those big anime eyes, and then they played a freaking Beatles-esque song about her eyes, and I was like, man, that song is stuck in my head for the rest of time.
Who was that musician that was in an episode?
Oh, I know who you're talking about. What was his name? Oh, they did a musical song together at the end too. It wasn't Paul McCartney, it was someone else. Oh, I feel so bad for getting his name.
Is Paul Simon a guy?
It was Paul
Is that a
Simon,
thing?
I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Paul Williams?
No, wait, might have been. It was Paul something.
Paul.
It was
Just
Paul.
Hi, I'm Paul.
Oh wait, I'm just remembering the Willy Wonka parody they did where Dexter has to bum off Dee Dee because she got a golden discus, and they travel to this esteemed professor's laboratory of mechanical marvels.
And it was just basically a parody of Willy Wonka.
Yep.
There was the episode with Blue Falcon. And, why am I blanking on the sidekick name? Is it just Dynamite?
Yeah, it was Dynamite.
Yeah. That one's real fun. That one gave me an appreciation for Blue Falcon. Because, like, he's shown up in other things, both, like, around, like, between then and now, and also just as of now. Like, he was in Scoob, and I think he also just has a separate Scooby-Doo movie or something.
Yeah, I don't know why. They
But,
really
like-
like pushing Blue Falcon, but I don't think anyone actually cares about Blue Falcon.
I mean, I would like to, if they actually gave him something where he can stand alone, and don't like make massive, like, they don't change the tone too much. Like, dive into that Hanna-Barbera action. Well, it's been too long. Bring us back Johnny Quest or whatever.
They
Or
did
actual
bring
Stay
back
Toast.
Johnny Quest in the
Do
90s.
it again.
In the 90s?
Yeah, it's the 2020s. He's also in Mystery Incorporated. Why does Scooby keep bringing back Blue Falcon?
Because they just really like Blue Falcon as a Batman stand-in sometimes.
I think Blue Falcon was also Harvey Birdman's rival of sorts.
Yeah, he was.
It makes sense.
Trying to think of other Dexter episodes though that really stick out, because I did see a few of season 3 and 4, but like that was in that weird time between that was like right when I was about to get into Cartoon Network, so I wasn't there yet, and by the time I was, they weren't really airing it as much as their newer shows. Like, I jumped in around 2003 to 2005, so like Dexter was kind of taking a back seat in the middle of that era. I say era because like that's an era. There's multiple, but you know what I mean.
Oh wait, what about the musical episode? The one where they explain how Dexter was born and how he
Oh,
I did see
I
that.
like the opera episode. I legitimately think that might be the best episode of Dexter's Laboratory because it's equal parts emotional, equal parts funny, and also perfectly encapsulates the dynamic between Dexter and Dee Dee. I love that episode so much. Every time, like, I remember the ending of that episode where Dexter does a heartfelt soliloquy song to the audience. They actually used to broadcast that song in its entirety by itself for commercial bumpers during the 90s. And every time I watched it, I would always get so emotional and want to cry. Like, I would say that Dexter's Lab is one of the first shows that got me to cry from how beautiful the ending was. Beautiful in a sad way.
Oh, the one where he makes the Labrador Retriever talk.
Oh, that was a
was
cute
cute.
one. I like how I went from dramatic explanation of why something is beautiful and made me cry to, oh yeah, that was cute.
I realized this is kind of jumping a few years, but also like he was heavily involved in Fusion Fall. Like the main characters they focused on were like number 5, Dexter and Ben for that.
Do you?
And they also made Computress humanoid, which felt weird as someone who watched the show.
Oh, speaking of Computress, there was actually an episode where they put out a not campaign, was it like a sweepstakes where you can write your own episode of Dexter's Laboratory, but I don't think it was actually a sweepstakes. I think they already knew. I think it was like one of the creators kids made a episode of Dexter's Lab, and it was read out by the kid while where the animators got to animate the episode itself. It was such a weird episode because it actually featured Mandark's head growing to a massive size until it exploded and rained down more Mandark heads. It was wild.
Gardic phone before its time.
Yeah.
Also,
and don't forget, you are stupid.
We gonna talk about rude removal?
Do you want to talk about rude removal?
I mean, I don't know how much there is to really say.
It was...
I did watching it when it was finally made available, thanks Toonami. Hey, Toonami, get us Moxie Show, too. But there's not really much to say about it other than just it's more explicit than most Dexter, but, like... It kind of felt a little underwhelming from all the hype that it was like, oh, they swear! Oh, they do the bad things! It's just like, well, I mean, yeah, I guess, but, like... I don't know. It definitely was too extreme for Dexter, but like comparing it to like, I guess what I had seen from Adult Swim at that time was just like, whatever.
I mean, when I watched it, I mostly treated it as watching another Dexter's episode. I just thought it was weird. There was so much swearing.
Yeah, it's a little surreal, but yeah, I just didn't think much of it. It was about as good as your average Dexter's episode.
Do you guys remember the episode where Dexter went to like a Chuck E. Cheese knockoff?
I do, because that's the one where the audience flies away, isn't it?
Yeah, that was the one where after a musical number that features a whole bunch of old Hanna-Barbera characters as animatronics, which was really weird to see at the time, where after the audience cheers, they start flying into the air. And basically what happened was they wrote in the script, the audience takes off, as in the audience leaves, but the animators misread it as them taking off, as in they take off into the air. So they animated the audience literally flying into the air, and the animators and the creators thought it was so freaking hilarious they kept it in.
I think I confused this with another episode. I never even saw the episode. I just saw the clip of like a bunch of robots and one of them just singing about you riding that hog. That's like actually what the song is. It's just like, okay, I guess. I think apparently it's one of the later season episodes. The only later season episode I remember I think there's 2, and that was Das Boot, where they go inside the computer, and whatever the hell Mandark's backstory episode was. That was weird.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I specifically remember the episode where Dexter's mom gets into a fight with another housewife over the last pair of yellow gloves that she loves to wear.
Oh, I remember that one. I feel like I can spend an entire podcast talking about Dexter's episodes. Like, Sagami, I remember that episode mostly because it scarred me from clowns, because I was like, I don't want a clown to bite me. Another episode.
Yeah, I was gonna bring up the clown one. I didn't think it was that noteworthy. I liked it. I just wasn't sure if that was one that most other people would have cared about.
See, you see what I liked about it? It made me appreciate mimes.
Yeah.
Because
I
it literally ends with
mimes.
Dee Dee becoming a mime and somehow catching Dexter as a clown using mime abilities.
Mimes are surprisingly powerful in cartoons, it seems.
No kidding.
Look, have you seen Powerpuff Girls?
Oh, I just remembered the clone episode as well, where they all get cloned, and there's just like armies of Dexter, Dee Dee, and her friends.
There was also another episode I wanted to talk about. What was it? Man, I'm just going to pull up the episode list. Screw it.
Is it the one that you show me the movie length one?
Oh, Ego Trip. Yeah, we probably should talk about Ego Trip, but it wasn't that.
I didn't have much experience with Ego Trip. I saw promotions for it on, like, I think that tape or other DVDs or tapes. Like, maybe it was on my Foster's DVD or something, but, like, I never got to see it. It seemed like a cool premise, though. Wasn't it, like, something about time travel?
Yeah, Dexter time travels throughout different periods of time because he needs to preserve his legacy in the future. And I like how one of his incarnations is basically Action Hank.
Oh man, Action Hank. Do you remember the My Little Pony parody where Action Hank and the ponies go to war together because the ponies captured Dee Dee thinking that she was a spy for Action Hank?
Oh man.
And then they were
God.
going to lower Dee Dee into a vat of acid or something like that. There was the episode where Dexter grows a beard on himself. Oh my god. There's just so many memorable episodes of Dexter's Laboratory. I can't really go over all of it. Do you guys have anything to say about it before I talk about the final episode and the series after Gendy left?
I don't think so. I think I got most of the episodes I wanted to, and if I remember anything later, then I'll just talk about it elsewhere.
Yeah, we should probably move along.
Yeah, okay, just to really quickly go over, like, after the finale of the series was really awesome. It was the only full 20-minute episode, I think. It was about, like, Dexter going to Japan, accidentally unleashing a giant axe monster, which is so freaking badass. Holy, that axe monster was such an amazing design. I love that kaiju monster design so much. And then, like, Dexter and it finally reveals his secret to his family, and they make a giant freaking robo to
I remember this.
fight the axe monster. Oh my god, that was such an amazing quote-unquote series finale. I loved it so much.
Yeah, I remember seeing that as well. I forgot about that. But yeah, that was a really cool episode. Before we go to Ego Trip, I just realized, did we talk about Mandark, like, at all?
We did not talk about Mandark. Okay.
Because his premiere episode was also very good.
Mandark's
I love
premiere. Yeah.
I love the gag that when his name is said, there's, like, lightning and dogs barking and everything.
Yeah.
And then they carried
Sorry.
No, they also carried that over to the parallel episode where Dee Dee gets a Mandark-esque rival.
Yeah.
Oh, I need to see that one.
Yeah, it was literally about Mandark's sister, if I recall correctly.
Okay.
Go ahead.
No, that's it. They're just okay. We can. That was. I just wanted to make sure we talked about, you know, the primary antagonist before we ended up discussion, or at least moved on to Ego Trip.
See, what I love about Mandark is he's supposed to be this intimidating figure, but they also undermine it by giving him the voice of Eddie Deezen, yeah. And he just, like, talks like the biggest freaking nerd ever.
What's wild is he sounds like that just always.
I know. It just cracks me up. He's like, who's the biggest nerd ever versus the biggest nerd ever? It's great.
I had, like, whiplash when I think a family member was watching War Games and I heard that voice and I was like, wait a minute, that's Mandark. I guess we should also briefly talk about the Justice Friends. It was alright. It was fine enough
parody of superhero stuff. It was cool.
Yeah, I enjoyed it, but I didn't see too much of it. Most of my Justice Friends experience is through M for Monkey or Powerpuff Girls.
It was actually a band episode where the Krunk, I forget his name, the parody of the Incredible Hulk, he actually gets wasted at Monkey's birthday party and Monkey had to drive him home. I had to go look that up because I never saw it as a kid and I was so fascinated by the concept of a character getting wasted on Dexter's Laboratory.
God.
Ego Trip, which was the, I guess, the true finale for Dexter's Laboratory, where Dexter literally goes on an ego trip in order to travel to the past and future to sate his ego of, oh man, I can't wait to figure out how I save the future. If you have never seen an episode of Dexter's Laboratory, you absolutely need to watch Ego Trip. It's fantastic. I don't want to spoil the ending because it's so funny.
I hadn't seen it. I'm sorry.
You need to watch it. It's actually incredible.
But I was prioritizing watching all the new cartoons that I hadn't seen over the movies. I should watch the movies. Somebody in the chat mentioned, joked about like you watching the movies. I would do a marathon of the movies, but I haven't even. I quit halfway through the Nickelodeon stuff because I'm bad at keeping a schedule.
The best way to describe Ego Trip for me, unless you have something to say, Gaddy.
No, I'm good.
The best way to describe it for me is it was basically Gendy about to make Samurai Jack for Dexter's Laboratory.
Yeah, I could agree with that.
This is a bit of foreshadowing, but it's sad that Dexter's Lab was basically the main source of mecha stuff from Gendy that anyone really got it, like the main source that got proper treatment. We'll say.
Yeah, we'll get to that.
But hey, at least we got something.
So, I'll briefly talk about the revival of Dexter's Laboratory after Gendy left. It wasn't nearly as good. There was like, the pacing wasn't good anymore. The comedy was very flat. It was a very different style type of comedy. That didn't really resonate with me. The only episode that I really remembered and liked was Dexter finally getting acknowledged for his super intelligence, that he was allowed to go to college, but because he was so young and naive, he just studied all the time, and like everybody else wanted party all the time, but they always in college. But when it came time for the final midterms, not midterms, final exams, Dexter's mind broke from the lack of time to be able to relax, that he basically got kicked out of college for partying too hard. And I feel like that's very on brand for Dexter, but aside from that, I don't really remember any other episode from the revival series of Dexter.
I did like how clean it looked, but that was about it. Like, some people have complaints about the change in the art style, but I think it's like subtle enough that like I think it's not. I don't know if I'd necessarily go as far as to say it's an improvement, but I would say that I enjoy it equally or better because it feels like the same kind of aesthetic, but a lot like cleaner lines because it's digitally colored.
I'm at least not too big a fan of how mismatched Dexter's head is to his body in the new style.
That's fair.
See, what bothered me was actually Dexter's dad. Dexter's dad used to be fully designed, and then in the new series, they made him much more lanky, and I was like, eh.
Dirt Dog also brings up a good point that the animation was stiffer. The designs were cleaner, but they moved less fluidly.
Correct. Also,
less like dynamic camera work.
Mm-hmm. I also agree with Sagami. There were decent episodes that were the really short ones, like that, like Dexter's dad just like golfing for like a really long time, and that was the whole joke. And then there was like the whole joke about Mandark just being his laugh the whole time. Those were fine, but those were like the comedy of those were overly long gags.
There was a cute little one I saw where Dee Dee pretends to have her own laboratory. That was kind of sweet.
I don't remember that one.
It was like very short. It was kind of almost an interstitial, just slightly longer. I think the only other thing about Dexter that I realized we didn't mention yet is the fucking. I haven't even seen this episode, but I had to mention this. Ah, yes, Saturdays are made for dads.
And Dad's car.
Dad's car.
Thank you, Gaddy. All right, so Dexter's Lab, I love it. It's one of my favorite. Like the original run was one of my favorite shows. I love it. As I said before, I adore Genndy Tarkovsky. I'll go into why when we get to his later series, but I adore him.
I am also glad that out of all the Cartoon Network alumni, he is the one that is still working over there. Like, other ones are coming back, but as far as I'm aware, he has stuck around throughout, like, everything. So, like, he has had various Cartoon Network and Adult Swim productions between Dexter and his current work on Primal.
For sure. All right, we spent way too long talking about Dexter's Lab. Johnny Bravo, everybody. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ah!
Do the monkey with me. Come on.
Hey, baby. Yeah, whatever.
The funny thing about Johnny is that Johnny is one of many of the original cartoons where I was not allowed to watch it. Yet, when I was first like fixating on cartoons again after 2008, so like sometime in my high school career around like 2010 to 2014, I actually was gifted a copy of the first season of Johnny Bravo on DVD. So that's what really kickstarted me being interested in that show, was having access to the DVD.
I remember loving Johnny Bravo for how hyper energy the series was. It was very energetic. It featured Johnny Bravo with very fast animation. The pacing was very brisk. And it featured a lot of interesting guest stars, which I was always surprised about. I never realized how many guest stars it had until I grew up.
That was my favorite part when I got to the DVD, because I didn't know what to expect when I put it in. I was just like, oh, hey, this is a Cartoon Network show. And then I got to the episode that had the trio of episodes back to back that was Scooby-Doo, Schoolhouse Rock, and Adam West. And I was just like, huh?
I am so torn on which episode I like better, the Scooby-Doo episode or the Adam West episode.
I just, as a Schoolhouse Rock fan, was impressed they actually got the Schoolhouse Rock guy for it. Anyway,
I remember the Scooby-Doo episode the most. There's one joke in particular where Velma loses her glasses as usual, and she's like, oh, I can't see without my glasses. But Johnny also loses his sunglasses, and he's like, I can't be seen without my glasses.
I'm glad you mentioned that, because I knew that was the gag that we were going to mention. One thing I found funny was I found out, so when they're doing the unmasking bit, and they go through a bunch of different masks, one of them is Joe Barbera, and Johnny just goes, who's that? And apparently, when they were working on that episode, they got notes from Hanna-Barbera. It's like, why does he have to say that? You could really tell Seth MacFarlane's style in some episodes of Johnny Bravo, though.
Yeah. I think he was the one who wrote the Adam West episode, I think.
I think he was behind at least 2, if not all 3 of those trio of episodes I mentioned, because he was definitely involved in the Schoolhouse Rock one as well.
Yeah. I feel like Johnny Bravo might have been the Family Guy of Cartoon Network, as weird as that sounds. As in, like, it really liked making references.
Yeah, but I guess maybe it's just because I found it later on where I would get most of those references, but I enjoyed that. I also enjoy I liked his mom. The little girl, not so much. And do they cut her?
No,
Did
they keep
replace
her.
with
No,
Carl and Pops?
no, they keep her forever.
Okay, because all the episodes I kept picking of the later seasons just had Carl, Pops, and the mom, and I was just like, where's the girl gone?
It's really interesting because, like, I forget if it was season 2 or 3, but they actually recontextualized Johnny Bravo by introducing more side characters that aren't just his mom and the little girl, where they introduce Carl and Pops.
Oh, I guess Jungle Boy is also a... Well, no, he doesn't really show up.
He only
too
shows
much
up
in
like
the main
twice.
storyline.
He doesn't really show up that often.
He's more like the M for Monkey or I Am Weasel, where it's just like its own thing that sometimes happens in the block of the show. I think I do feel conflicted about the premise, but for some reason I'm softer on Johnny than I am a lot of other characters where the whole bit is they're horny. And I don't really understand why.
See, I chalk that up partially to Jeff Bennett's amazing voice acting. He's able to make Johnny be charmingly stupid with his horny without being, you know, disgustingly horny. You know what I mean? He's not like Quagmire. He's not like he respects women while also being horny for women. Like
I also think the people around him really help that out a lot. Like his mom or the girl or Carl.
Like he's
not really Pops, because Pops is kind of very money motivated. But the other three,
like, you can tell Johnny actually does care about his mama.
No, I completely agree with you, and Sagami mentioned that in chat as well. Like, Johnny is ultimately a good person. He just loves the ladies.
Ladies.
I also think it's because, like, it's never framed as a thing that's just like, oh no, it's okay, just deal with it. It's just like, no, it's always a bad thing when he's going too far.
No, exactly.
He
always gets punished for his over eagerness.
Yeah, one of my peeves with that in other characters is just like, you're just supposed to ignore that because they're important to the story or whatever. It's just like, no.
That's exactly what.
I guess in more serious story based shows, it hurts a lot harder because like we have to actively care about like them in a context other than like the setup where they would get. Oh no, that seems. Never mind. My point was
Green. I was going to say, like, it's exactly like, not exactly, but basically similar to why a lot of people don't like Pepe Le Pew from Looney Tunes anymore, because Pepe Le Pew never really got his comeuppance. He usually got away with his stalkery behavior towards women, and he never really got punished for it. Johnny always gets punished immediately if he goes too far with it, which I thought was appropriate.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really have a whole lot to say. I just find Johnny Bravo as a character to be really charmingly funny, and like, and I shared this on Twitter and my Discord. I take inspiration from Johnny when it came to designing Lina's personality a little bit. Oh, and I think you guys can notice exactly where. But yeah, just like, I wouldn't say it's probably one of the better shows, but it's definitely a memorable show for me. Because, like, I feel like there's, like, good episodes, but there's a lot of later episodes I just don't remember.
Yeah, it's weird to me, because, like, I don't think Johnny ever went downhill. I watched later episodes, and it seemed just as fun. fun as the early ones, but it also kind of never really peaked either. It stays the same quality throughout the whole show, both to its benefit and its detriment.
Yeah.
It doesn't really get any better, but it doesn't really get any worse either.
Yeah,
And you know
but
what? That's fine.
exactly. It's just like, it's okay.
What you see is what you get, and it's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Next up was Cow and Chicken. I think
God.
yeah, go ahead.
I don't like this show.
I love Cow and Chicken. But I think I more so love it because it's very stylized. I love its animation, and I think the character comedy is really good too.
I'm ashamed to admit the most vivid thing I remember about this show is its theme song.
I mean, that is a good theme song. I like the art style, but I don't really enjoy watching the characters. I don't know if it's for any particular reason. Just like it feels too wild for me to understand, which feels weird given other shows on this list that I either enjoy or at least will get more into than I do with Cow and Chicken. But just like I never understand the dynamic with this show when I'm watching it. I'm just like, okay, then.
See, for me, I feel like Cow and Chicken kind of was social commentary at times when it comes to certain topics.
Was it?
I
mean, they did. One of the episodes I did see was they didn't like how the cafeteria was being run, so they just ran their own food business.
Yeah.
I guess that's something. It's hard for me to really notice that nuanced perspective when I have to think about how a man and a chicken are grandfather and grandmother to a pair of legs.
I think that was
Right.
entirely the joke. It was just like a lot
I
of it
guess
was
that's the
like
thing.
I feel like a lot of it was like social commentary on like a lot of topics that kids are going through, like specifically, like you said, the cafeteria thing. Another thing is like staying up late and not getting enough sleep, with one episode where Chicken accidentally ate coffee cereal.
When I watch this show, I feel like I do when I'm watching other early 90s strange shows where I'm just like overstimulated.
I feel like it's not hyperactive compared to later series.
Well, it's not that it's hyperactive, it's that it's nonsensical. Like, the energy is fine, like, it's not, like, constantly bombarding you with things. It's just the fact that the things that it is showing you don't really feel like they connect, and I feel like that's the point, but I also feel like that's not my vibe.
I would describe Cow and Chicken as their Cartoon Network's first attempt at Ren and Stimpy, but not as extreme as Ren and Stimpy. I feel like it was, I wouldn't say dumbed down, but more so like it was balanced better than Ren and Stimpy. For better or for worse, because like Ren and Stimpy is well known for its absurd, ridiculous animation and its concepts. Cow and Chicken were more juvenile, I suppose.
Man, when you put it that way, it makes me think that I Am Weasel was basically kind of like Looney Tunes with Bugs and Daffy.
That's true.
I will say, I did usually enjoy when Red Guy was on screen.
Red Guy's usually
and
people's
also
favorite
Charlie
character.
Adler gives a good performance just overall, because of course.
Yeah, he played literally every character, didn't he?
I think. Or every primary character.
Yeah, he played Cow, Chicken, and the Red Guy.
Mm-hmm. And a few of the secondary characters, too.
Constantly walking on his butt cheeks. See, that cracks me up. It's like, it's just like,
Cracks you up because his
Ha.
butt cheeks.
thank you.
Butt crack.
But yeah, it's just like, I just found Cow and Chicken, like, very stylized animation. I just found it, like, it didn't need to do things, but it did anyway because it wanted to be visually interesting. And I appreciated it for that.
Yeah, I guess. I guess in that regard, I would just pick other cartoons that are also visually interesting that also just have writing or characters that are more up my alley. But I think a few of these shows, Cow and Chicken included, is more just a I'm not for it kind of thing.
No, I respect that. I'll admit a
Because I
lot
know
of
there's another classic cartoon that's probably gonna upset some people that I am also like that about.
I'll admit this. For me, with Cow and Chicken and I Am Weasel, a lot of it is a little bit of nostalgia bias, but I don't know. I still think the writing is on point for the show. Like, compared to later shows that we watched this morning that I will have very strong words about, I still think that Cow and Chicken and I Am Weasel are brilliantly written for the medium of animation, and they really had fun with the ideas because they know that animation can go anywhere without worry about budget outside of drawing it. So the fact that they were willing to go into extremes with its animation, I thought that was incredible for the time. I love it for that.
See, if we're bleeding into I Am Weasel now, which makes sense.
Yeah, well, we're
given
bleeding
just
in.
production. That's the wildest part to me about not liking Cow and Chicken. I do enjoy I Am Weasel, and I think that's just because I enjoy Baboon and Weasel more as characters than Cow and Chicken. I mean, part of it is just because I'm a softie for Michael Dorn, but
Michael Dorn is Michael Dorn.
it's wild hearing Worf do comedy. But
I think part
oh,
of it
you go
was
ahead.
like from the little bit I've seen of I Am Weasel is that Weasel and Baboon definitely have a more grounded dynamic than the majority of Cow and Chicken.
That is
Mhm.
true. Like, Cow and Chicken is extremes, whereas Weasel's definitely the straight man while also being goofy in his own right.
Mhm. Yeah, that was Michael Dorn.
Yeah, Michael Dorn is I Am Weasel.
Yeah.
It was wild.
Yeah, the first time I ever watched an episode of that, it threw me off guard because I was not expecting to hear him in any cartoon, let alone that one specifically.
I
yeah,
can
I
listen to that voice all day.
Yeah.
I really like Weasel and Baboon's rivalry and how they both play off, like when they're teamed up together as well. Like if they're going against like Red Guy or they're just involved in some storyline that puts them in a plot where they don't need to be rivals. I just like IR's simplicity juxtaposed against Weasel's eccentricity. I don't know what the word for it is, but just like how he is just good at everything and very formal, but also like whenever something silly comes into his existence, he just acts like it's the most normal thing ever.
I will agree. I do think I like I Am Weasel more than Cow and Chicken, but I have a soft spot for both.
That's fair. I think there's some shows that come later in the 2000s where I can feel that in the opposite way, where I definitely have a soft spot for it, but others who may have been outside that would be like, huh? Not like this is bad, but just like confused.
Do you want to move on, or you guys have anything else to say?
I don't think so.
I'm cool with moving on.
Okay, we're probably tackling the most important show of the 90s. The Powerpuff Girls.
This was not the show I was hinting at earlier, but I do still have very conflicting feelings about this show.
Wow! Get out of my podcast! We do not talk smack about the Powerpuff Girls around here, young lady.
I don't think it's a bad show, but there are a few episodes that whenever I pick an episode at random, sometimes I stumble upon ones, even in the early episodes, that's just like, don't know about this one.
And yeah.
No, I can wait.
There you go ahead.
I was just gonna mention, I like the episode where they get stuck inside on a rainy day. They can't fight crime, so they have to make play that they're fighting crime on a regular day.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that one. There are a lot of great Powerpuff episodes that I do love. And it's Craig McCracken. I can't talk shit on Craig McCracken. He made one of my favorite shows.
Really quick, favorite Powerpuff Girl.
Oh, that's such a hard choice. I'm just gonna go with my gut and say Bubbles.
Like, I think when I was a kid, my eyes were drawn to Bubbles the most, but I don't know now.
Buttercup is really cool. Buttercup is the kind of character that I usually go for, but Bubbles. She's hardcore.
She went to level 2 in the simulator. I'll have you know.
I feel like younger I liked Bubbles more, but nowadays I feel like I'm a Blossom person.
Fair.
I don't know, like
deserves more
Blossom's
respect.
organization basically, I wouldn't say influence, but definitely resonates with me nowadays.
I think to clarify my perspective that I led this segment into is I like Powerpuff Girls. I think it's a good show. I think it's less consistent than Dexter in terms of its writing.
I will say this, and I will mention this again later. I think Craig McCracken is an animated genius. I legitimately think every single series that he makes is better than his last. Even though Powerpuff Girls is his weakest series in my eyes, I still think it is super good as a starting point.
Absolutely. Like I don't want my comments about its kind of inconsistency. Like it may have some lows, but its highs are really high. Like there are so many good episodes that I could mention.
Powerpuff Girl, yeah, that's exactly my main thing for Powerpuff Girls. I feel like there was... The thing I love about Powerpuff Girls is there's a lot of really good ideas and really good character building stuff for the girls. Like, even though it's primarily a comedy series, it still knows when to take itself seriously and be able to present those ideas in such a serious manner, and I respect the hell out of it. It knows when to go quiet.
Like, one of my favorite episodes that does all three is the Boogeyman episode, where the Boogeyman blots out the sun with a giant disco ball, which is pretty goofy, but it also serves as a pretty serious episode for Bubbles to get over her fear of the dark.
I know, exactly. Like, it presents so many great ideas and even tackles some really serious social commentary stuff. Like, I have mixed feelings about the feminist episode, if you know which one I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I find it so funny bringing up that episode. Cartoon Network's Twitter did a recent thing that was just like, do you recognize these villains? And literally all of them that I could recognize were just like, why did you pick the worst villain from these shows? Because I think for like Courage, they had like the Flan one.
Oh,
like,
the Flan guy, yeah.
It's just like, there are more iconic villains for that. I can't remember any of the ones.
I think the whole point is appealing to obscurity, Green.
Oh yeah, but they also weren't very good ones.
Not
Not that I hate the Flan one. Like he's one of the better ones in that lineup. But
getting back to the topic about
we'll get to Courage when we get to Courage.
So getting back to like what I was saying, I have mixed feelings about the feminist episode because like there's a lot of ideas in it that I completely agree with. I do like agree with the ideas of treating women equally. That includes punishment and whatnot. But at the same time, I feel like it undermines itself a little bit by featuring a straw feminist character who uses the guise of feminism in order to do crimes, and I'm like, I feel like that undermines the message of women that should be able to look out for one another while also being able to empower women's rights as well for them. It just feels like it was an unfortunate mixed bag of messages in there, where they tried to feature a feminist villain where they really should have been focusing on a sexist villain instead. I feel like would have been better for that episode. It's such a... I really like that episode, but like that's what I kind of like about Powerpuff Girls. Even when they fail at doing a message, it invites you to think about that message at the very least.
I mean, wouldn't they eventually go to sort of tackle that sexist approach with the Rowdy Rough Boys?
Yeah.
Wasn't there an episode where so many cartoons did this, but I remember Powerpuff One being one that I really enjoyed, where they swap bodies or whatever with because they swap bodies with the mayor, Bellum, and
The mayor.
Utonium.
Yeah.
And it's just like that's a real neat dynamic. Okay, obviously the girls are great. The rest of the townspeople and villains, like Utonium, the mayor, Bellum.
I think the side
Mrs. Kane.
characters. I think the side characters are amazing.
And of course, like all the villains, at least all the ones I can think of.
Like even just bit characters like the talking dog.
Of course, yeah. That character's so iconic. He's in that crossover special from OKKO.
Yeah. Okay, Sugami, it's interesting that you mentioned the feminist episode with Miss Bellum and Miss Keen. I have words to talk about Miss Bellum when we get to the Powerpuff Girls reboot, because, oh boy! I am so mad about them doing Miss Bellum dirty. Anyway. Go ahead.
Was I saying something?
No, we're talking about the villains and side characters.
Oh, I was gonna bring up Sedusa.
Sedusa's...
I know she's not a big one, but she is in like the second episode, technically the first, because it's 2 parts.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. I thought she was really neat, but I also understand like why she was used so sparsely.
Sparingly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was always remember the episode where she tries to weasel her way into the girls' home because she tries to seduce Professor Utonium.
Yeah, that was
That's
like her
one of the
first episode, yeah.
Yeah. And then there's another one where she swaps with Bellum, I think.
Yeah. See, I like that episode because Miss Bellum and Sedusa get into a cat fight, and that was awesome.
A lot of Hymns episodes were really fun. Because that's where they got, like, really wild with the premises. Because Hymns' powers were just basically anything.
Him was basically Satan.
Diddle Riddle.
Oh, what was that one?
The one where Him sends the girls on a wild goose chase to find Professor Utonium and forms these challenges in the forms of riddles.
I remember that one. I don't remember the ending to it, but I do remember it.
I remember the one where he possesses the octopus toy for Bubbles.
That was a screwed up one.
I remember when he shows up in the future when they accidentally time travel.
Yeah, because they basically abandoned Townsville because they disappeared by time traveling forward.
That one's fucked up because he didn't even do anything. He just watched it happen.
That episode fucked me up because of how different in tone it was. The art style shifts to harsh reds and dark blacks, and all the townspeople are in dismay.
I guess speaking of Powerpuff Girls fucking you up, so Powerpuff was another one I didn't watch until I was a teenager, but not for the same reasons as Johnny or other cartoons where it was banned. It was because the first episode I saw was the bootleg Powerpuff Girls, where they're like all mutated and shit, and I was just like, it's scary.
I mean, I'll give you credit on that one. That episode's a little screwed up.
I saw it at a really young age too, and I had no context either. I jumped in mid-episode to that, and I was just like, I don't know what's happening. I want to watch Gangster.
I just love that episode because it was such a good example of why Professor Utonium is a good father to the girls. Like, even though he lets them fight monsters and stuff like that, he loves them dearly as a father, and whenever he sees the girls hurt, his first reaction is, okay, that's it, you're not going to fight anymore because I don't want to see my girls hurt.
Like he instills a curfew onto the girls because he doesn't want to see them hurt.
And then there was the times like, oh hey, how about I build a giant robot for you to fight kaiju with?
Oh, I love the robot. That had a Flash game about it, I believe.
Yes, it did. It was like a rock, paper, scissors game, if I recall correctly.
I thought it was a fighting game.
No, it was rock, paper, scissors. Yeah.
How about I build a biosuit so I can fight crime along with you girls?
The endings for those episodes were so good too, because it's like, wow, Professor, you're amazing. It's like, oh God, how the hell do you do this? My back hurts. Oh, I'm going home.
Oh, Tom Kane gives such a good performance as Utonium, and him.
Okay, really quick side tangent. Tom Kane, absolute legend. I'm so sad about what happened with him.
Yeah.
Yeah, like he didn't die, but the fact that he lost his ability to speak coherently, it's just so tragic to me.
Yeah. But at least we have all these great shows that he's in and productions he's on.
Absolutely.
And at least he's still with us just at all.
Yeah, absolutely.
Where were we?
We were talking about
Utonium.
Professor Utonium as a character.
He's such a good dad, too, by the way. Like, I feel like that aspect goes overlooked by some people. Just like he is a single father of 3 superhero children. Like, it's so good how they focus on that so much.
Like, even in the movie, you could tell he's absolutely torn up when the girls are left to fend for themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of the Powerpuff Girls movie, oh man, I love the movie. I think it's great. But if I were to take a step back and look at it from the lens of someone who didn't grow up with the Powerpuff Girls, it's a bit of a mean-spirited movie. It's also very darkly animated compared to the regular Powerpuff Girls movies. Show, rather.
It's also it is a lot cleaner as well. And unlike Dexter, I feel like it's not to its detriment because they design for it. It's a film. It's just cleaner because it's a theatrical film.
No, absolutely. It's just like, it's so weird because it feels like it's a very, like, is it just me or is like the tone and the overall vibe of that movie much more dark compared to what the series' more comedic aspects were?
I feel like it matches up with at least the more serious episodes, like the time travel one we were just talking about.
No, I agree, but like, I don't think Mojo Jojo typically is like that. Mojo Jojo is more goofy. Like, what I remember about Mojo Jojo is like, Mojo Jojo needs to go shopping, and he walks down his long staircase from his volcano. It's like, oh, I forgot my wallet! Curses! And he runs back up the stairs.
I think that is one of Powerpuff's strengths, is that the characters, for the most part, can be comedic or completely played straight, and it doesn't take... for me, it doesn't take away the impact of one or the other. I can see a character who's a joke in one episode and then completely serious in another.
Oh yeah.
And it's a real fun time.
It does definitely fit both molds. It's just, I feel like it might have been a poor choice to go with that aspect with the Powerpuff Girls movie, because like, if someone just enters that for the first time and sees the Powerpuff Girls being so seriously driven, they might get the wrong idea of Powerpuff Girls the series.
I guess that was one thing with the Powerpuff Girls movie compared to, like, say, WB's other, like, stuff from television, which would be the obvious example of Pokemon, is that you could jump into any Pokemon movie and you'd understand why the stakes are elevated, but also, like, if you don't know the show, it wouldn't feel jarring. It might feel jarring to people who don't know Powerpuff Girls going into that movie, not knowing how the original shows goes and not understanding why the stakes are so high for funny haha cartoon.
You know, related to that, it also doesn't really introduce the side characters all that well, because the mayor, Miss Bellum, and Miss Keene don't really do a whole lot in that movie.
They tried to make
that's not their purpose,
threat
though.
in one scene. That was wild to see.
I know, but it's
like-
not a good impression of how the side characters are.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, actually, no. I disagree, because do you remember how the mayor is introduced in the movie?
Like, he gets bodied, doesn't he?
No. What happens was that he's watching Townsville get destroyed. And he's like, oh boy. And then Miss Bellum's like, oh boy, indeed, Mayor. There's so much destruction, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, Mayor, where are you going? And the mayor just keeps on saying, oh boy. And then, like, he goes outside and he's like, I'll have a pickle, please. Oh boy. And I'm like, yeah, that's very on brand for the mayor.
The mayor was such a fun character.
I feel like the mayor is good in small bursts. I don't think he's great when he's
fair.
being too idiotic. That's kind of what this is actually my biggest issue with Craig McCracken as a writer when it comes to his longer running series. Once he runs out of ideas for standalone jokes, he likes to flanderize his characters to make them either giant assholes or giant idiots, and I don't like that.
Or people who have to deal with giant assholes and giant idiots.
Yeah.
We'll get to that, Fosters.
Yeah, we'll get to Fosters. And I say that with love.
We can't touch any of his other stuff because I think that's the main stuff he made for Cartoon Network.
Yeah,
Wander
those were the only
Disney,
Cartoon Network stuff that he made, yeah. A brief tangent, I will say, I think Wander Over Yonder is better than Foster's. I think Cosmic Kid is better than Wander Over Yonder. Anyway.
Mm-hmm. That's fair. I should really watch Big Cosmic. And I guess Wander, but I saw a few episodes of that.
Both are fantastic. I adore them. Anyway, but yeah, like, I just feel like Powerpuff Girls' biggest weakness is later on, where when they've clearly ran out of ideas for the series, so they just made all kinds of stupid stuff up, and I was not all for that.
I did like one gag I saw where they were just... Apparently they had made some massive mistake, and they were looking at everybody affected, and they're just, oh, and then there's just a big letter O.
Okay, that's not one later episode. That was the special episode where the special finale episode for Powerpuff Girls.
Oh.
Yeah, it came out in like 2008 or something like that. Gaddy, you know what I'm talking about, right?
Wait.
It's the one where Mojo is just like, you know what, I'm done, I quit.
Yeah, that episode. It wasn't really an episode, but
pants one, right? That's separate.
What?
You're not talking about the dance pants or whatever,
No,
right?
no, that's a different one. No, we're talking about a special where it was a very tightly paced special. It was extremely fast paced. They only had 20 minutes to work with, but they basically were trying to establish how, whoever gets the key to the city will be able to rule the world. And like all the Powerpuff Girls villains started fighting over it, and Mojo Jojo's like, you know what? I'm done. I failed way too many times. I tried, and you know what? I'm done. And it's like, you don't know what it'd been like if I ruled the world. And then he accidentally gets the key, and he actually rules the world, and it turns out he's actually a benevolent ruler. And I thought that was freaking amazing and hilarious. The day was saved once again by Mojo Jojo.
Oh, I forgot to mention this while we were talking about good episodes. The Beatles.
Oh, the Beatles was really good too.
When I saw them walking on the crosswalk, I was like, I get that reference.
See, I didn't, like, even as a kid, I wasn't too familiar with the history of Beatles, but even I knew it was a parody of the Beatles. They even featured an Yoko Ono parody.
Yeah, what was it again? What was it called?
Yoko Oho or something like that?
Something?
Coco Ho-Ho? I don't know, something like that. But basically, the fact that friggin' Mojo Jojo was the John Lennon stand-in.
God.
But yeah, I think when Powerpuff Girls is at its best, actually some of the best stuff you would find out on Cartoon Network. But there are low moments, I'll admit.
Wasn't there Santa weird or something? I guess Dexter's as well. You know, we were moved on from that. They had a lot of Cartoon Network shows had weird Santas, which I guess makes sense. But like Dexter, Powerpuff, definitely Grim Adventures.
See, I love the one from Billy and Mandy because he's voiced by Gilbert Gottfried.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
What happened?
Andy turned into a vampire.
I don't know if Ben 10 qualifies for weird Santas, since there wasn't technically a Santa. They just made Grandpa Max Santa at one time. Just Cartoon Network seemed to have something against Santa.
You guys have any last minute thoughts on Powerpuff Girls?
Nah, I think we got everything.
I think we're about to tackle one of Gaddy's favorites and a lot of other people's favorites too. Ed, Eddie!
Wouldn't it be unfortunate if this was the show I was alluding to earlier?
Oh, you don't like Ed and Eddie, do you, huh?
I've warmed up to Ed and Eddie as of recent, but like, it definitely did not make a very good first impression with me. I think it was just because I didn't get the appeal until a few episodes in.
Gaddy, you know what? Gaddy, I'll let you take
Gaddy.
lead on this one
You
since,
open.
yeah.
You open.
Lead in what? I don't really know where to begin.
What do you think makes Ed and Eddie so special?
Yeah.
Man, probably its characters and its sense of timing. Like it knew how to deliver its character dynamics and its jokes in a timely manner. And also its unique soundscape for some reason. Like Ed and Eddie uses a lot of sound effects that you really wouldn't expect to be put where they are.
Suburwa.
Is that yeah.
I like the moos.
You know, thinking back on it more, and after we talked about Cow and Chicken, I think I do enjoy Ed and Eddie more than I initially thought. But I do think that's also just because I got into the groove of like how the whole show works. Like what's the I still don't know if I could necessarily word what is the appeal, but I can understand like what brought me back was just like seeing how the schemes escalated, or seeing how the different people, how the kids in the cul-de-sac responded to the Ed shenanigans.
You know what I love about Ed and Eddie? Like, I love the characters. I think they're very... I would argue they're a little one note, but that's actually what makes them funny. I think what I love about Ed and Eddie is the animation. Have you ever noticed that even when the characters are not moving, there's still animation going where their outlines are still constantly jiggling around?
Yeah. The boiling lines.
And it's so jarring when I see some bumpers from Cartoon Network not do that. They usually do, but sometimes they don't, and it's just like, oh no, why are they so still?
It's so unsettling when you see Ed and Eddie not moving.
Like, when you pair this with, like, its very vibrant color palette, which is meant to evoke summer vacation, you can tell that this show has a lot of energy, even when it's during its slow moments.
It's also very expressive. Like the characters' expressions are really entertaining.
Like, even down to the Ed's run cycles, like how Eddie, Double D, and Ed all run. It's really reflective of their personalities.
Oh, that one shot of them going through the door in the fence, where like Eddie jumps over it, Double D carefully opens and then closes it, and Ed just drills through the hole in the middle. That's neat. That's real good. That's how you know that the writers know their characters.
Like, we just established that I love characters that just bounce off each other in fun ways to each other.
I feel like Ed, and Eddie are just such a brilliant trio of characters. They embody all the perfect aspects of a trio character. There's Eddie, the leader, Double D, the the smart guy, and then there's just Ed, the dumb muscle. It's just that character dynamic just works out so brilliantly for them.
And sometimes they all take turns on who's the straight man and who's the goofball. It's great.
Yeah.
It did feel surreal in one of the episodes I saw where Ed just had a full like sentence, and I was like, huh?
Like one good episode is where they get into a game of spin the bottle and they all have to pretend to be each other for a day. It's just so funny. Seeing how they lampoon each other's fatal quirks.
Is this a tub of gravy?
You really think I'm a genius? Hey, I'm Double D. I'm the genius.
I think the first episode of Ed, Edd n Eddy I saw was, I think it was the one on the VHS, because my mom would not let me watch Ed, Edd n Eddy. I don't have a connection to it because that was one that my mom was just like, no. I think the funny part is the reason she said no is because they scam people. It was just like, well, they're not good at it though.
Oh,
Anyway.
what was the episode where they kept on trying to make worse and worse versions of World, and it just like accumulates with Sarah going like, when are you going to go to bed?
I think the episode that I had seen first was the spa one. And
Oh, the spa one was good.
What's a support beam?
and just Double D just tries to casually brush him off to do back what he's going to do, and then realizes, is that the support beam to the house? And everything implodes. It's just like, how did we get here? I'm like, that moment was so funny to me, just because of just how everything was building up to it.
Man, I always remembered the episode where Eddie wakes up and he's old with Double D and Ed, and apparently that was supposed to be the series finale, and I was like, man, every time I watch that episode, it always gives me existential dread because it reminds me of my own mortality.
Man.
A lot of show finales do that, especially cartoon ones.
I hate that, honestly. It makes me feel like I'm gonna die.
I mean, technically the show is dying, so like...
But it didn't, and then it kept going.
It's wild that it went for apparently a decade.
It did.
I did not realize Ed, Edd n Eddy was airing new episodes, I think, during the nude era, which I know doesn't make absolutely no context to any Cartoon Network nerds. There's no actual nudes on, nudity pictures on Cartoon Network. They're the little bobblehead guys. They're vinyl figures. Get your minds out of the fucking gutters. But yeah, like when everything was on, like when that era of Cartoon Network was happening, I think there were still new episodes of Ed, Edd n Eddy. I was like, how? How is this show still going?
Remember the episodes where they went to school and nobody was there? Yeah, that was weird. I feel like the school episodes were good, but it was weird. I'm not used to them not being in summer vacation mode.
Yeah.
You see, I never even saw it as summer vacation. I just saw it as, like, out of school, you know? Like, it could be just after school or on the weekends.
No, but they had to go to school because, like, they literally hanged out of school.
No, I mean, like, the episodes where they weren't at the school. Like, any of the other episodes before that, where they weren't at the school, they were just hanging out the cul-de-sac, I just assumed that was just life as a whole. Like, it was a weekend or after school or a holiday.
Oh, that, yeah.
Or rather, another holiday, since summer vacation counts as one, but like spring break or winter break also
We
count.
did get Halloween and Christmas episodes.
Yeah, and the invaded episode, it snowed.
Oh man, anyone remember the Boomerang episode?
Oh god, where Rolf just started like doing opera for some reason?
Ralph turns into an opera singer. Double D turns into someone who can't stand extreme heat, so he has to keep removing his clothes.
See, I didn't see it as that. I saw it as Double D being a exhibitionist.
Yeah.
Anyway, go ahead.
Ed becomes a brainiac, of course, and Eddie becomes excessively motherly to a briefcase.
Yeah.
Can we talk about the episode where they break reality?
Oh yeah, that one.
Life has
Is
many doors, dead boys.
Is that Jimmy's outline?
And then Jimmy freaking melts into a puddle.
The cherry on top is that Eddie proposes that they sell Jimmy's outline back to him.
I think that episode really got me because I was just like, they're just going wild with this concept, and I'm all for it. You know, Ed takes a bite out of the sun, it becomes the moon. Or was that Eddie?
Oh, it was Eddie.
Boys like ourselves.
You know what's one episode I always remember? It was the I'll give you an egg for sawdust episode, and then it just escalated from there.
What about the one where Rolf actually hires Ed for some help in the farmyard?
Mm-hmm. And then Eddie was like, "We're going on a strike!" Rolf's a jerk, not gonna work. Rolf's a jerk, not gonna work.
We hate broccoli!
Rolf's a jerk!
When are we going to talk about Invaded? Is because Ed and Eddie had an Invaded episode, but like we're still in the 90s right now, I think.
We are still in the very late 90s.
We should probably hold off on that for a bit until we get to the shows that were more recent around that time.
I don't really have much to say about Invaded is the thing.
It was such a neat thing. It was really cool. I liked how all the cartoons like technically kind of collided, but not directly.
That's kind of my issue with Invaded as a whole. I think the concept is neat, but nothing really connected outright.
They didn't even feature the same alien. They all had different aliens.
Well, it was a similar alien. And in fairness, both Camp Laszlo and Billy and Mandy established that they can shapeshift, but like I feel like that's a cop-out, you know?
Yeah.
Being like, oh, well, they can shapeshift, so it's okay that they look different. In Foster's, the alien design is in the movie. It's not even real. But I just love the commitment to the theming, honestly. That was my favorite bit. It's just like, it felt like an extension of CN City, even if they didn't directly cross over. It felt like they were all taking place in the same world. And the branding in between everything, even in non-invaded content, like it made it feel really cool, like a whole big event. It was going to be sponsored by Kraft, yeah, it was, and then they pulled out. But I think the cheese theming still kind of works for most of these shows. It's a little bit out of place for gym partner, I would say, but the other 4 shows justify it pretty well.
So you guys have anything to say before we get to Big Picture Show?
I would say we should probably cover Big Picture Show.
Yeah.
Big Picture Show is a pretty good finale for the series. I like how it resolves things. I don't know if I agree with how it resolved things for certain characters.
You mean like with Johnny?
Yeah, I don't like what happened with Johnny. That being said, though, he does get an incredible final line.
Yeah.
What do you mean the series is over?
I would like to point out, by the way, on Cartoon Network's current website, Big Picture Show and the Powerpuff Girls movie are both just on their website underneath, like, shows. You can just watch the full movie if you
can watch the full movie and Big Picture Show?
Yeah.
That's wild.
They have a lot more, like, they have mostly the recent films, but in terms of the older films, they have Powerpuff, Operation Zero, Big Picture Show, and fucking Reanimated with the old branding still on it, which is the wildest part to me.
I don't know how I feel about that, but okay.
I don't know why. Who would care? Other than me, I guess, because I'm a glutton for punishment.
Also, Sagami, like, I never doubted that Eddie's brother actually existed. I just never thought we would actually address him.
Yeah. If there's anything they had to do in the series finale, it's introduce one more character.
And
That
we
is one
found,
of the-
yeah.
That is one of the few villains in that tweet that I was mentioning earlier that actually made sense.
Like,
So, is he
yeah.
explicitly a villain, or is he just an asshole?
He's just an asshole. Like, there's no villains in Edda and Eddie. They're just people. But yeah, like, I love that they finally addressed Eddie's brother and the fact that he's a massive asshole. Yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds on brand. Considering what he does to Eddie, like, indirectly in the series itself. I think I think the only issue I had with Big Picture Show, legitimately, was the whole thing about Ed and Eddie wanting to fit in and have friends? I was like, that kind of felt out of nowhere.
Just a little bit, yeah.
Because, like, I thought the whole point was just, like, Ed and Eddie wanting to scam people. And I was like, that's not really about making friends, is it?
They were kind of alienated from the group, and it was not the main thing. The main premise is the scamming, but, like, you know, it probably at least one of them wanted to be friends with everybody else.
Like on
No
some
one
level,
was
they
probably
felt,
Double D.
on some level they felt like the kids that none of the other kids liked.
Yeah. Also, Sagami, it's interesting that you say about Eddie, quote-unquote, lying about having a cool big brother. The way I interpreted it was that Eddie forgot the abuse he got from his brother because he blocked it out. I thought it was actually a rather interesting reveal about the fact that Eddie's brother was such an asshole, because I thought that Eddie actually did have a cool big brother that liked to tease him sometimes. I didn't realize his brother was straight up abusive. So I saw it as Eddie, like, justifying his brain. Oh, I didn't have a terrible big brother. I had a cool big brother. And just blocked it out of his memory. Which is a really dark interpretation, but I think it's a little valid.
I forgot about the Kanker sisters until they were brought up in chat.
The Kanker sisters scared me as a kid.
They did me too. That's why I didn't watch it that much. Even after I was allowed to, it was just like, oh, no, I don't like you, 3.
Mm-hmm.
So the blonde one seemed, like, in later episodes, she gets kind of a sweet spot of sorts.
Yeah. Any final thoughts about Ed and Eddie before we move on?
I don't think so.
Yeah, not really.
Just impressed that it lasted so long.
All right, who's your favorite Ed?
Double D.
I can't imagine it without any of them without the other two, so I'm just gonna cheat and say all of them. I love all the Eds, man.
Aw. Okay, well, who's your favorite character?
Your favorite Ed is Rolf.
Come on, let's be real here. Rolf is the best character.
Rolf really is. He has so many good lines.
See, I'll say this really quickly about Rolf. I love how he's like, what the creator was thinking would be like to showcase what it's like being a foreign kid in another country where people don't get your customs.
You have broken the celery stalk with the back of a sea urchin.
I do wish I could have gotten something from his voice actor when he was at that convention a few months back, but Mayo's message from Squidward took priority.
Do you not know the hammer of forgiveness?
I was born to be wild, but the cage was too small.
One of the few episodes I watched for the tier list we're doing as a reference point for the tier list we're doing later, is the one where Rolf challenges Eddie to a fish battle because he's disgraced his culture.
If this is true, have you brought the cupcakes of sorriness?
What? Rolf's honor is restored, or something like that. I forget how it went.
I just like that at the end of the episode, after Kevin keeps talking all this shit, Kevin is then the target because he will not partake in the, like, eels or worms or whatever.
Rolf pushes.
All right. We're moving on to another one of my favorites, but let's be real, all the early stuff was really good for me. Courage the Cowardly Dog.
Yeah, okay,
Starring Courage the Cowardly Dog, abandoned as a pup. He was saved by Muriel, who lives in a farm in the middle of nowhere with her husband Eustace Bag. A lot of strange stuff happens in nowhere. It's up to Courage to save its new home.
Stupid dog! You made me look bad! Booga booga booga!
Ah!
Whoa! I never understood what that, like, yell at the end of the theme song was.
Him being scared at the...
No, not the scream. There's like a whoa, and then it fades out.
Oh no! Well, like Courage the Cowardly Dog always had like a pseudo Midwest kind of music style, though, so it kind of fit with that tone.
I guess. Anyway,
yeah.
This one I adore. It was constantly on while I was at the hospital, because a lot of I probably should have mentioned this at the start. A lot of my Cartoon Network memories, at least in 2008, were while I was at the hospital getting treated for cancer. So I had a lot of time just able to sit down watching Cartoon Network, and one of the shows they really liked airing a lot, other than Tom and Jerry, was Courage. So me and my family got really, we saw a lot of Courage. We saw a good majority of the show just purely off of reruns live.
Courage has so many off-kilter ideas that are low-key horrifying, but you can't look away because they're so entrancing. Like the army of eggplants, the dystopian future of banana people, cats.
I just like how you sum it up with cats.
I mean, cats is just disturbing.
I mean, that movie was pretty fucked up. Sorry. I love how the art style fits the kind of creepy macabre style of the tone, but also has that goofy nature to it of just like it's spooky, but it also doesn't take itself too seriously usually.
Courage the Kid. Yeah, go ahead, Gaddy.
It's mainly Courage. Courage is that goofy, over-the-top thing that's supposed to stand in for the audience and to alleviate all the horror that's going on.
Courage the Cowardly Dog was basically children's horror, and even then, it can be legitimately terrifying.
Oh, absolutely. That fucking you're not perfect or whatever, or that claymation like screaming girl from the city episode.
Yeah,
but also just like the more psychological stuff as well.
Honestly, getting your soul sucked into a record player is disturbing as hell.
Mm-hmm.
The slab episode terrified me as well, Sims Mage. Like, the weird animation on that one Pharaoh dude, I think he was. It was just very unsettling, and his voice was so terrifying too. Like, it's like, return the slab. And it was just like so echoey and dragged out. You can feel it. It's not like nails on a chalkboard, but it's like it drags on your soul. You know what I mean?
And then he subjects you to the man in gauze, the man in gauze.
King Ramses!
The man in gauze, the man in gauze.
I heard a lot of people got scared for that episode. It didn't scare me. I still enjoyed myself, but like, I think between the curses seeming kind of silly and also, I guess, just being able to see it in HD, so the CG wasn't so much scary as it was just kind of... I don't want to say dated, because the stylization really makes it look fine, but like, It was easier to see what I was looking at. It was less like a mystery.
So, see,
It
the
was just,
the CG was unsettling for me at the time because like it was very uncanny valley. He moved, but he moved like a paper doll, and that was very unsettling to me.
Yeah, and that's fair.
And you say the curses are not scary. I feel like getting drowned from a flood of water in your own house is terrifying.
Well, I mean, compared to Courage's like normal stuff, like I found like stuff like the weremoles, or what's another great example of something that was really
The eggplants.
spooky?
How about the ducks from outer space that Eustace and Muriel into being pocket soccer robots?
I just remember that my first episode was the foot one,
Oh yeah, the gangster foot.
and
Oh, yeah.
with that being my first episode, I am impressed at younger me for continuing past that. Not that it's a bad episode, but because it's such an unconventional episode that like I could see it turning away some people.
The dodgeball episode is actually kind of dark, but not in a horror way, but in a tone kind of way.
Yeah. Just like, it's very sad seeing Courage face his worst enemies who just keep on beating on him with dodgeballs, and it's like, Courage, you're better than that. What are you good at? And Courage just like, scream.
And it works.
The city episode with Schwick.
You want to know what's behind that door? You don't want to know what's behind that door.
Dr. Vindaloo always sticks out in my head for his catchphrase. Like, there's nothing I can do. Nothing at all.
This is another one where it's just like so many good episodes coming to mind that we definitely won't talk about them all.
We just can't. There's not enough time.
The two-parter Towers of Los. That one's real good.
Plums?
The Happy Plums.
Happy plums. Okay, so
man,
really quick, rest in peace, Muriel and
Yeah.
Eustace's voice
Yeah.
actors, by the way.
Also, speaking of other really sweet episodes, the Hunchback one.
Aww.
Oh, yeah.
That one, like, I was just watching episodes of Courage on CN Video back when you didn't need a cable subscription to do that. And it tossed me that episode at random, and it was so different from what I was expecting, but in the best of ways, because, like, usually, you know, Courage sees a thing that's spooky, he gets spooked by it, he saves Muriel and Eustace, but, like, no, he bonds with this person, and then Eustace is the one who's being the aggressor, and it's just like, it's nice to see Courage, like, overcome like the usual, like, I'm scared of this, and like help support somebody. It was sweet.
Oh, man, I can't remember.
All of the Hunchback's insults to Eustace, right? Am I bald? No, but you are.
There's a lot of really sweet episodes. Somebody brought up the one where Eustace is looking at himself in the mirror.
Yeah, I was about to bring that up. It's like can't remember the exact context of that, but just remember that it's one of those episodes where you show Eustace actually does have a heart.
I mean, do you ever think about how wild it is that Eustace freaking dies every other episode?
Yeah, like,
I love it, honestly.
sometimes he disintegrates into water. Sometimes he just gets petrified into gold.
Sometimes he disintegrates. Sometimes he just, like, gets eaten alive.
This is absolutely a side tangent, but I remembered when I was telling con stories back when I went to that con in February, one I neglected to mention is I found a Eustace and a Muriel. Muriel had a little plush Courage, and Eustace had a life-size mallet.
Aww, that's cute.
Oh, there was some other episode I was going to talk about. Oh, the mask one, where they have the gay people.
The lesbians!
The lesbian.
Courage supports the lesbians.
Absolutely, he would. And words. Courage really hits strong for me with those more emotional episodes. Not that the comedic or spooky ones are weaker; those are just as strong. Just the really emotional ones are the ones that really resonate with me because it shows that Courage can just be like more than just horror or more than just humor. It has its characters, both one-off and main characters, can have depth.
You guys have anything else to say about Courage, or can we move on to the Scooby-Doo crossover?
I guess just two quick things from me. One, I forget what the episode was, but I remembered the gag with like Tiny Muriel and the macaroni.
Too much macaroni.
Too much cheese. Not enough macaroni.
I hate macaroni.
That was another one I watched on CN Video on the website. And then the other thing I remembered is, if we're going to talk about any individual Courage villain, the one that came to mind immediately was Fred.
Fred is so uniquely fascinating as an episode.
I love that he does the narration for it throughout the whole thing in rhyme.
No.
Like, I feel like there are probably technically quote-unquote better villains that either show up again or have more of an interesting plot line than just being trapped in a bathroom, but the presentation and the characterization of Fred is so good.
It's just so memorable because of the presentation.
It was so memorable. Somebody, like a group of animators, made a reanimated of it.
Exactly.
Like, out of all the episodes of Courage, that's the one they did, and I totally agree.
They've referenced Fred so often after the fact too.
Mm-hmm. But what I find neat about that is they don't explicitly bring him back ever again because they don't really need to.
Exactly.
You know, it's a fun thing to just bring up as an Easter egg, but like, he did what he needed to do in his one episode. There's nothing really you can do with him again, like you can with reoccurring ones like Quack or Cats.
I think the only time that he really got brought back in a quote-unquote substantial manner was the dodgeball episode, because it literally ends with them turning on the TV and Fred's like, Courage.
Yeah.
And then like Courage freaks out, obviously.
He also was one of the lesser antagonistic antagonists. Because like, he was an antagonist. I'm not gonna. This isn't my Defense of Fred platform or whatever. But like, he didn't want anyone killed or like to like take him for some scheme. He just has a massive problem.
Yeah, his problem being shaving.
Yeah. Like, he was still definitely an antagonist, but like, no one died.
If anything, you know what I love about that episode? Eustace freaking leaves like, oh, I better go fix that up. Goes to watch a movie at a drive-in.
Yeah, the reason Courage is locked in there with him is because Eustace just intentionally fucks it up.
All right, anything else before we go to the movie?
Now we can talk about the well, unless Scatty has anything to add. I'm good at least.
I'm good.
So, the Courage the Cowardly Dog crossover movie with Scooby-Doo. It's such a loving tribute to Courage.
I've never
And
seen it.
Scooby.
I hope I will sometime.
I feel like one of the things about a lot of the Scooby-Doo crossover films is it keeps its tribute to Scooby-Doo, because that's the main reason the movie's happening. But it also keeps the tribute to the other source material in the crossover as well.
Okay,
that being in this case Courage.
Okay, I'm not going to go into spoilers about it, but I will say one thing about it. There's a trend with the Scooby-Doo direct-to-video movies. Whenever they do a reference to an old supernatural thing in Scooby-Doo, they always try to be all like, oh, that wasn't actually supernatural. There was a scientific or mystery explanation for it the entire time. And a lot of Scooby-Doo fans kind of hate that because they kind of tried to write off 13 Ghosts of Scooby-Doo as a fever dream. And I was like, yeah, I didn't like that. I really actually didn't like that. They also tried to say Zombie Island didn't actually happen either. But with Courage the Cowardly Dog, no, they straight up admit, no, Courage the Cowardly Dog always had weird shit going on. We have no explanation for that one.
Weird stuff really does happen in the middle of nowhere.
Exactly. So I'm glad they didn't try to explain Courage the Cowardly Dog.
I also like that they just embraced the references to the show as much as possible. Like, we kept seeing stuff for like every little plot line we could remember. And there were even details I don't think any of us figured out what the hell they were supposed to be, but they were definitely a reference.
There was a billion Courage references, yeah. I think my one regret with the crossover, though, they didn't get the creator of Courage the Cowardly Dog to help work on it.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah,
Especially
like
since he is so loyal to the style, you'd think they could just get him in for a little bit more.
Yeah, apparently they never contacted him, and that sucked.
Especially since it's such an unusual, like, not to say that Courage doesn't deserve it, but like, given the other properties that Scooby-Doo's worked with, it's definitely a surprise that they'd go for Courage. So you'd think that they'd have the creator of the show on board.
Mm-hmm.
I just realized I can't believe we went through all of Courage without talking about the sarcastic computer.
You twit.
I was tempted to mention it earlier, but I didn't really know a good moment to mention it, because I would think that you'd have to mention like an episode he's in, and I couldn't remember like a specific thing.
Yeah, nothing really is coming to mind about it.
I don't like that the crossover movie made him nicer, though. Which is like, no, he's supposed to be an asshole.
Don't go too deeply into that, but yeah. But yeah, Courage the Cowardly Dog. I fucking love it.
Yep. Agreed.
Next up, this is a bit of an obscure one. I don't know how many people remember this one. Mike, Lou, and Og.
This one is like definitely one of the ones where it's like a lot of people did not remember this was even a cartoon, let alone on Cartoon Network.
It was
Like-
about, what were you going to say, Gaddy?
I knew Mike, Lou, and Og existed because I played the Cartoon Network Resort minigames, which had characters from it, but I've never seen it ever.
Okay, so the basic premise is a girl gets on a foreign exchange trip to an island with a bunch of native island people, and that's about it. She gets to learn about their culture, which isn't a real culture, by the way. It's a made-up fictional culture, and she brings American culture to the savage. I think I'm starting to see why no one talked about this show.
Sounds like the direction it would go for a show about foreign culture in the 90s.
Yeah?
I mean, from the episodes I saw, it was okay, but like, it wasn't really hooking me.
It was
like,
just okay.
I can see the charm of it. The characters were kind of... The thing that was weird to me about Mike, Lou, and Og, there's a few Cartoon Network shows like this where it feels like it would have fit better on another channel, and I feel like Mike, Lou, and Og feels like it would fit the Nickelodeon vibe a bit better. Like, I feel like if you just put this cartoon next to like the Klasky Shubo cartoons, it would fit in a lot better. And that's not to say that it is like those cartoons. It is to say that juxtaposing those two cartoons together, I think, would be smoother than like putting Mike, Lou, and Og next to Dexter or Powerpuff or Courage.
Yeah, you'd expect Mike, Lou, and Og to be next to something like Rugrats.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Or like even like Ginger or something.
Yeah, I don't have a whole lot to say about it. It certainly existed. It wasn't terrible. It just was okay.
Most of the characters were fine. I will fully admit, though, Lou and her turtle, it's just like, oh, I don't like this character. She was the only character that I felt negatively about was Lou, because she's like the vain princess type who's just like, yes, I am the princess. That means I get everything, and I don't have to care about anybody else's opinion. It's just like, stop, and please be nicer to your turtle. He's in a full body cast. Literally, that happens. But like, it's not anything noteworthy, but it's not anything bad. Like, I think it lasted about as long as it was gonna, which is sad to say because I know that they really put in effort because it feels like a product that they cared about, but like, there's just not much to say.
I have a little bit more to say about this next show, Sheep in the Big City.
Oh wait, one last thing about Mike Lunog. It was made by this production called Kino Films, and and that threw me off because I'd never heard the word Kino until like literally last year.
Okay.
Anyway, Sheep
in the Big City. I don't have a lot of memories of this series, mostly because it was so short-lived. It only lasted like a year or two. And like the most that I remember about it is the character of the angry scientist. Because every time someone tried to call him the mad scientist, he'd be like, I am an angry scientist! I am not mad! That's about all I can say. It's a very surrealist-esque show. Like, it really absurd, like the absurdist side of animation. Like, it felt more like an art house show more than an actual kids TV series at times.
I can definitely tell from the art that it was Mo Willems. As someone who's familiar with his children's book work, I immediately noticed that in the character design. But it was so much to take in. Like, I mentioned before that like Cow and Chicken was very overstimulating in terms of how nonsensical it was. Sheep in the Big City was overstimulating because of how much was being thrown at me quickly. It was just like, this is going by so fast, and like I understand what's happening, but also like I don't really have time to let a joke settle because we're just moving right along, and it's just like, oh, okay. And like it felt like there was too much. They didn't want to cut anything. The like pacing was a massive issue for me watching Sheep in the Big City because it just felt like I was like listening to the writers in the writers' room write down literally everything, and they didn't think about how much time they had to tell everything in.
Yeah, we're talking about Sheep in the Big City, Sagami.
But yeah, I couldn't get behind Sheep because it was just too much too quickly. Maybe I just picked bad episodes, but like it wasn't for me, which is a shame because I do love Mo Willems' other work.
I knew this show existed, but it didn't come on enough when I watched Cartoon Network to form much of an opinion on it, honestly.
A lot of these smaller shows were moved to like Boomerang after a bit, like Mike Lunog and Sheep. I will say that kind of humor that Mo Willems writes into this show, I think works a lot better in a children's book because there's, a lot less space. And I guess the dialogue bubbles also help a lot in a children's book in terms of like structuring the jokes in a way that's like easy to take in. I don't think I have much else to say.
Yeah, not much for me to say about it either. Sheep in the Big City mostly just existed for me. I think another thing I kind of remembered was that Sheep hosted a night of Cartoon Fridays, but all he did was go, bah. So I was like, okay.
Okay, but I would have found it really funny if they had the announcer basically just have to translate.
No, like, they had the other characters be like, she doesn't even talk! Bah! And then, like, they had to translate everything.
Well, yeah, but I think the announcer riffing on Cartoon Fridays would have been funny. It was a bit much in the actual show itself, but, like, I think in Cartoon Fridays that would have been funny.
That's about it, unless you guys want to move on.
Yeah, I thought I had more to say about it, but I guess not. Just like it's a lot to take in. I like Mo Willems. That's about it.
Yeah, I'm good. I don't have much.
So, anybody remember Time Squad?
Yeah.
I definitely wish I did, because after watching a few episodes, I'm like, I want to watch the whole show now.
Time Squad is funny.
Time Squad is. Oh, sorry, you first.
It's a really baller theme song.
Oh, absolutely.
It's a hell of a rock guitar theme. I love it.
Time Squad is one of those shows. There's a few in Cartoon Network's history that I wish I had seen as a kid, because this is absolutely the kind of show that I would love. Because I watched a ton of I watched a ton of PBS Kids where the whole bit was like, we're subvert. Actually, no, better example, Time Warp Trio, where the whole thing is like, we're teaching you about these historical figures, but also forming a neat time travel narrative around them that's both humorous and potentially full of action and adventure. And I kind of got that same vibe from Time Squad about like how they'll tell you about a historical figure, but they'll also put them in a situation that like makes the context funnier, and it's just like, oh, that's real neat. It's not made to be educational like Time Warp Trio is, but like I Otto as a character being such an info dump of just like, here's what you need to know about this historical figure, made it like interesting both to learn and also just to enjoy myself. Isn't that just Liberty's Kids? No. Liberty's Kids is about kids in the actual like Revolutionary War. Like that one's not really comedic. It has like Henri can be funny, but that one's not explicitly comedic like Time Warp Trio or Time Squad are. I guess Clone High would be another good comparison of just like using historical figures for comedy.
See, what I remember about Time Squad was a lot of its history was a little inaccurate. So, like, I know the whole premise of the show is the fact that history is no longer accurate. But, like, even for the stuff that they wanted to go to explain accurately, they were a little inaccurate. And also the fact that Mark Hamill got to be a gay robot.
Oh, that was Mark Hamill? I didn't even notice.
Yeah, that was Mark Hamill as Larry.
I also love the dynamic between the three as well.
Like, basically, Todd Russell marries a gay robot and they have a son together.
Exactly.
That they adopted from the past.
I love that they allow themselves to snark on each other. Like, that's so good. Not they allow themselves, but like they're written to snark on each other. Like no one is necessarily the straight man. Like Larry is the most strict, but like it depends on the context. Even Todd Russell gets some good points or witty quips in on the other two. There was something else about that show that I really... Oh. I will say, one of the episodes that I picked at random was set in Africa, and I don't think they could air that episode anymore.
Gee, I wonder.
Yeah, these last few shows we talked about, Mike Lunog, Time Squad, and Sheep, I wish were somewhere. Maybe they're on Boomerang, but like, it's so hard to find these shows, and even though Mike Lunog and Sheep weren't really my thing, I do wish all three of them were easily accessible, and that's something I'm going to say about a lot of these cartoons, both old and new. There's new shit that's gone. Like, some of the most recent cartoons they've made is inaccessible now. Thanks, Discovery.
Like, one that I think is pretty harder to come by is Over the Garden Wall.
Oh, that one's actually still up on their streaming.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's still on HBO.
Yeah. It also has a DVD as well.
Okay, so we're going through the list of original programming, but there is like certain shows that aren't listed here, and I'm wondering how are we going to address it. I guess
I'm
we
just
can
talking
address
about
it.
whatever show you bring up when you bring it up.
Yeah, we'll go by this list, but there is certain shows that aren't on the list that I do want to talk about. So, following Time Squad, I do love it, unless anybody has anybody else to say.
Nah, I'm good.
I'm good.
Actually, one of the most... Okay, when I say the following, I mean this with all my heart. One of the greatest series that was ever made in all of history, Samurai Jack.
Hell yeah.
Samurai Jack, unironically, is one of my favorite shows of all time.
Like...
When I first watched this show, I was decently young. I don't know if it was when I was revisiting stuff back in high school or if it was before that, but I was just like, man, they don't talk at all. I don't get it. There's like one voice actor credit. What is this?
You were a child. You were a child.
Yeah. And then I went back years later. It's just like, God, this show is so fucking pretty and stylish and well choreographed.
Man, Samurai Jack is the best example of Tartakovsky's minimalist philosophy at its core. He knows exactly what parts to accentuate and put in, but also which parts to take away so that everything can shine better.
It also was one of the first shows that adopted the no outline visual style, which was really cool.
Oh, I absolutely adore that.
Like the whole battle between Jack and that ninja was incredible and is a good example.
I feel like the fact that it was lineless meant they could play around with the colors a lot more. There's a lot of really good color palettes in various episodes.
See, what I love about Samurai Jack isn't just the fact that it was so brilliantly told and animated. It treated a lot of subjects with reverence and respect. Like, this is a thing that I feel like a lot of modern storytelling has a lot of issue with. They feel like they cannot be sincere without having to make fun of themselves for it. There's a lot of storytelling nowadays is like, oh, I really care about this. Ha ha ha, you're expressing feelings. And I'm like, I hate that. Because it feels like a lot of times you're not showing like any sincerity in anything you say because you don't have any belief in what you are expressing. Samurai Jack is always sincere with everything that it portrays, whether it be comedically or seriously. It presents itself with pure reverence to its material with utter confidence. It knows what it's doing and it wants to show it to you while also expressing itself for its reverence, for what it's referencing, what it is creating from that reference, and show what they're doing new with it. Samurai Jack takes what we know about our culture and presents it in a new but still amazing way. It's a reconstruction of genre, and it is beautiful.
Like, I am so tired of Western animation being full of comedies and having to insert like buzzwords and jokes to be all cynical and shit. They just don't care about expression through the medium they are trying to use.
Exactly. A lot of it is too cynical. A lot of it is like they don't believe in anything, and it's too draining emotionally.
Like, even the very first big action scene of Samurai Jack versus all the beetle drones in the very first episodes, that has a lot of soul put into it.
My favorite thing about Samurai Jack is actually, I guess, technically what I had found annoying about it the first time through, and that's that they let moments settle.
Yes.
They don't they don't need like they will use dialogue whenever they feel it necessary, but they can go like a whole long time without dialogue happening, or even with without any action happening.
Like
can just-
the moment.
They can just like if it's after a fight or about like a fight's about to happen or Jack's going from like one location to another, they'll just let you enjoy the scenery instead of like trying to be like, oh well, let's just cut to the important bits.
Like, one of my favorite scenes, as soon as you brought that up, was in The Three Blind Archers, where Jack has to blindfold himself to get himself on the level with his enemies, and you slowly hear the process he's going through, trying to process all the audio around him, how he perceives the world through these sound effects.
I have two things to say. Maniacal, Samurai Jack I would not describe as a happy series. Like, there's comedy in it, don't get me wrong, but like, I don't think it's a matter of something being happy or sad. It's more about being able to express, it's a pure expression of human emotion and feeling, whether it be positively or negatively.
I think what he's trying to say is just like there's no thing that can just be have genuine emotion for genuine emotion's sake.
Yeah, exactly.
It either has to subvert it or like ignore it.
That's why I agree with that point. I'm just saying it doesn't have to be positive emotions. It can also be negative emotions like anger or frustration or sadness. Like, that can also be expressed beautifully as well. And I feel like Samurai Jack does capture that aspect. Another thing that I love about Jack is that every episode are very basic stories at the end of the day. Like, there are episodes like, oh, Jack finds a group of people who are enslaved, so he has to save them. Oh, Jack, here's a tale about him being able to climb a mountain and get a time thing. But these plots are just super simple, but they feel like movies. Every single episode of Samurai Jack, they are able to pack so much in 21 minutes. It feels like you watched a whole movie in 21 minutes. The pacing is outstanding because of that. Because of how minimalistic the story is, they are able to let scenes breathe. They're able to let scenes play out as long as they need to, and it feels like movie level pacing. And it's amazing.
Like, even one of the earliest episodes of the series, the story of the Woolies and the Kretchelites is very simple when you take it in concept, but it's presented in a very clever and cinematic way that is just entrancing.
Exactly. There is a reason why Samurai Jack is still studied in animation schools to this day. It's such a influential and important series in the grand scheme of everything that Cartoon Network has put out. Don't get me wrong, I do think that there are other series that they put out that had major cultural landmarks, like Adventure Time or something like that. Like, those are major series as well that probably hit the world at large. But in terms of the art house aspect of animation, where people admire animation for animation and pacing and storytelling, Samurai Jack is... I don't think they've ever topped Samurai Jack in terms of cultural significance, I guess.
I think what makes these stories even better is that there's still so much you could get out of Jack as a character. Like, he is very well versed in all forms of combat and several forms of philosophy from his own time, but he is a fish out of water, and he still has so much to learn about the world, even though he's in a different time.
Exactly. There's a lot of spiritual episodes of Jack too. Like, I really love the episodes that focus on flashbacks, like when he wandered into the future version of his original homeland. It was just him reminiscing about his past, and it's incredible. And then there are episodes where Jack is forced to be naked for an entire episode because someone stole his clothes.
Or turned into a chicken because he bumped into a guy. I do like that though. Like, I wouldn't mind if Samurai Jack had been just an entirely serious show, but I like that both Jack as a character and the show allow themselves to be a bit more silly, just every now and then. Not enough to like affect the tone, but enough to show that like Gandhi can like have a bit of goofy fun with it too.
Like, sometimes you just need to give a guy an angry Scotsman for a best friend.
Exactly, voiced by John DiMaggio.
Of course, he had to be too with that character design. Like, who else would you grab?
Aku Storytime episode. There once was a little girl with red hood with great flaming eyebrows.
Mako's performance is so good for Aku.
Rest in peace, Mako. You're incredible.
Rest in peace, Mako.
I love the other voice actor from the last season as well, but
Yeah.
Mako is Mako. Speaking of, I am glad that Adult Swim decided to finish the show.
I need to talk about this really quick because this is a very emotional thing for me. I grew up with Samurai Jack when it first premiered. I watched it all the way to the end, and I always thought to myself, man, what an incredible series. I hope one day we would actually get to see a proper conclusion to Jack's story. Because I remember that was around the time period where I finally started coming online. The series ended in 2004, which was around the time I got into Kingdom Hearts, which, as most people know by now, is what helped get me into online communities. I always did a lot of research into all my old favorite shows, and one show I always kept an eye on was Samurai Jack, because I was always interested to see, hey, we're thinking about maybe making a movie. Oh, we're thinking about giving a proper conclusion to Jack. Maybe we can do that in comic form. And I was like, oh man, this is incredible. I love to see Jack's story conclude in some fashion. I don't care what it is. But as the years went by, I didn't think it would ever happen. 20 years passed, and I was like, I'm an adult now. I still am influenced by Samurai Jack in my writing, even to this day. I adore Samurai Jack so much, and I always go back to watch it every so often to remind myself of how great the series is and how much I wanted to see it have an ending, but I just accepted at that point I was never going to get an ending to one of my favorite shows. And then one day, out of the freaking blue, they announced Season 5 for Samurai Jack for Adult Swim. I couldn't believe my eyes when I finally saw a trailer for it, that it was actually happening. It broke my heart so much seeing that. Well, I would say break my heart. I mean that in a positive way. I was so emotional seeing the series I never thought would ever return come back to me, and in a brand new way, with the original creator penning a brand new ending for it. I was so happy. I was so emotional. I loved it. Like, I know so many people who were mixed on the final season of Samurai Jack. I know the criticisms. I know the issues. I even agree with the issues. But I don't care. I was someone who loved this series their entire life. And the fact I finally got the conclusion that I was looking for, even if it wasn't perfect, I'm so glad I was able to get my... What's the word? Not conclusion, it's another C word.
Closure?
My closure. I finally got my closure that I was looking for, and I was so glad. I cried so much seeing the ending. It didn't even matter. At the time, it didn't even matter. Even now, it doesn't matter. I love this series so much.
It was picked up by Adult Swim, which means they could do a lot of things that the original show could not do.
Yeah.
And I also like how that's kind of... Both the amount of time between the original run and the final season, and also the fact that it is on Adult Swim and not Cartoon Network, both affect the narrative of that final season in what I think are positive ways, because a lot of time has passed for Jack as well, and so they acknowledge that, like, in universe, the effect that's had on him. And since people can die, like actual humans can die, or at least get very injured, like that raises the stakes a lot, which makes sense that it would raise the stakes after how long has passed and how close we are to the ending. It's real neat that, like, not only did they bring it back, they brought it back in a way that that I feel let it reach its full potential. Because it was already great before, but, like, it built on that and somehow made it even better. That was it.
You have anything to add, Gaddy?
No, I think we've covered all the bases.
What's your favorite episode of Samurai Jack?
Gaddy or both of us?
Both.
Oh, I know one that sticks with me. I need to find the name of it, but I think it's the end of season 2. No.
I think I might have already mentioned it. The Three Blind Archers. It encapsulates everything of what Samurai Jack is great about to a T.
I like Jack and the Lava Monster, where he has to fight a Viking warrior because the Viking wants to die an honorable death in battle, and Jack has to struggle with that. So there's a few times the original show could get away with like killing someone because, you know, it's a rock monster. It's just really such an emotional journey from both Jack's perspective and the Viking.
I don't know what my favorite episode is.
That's okay. Sometimes when you enjoy a show, every episode can be your favorite episode.
Pretty much, like,
Yeah.
every episode had its own good aspects to it. I can't really think of anything that clings to my brain. I guess Jack and the Five Hunters? That one's really good. I liked how it was basically a Predator episode, and how Jack was able to prove himself better than that and be worthy of prey. That was sick.
Mad Jack was another really good episode.
Oh, Mad Jack was those. Yeah.
I really like it when it's Jack tackling his inner demons.
All right. I guess that's about it for my favorite series. Okay, so technically the next one is Grim and Evil, but we might as well just talk about the entirety of Billy and Mandy and Evil Con Carne, so let's just combine all that together.
So do we start with the smaller one, or do we start with the one that technically came first?
We'll talk about Evil Con Carne first. It's okay.
Yeah.
It's stupid. It's okay.
Yeah.
The best character was Scar, and he got carried over to Billy and Mandy.
This is kind of the inverse of what I mentioned with Cow and Chicken and I Am Weasel, where the main show, I didn't like the main characters, but the side show, I liked the main characters. This one, I love Grimm's cast. Evil Con Carne's cast, just as in the characters, not as in the voice actors. Voice actors did a great job, but the actual characters, I just don't care about as much. They're still funny, but I'm not that invested in them because I think they're basing a lot of it off of like classic Hanna-Barbera villains, and it's just like, well, I'm more interested in the classic Hanna-Barbera heroes if you're gonna have an homage to anything. But it's still funny. It's still a good enough show, you know, like a 6 out of 10, you know. It's still the Billy and Mandy writers, you know?
Yeah.
Like, it's just, I don't think the characters or the premise gave them as interesting or funny stories to tell as Billy and Mandy did.
It's still funny to me that Maxwell Adams actually directed a Scooby-Doo movie once.
He did? Which one?
I forget which premise it was, but it was like a Halloween one.
That's a lot of it's Scooby-Doo.
I know,
Like,
there's a lot of
their thing is
Halloween ones.
monsters. That doesn't narrow it down that much.
Gaddy, you were gonna say?
No, I didn't have anything to say.
Okay, I do have one thing to say, and let's be real here, this is very on brand for me. I remember seeing a lot of porn of the female scientist lady from Evil Con Carne.
Major
I'm not
Dr. Cassidy.
surprised.
Yeah, I wonder why.
And yet Hector did not at all pick up on what she was putting down.
No, but the audience sure did.
Why are there so many pretty girls in Grim and Evil?
I remember liking, what was her name again? Eris, I think her name was?
Yes.
Yeah, I remember
Eris.
liking Eris, but I think y'all know exactly why. Blonde, curvy, ponytail. Yeah, right up my alley.
Well, there's also the Spider Queen, and one of the episodes I saw, Hector got a... one of the episodes of Evil Con Carne, I saw Hector got a quote-unquote secretary that was like a European spy, and it's just like, why are these cartoon girls so pretty? They look like they're 2 feet tall, and everyone else is like 1 foot tall. Everyone in these cartoons all look so short. You can't...
They knew what they were doing. Exactly. Gaia gets it.
Best character design dynamic, don't at me.
But yeah, it was Evil Con Carne is fine.
Billy and Mandy, that was a good show, though.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
absolutely.
Like, it is cynical as hell. It is very dark. It has a lot of episodes where the characters just straight up all die. And I'm like, you know what? I surprisingly don't feel too bad about that.
I like how he took advantage of how, because they were on a PG network, they could just take advantage of all the implications they had with their humor.
Yeah. I remember watching the episode recently where they go visit Father Time, but Billy accidentally put all their time hourglasses upside down, and that started to make everyone de-age into non-existence, and I'm like, Jesus Christ.
I mean, in that same episode, they poof both Irwin's brother and Maxwell Adams himself out of existence.
Yeah. Do you remember the alien brain episode that came into Billy's backyard and sang a really hipstery song about
Bro.
brains?
I
Bro,
definitely
I-
remember that because I saw Voltaire perform it live once.
It's such a good song.
It is.
Bro, I'm never gonna get Voltaire out of my head. They are so talented.
And the opening for the movie as well. I know we'll get to the movie later, but the opening song Voltaire did for the movie is also great.
Oh, Sagami, I remember that too. It's so screwed up.
I
think
remember
Sorry.
there's one episode where Billy had to care for a goldfish that was basically an Arnold Schwarzenegger parody in voice. And he just keeps getting progressively more and more ill because of how Billy just cannot take care of another life.
I think the first episode I saw of this was the one where they put the mask on Mandy where she has to be nice to people. And no, the first one I saw, I remember terrified me because it was like they broke some like car or bike of Billy's dad. So they were like, fix it, Grim, and it just kept turning people into monsters. I think like that one. I forget what the art is, but like the monster car art. Not monster truck, because that's like just an actual car, but like there's some artist who draws monsters in vehicles, and that was basically what the episode was an homage to, which is neat. Except if you're like 6 and you just see all these weird skeletons on screen.
And I'm just remembering how many side characters that Billy and Mandy had over its run, and they kept bringing back.
Yeah. Dracula. We mentioned Eris earlier.
Nurgle,
Dracula
Around.
don't suck. Dracula scrape and lick.
Jeff, the Talking Spider, Eris.
Red Fred Burger.
Haas Delgado.
Yeah,
they knew
Haas
how
is
to-
a great one. I love Haas so much.
Billy and Mandy knew how to utilize their cast.
Yeah.
You know, I really side tangent. Speaking of their side cast, man, remember Underfist?
Oh,
Yeah, I so wish that had happened at a better time for it to actually become a show.
Yeah, Underfist was going to be a spin-off with all its side characters, and I'm like, man, this was such a cool concept. I would have loved to have watched it. But no, they just got one special that was a Halloween episode, and it ended on that.
I will admit, a lot of the parody episodes were really weak. Those were the weaker moments of the show when they were doing like Dragon Ball Z, Harry Potter, Pokemon, whatever.
Yeah, they were okay.
I can remember one that's really awkward to look back on in retrospect.
Which one?
I cannot name it.
Oh, that one, yeah.
Yeah, I physically cannot name it.
No, that's fair. I will say this for the Dragon Ball parody one. I do love this line though. Like Mandy and the bully character are about to fight in a karate tournament, and she's like, "Your mom is a respected and hardworking lady in society. You can't talk that way about my mom." I don't know. I just thought that line was really funny.
That's what my favorite episode was. There's a lot. That was another one that they really liked airing while I was at the hospital. Was Billy and Mandy and Courage. That was usually during school hours. And another show we'll get to soon.
I'll admit, like, I always really liked the episode where Mandy meets up with an old lady who apparently antagonizes Grimm all the time, and Mandy realizes she beat death. Like this, like for a lot of times, like you don't really think about Grimm as the literal Grim Reaper, aka Death. But then the times that they remind you about that, it's like, oh shit, Grimm is a lot more intimidating than you think when it comes to how terrifying he is as a representation of the afterlife, you know?
One of my favorite, just super subtle, well, not subtle gags in terms of like the actual joke, but in terms of like the fact that they don't really settle on it. They just it's just an offhand comment. It's just like, some character leaves the scene and Grimm just says goodbye to them by saying, see you next Tuesday. It's just like, oh, okay.
You don't think you just think about that? Oh.
Oh yeah, Erwin's mom was actually a mummy, and we made it work, leaving a whole lot of questions that don't need to be answered.
But how did you
A whole lot of questions that don't need to be answered.
There's just a lot of quotable lines from Billy and Mandy.
There is, really. I hate that I'm blanking on them.
Destroy them all! Destroy us all! Destroy us all! I'll have the chicken. Destroy us all!
Keeper of the Reaper episode. I love the song in it.
It was good. Do you remember the first movie that they did, The Big Boogie Adventure? And it's like, but who's going to be the Grim Reaper then? And then number 3 from Kids Next Door becomes the new Grim Reaper.
I mean, given what one of the episodes was, that actually kind of makes sense in hindsight, foresight.
Yeah.
Whichever
I cannot-
order those two things came in.
Honestly, number 3 can be pretty scary, so I can't blame him.
Yeah. You guys have anything else to say about Billy and Mandy before we move on, aside from, yeah, it was fun.
What do you mean you're broke? If you're looking for charity, call Kids Next Door.
I mean, we could talk about that now, but we haven't gotten to the other show in that crossover.
We'll talk about it when we get to the other episode.
Or
show, rather.
Something else in Billy and Mandy that I wanted to bring up. But I
Oh yeah,
forgot
Sagami, we
it.
talked about that earlier. Billy and Mandy got freaking Gilbert Gottfried for their Santa. It's so good.
I still think about the head vampire joke daily.
I was gonna bring up Nurgle, but I guess we kind of touched on that with Nurgle Jr. And there's not really much to say other than just like it's funny that one of their main antagonists is related to Billy because he married his aunt, I think. And then
Something like that, yeah.
Nurgle Jr. When I first saw him, I was just like, "That's Jimmy Neutron's voice."
It was Jimmy Neutron's voice. Okay,
Nice.
so yeah.
Nice shot, bucko. You're not completely hideous.
Okay, so I kind of want to bring this up for anyone who grew up during the early/mid 2000s on the internet. Does anybody remember the Bledman comics?
The what?
Daddy?
Oh wait, yeah, no, I know what you're talking about. I never got into them personally, but I know what you're talking about.
So, there was a really popular... You didn't want to bring it up? Yeah. There was a really popular fan comic artist during that time called Bledman. He did fan fiction of Cartoon Network characters with really good artwork for the time. Or Cartoon Network, where they told an original story about the Cartoon Network characters interacting with each other in dark, interesting ways. And they did a spin-off about Billy and Mandy, and it goes into some very dark and strange places that I don't know if I feel comfortable talking on the podcast about. I just want to acknowledge it to see anybody in chat knew about it.
It's something, alright.
You say Mandy and Grimm getting married and having kids?
I said it's something, alright.
That I will not go any further with that because it's fucked.
On a lighter note about fan-made content, I saw a fan comic recently that's just Billy, Mandy, and Grimm going to a mall. Mandy's just like, "I'm going to Best Buy," and Grimm's just like, "Well, I'm going to Hot Topic," and they both return like out a few hours later, both holding an Evanescence CD. I forget what Billy bought. It was like, I think some video game or something.
All right. That's it for Billy and Mandy, I guess.
Also, I guess, Buenos Dias, Mandy.
Anyway.
Whatever happened to Robot Jones?
This show was cute.
It's cute. It's a coming-of-age story about talking about how weird teenager life is.
I like how naive and sweet Robot Jones is. He's just a kid.
I adore its art style, how very reminiscent of Schoolhouse Rock it is.
Yeah, for sure.
I will say, when I looked at the art style of Robot Jones, it feels so surreal that came out in the 2000s. Because, like, when
Yeah,
I
it looks
see
like
it
a
in
90s series, right?
yeah, maybe even older, but definitely 90s at the
Tail end.
earliest.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, seeing it in a promo for Fridays, it was just like, huh? This show was still going then? Or Fridays is that old?
See, for me, what threw me off was they actually changed the voice for Robot Jones. Originally, he had a Microsoft Sam kind of talking like this kind of voice, but then they changed it into an actual child voice actor, and I was like, that was a weird...
I prefer the actual human. Like, I get the charm of doing it with text-to-speech, but I feel like that would have gotten old quick.
Not for me personally, because like I didn't like the actual child voice because it felt like it lacked the roboticism of Robot Jones.
That's a fair point. But I feel like a lot of Robot Jones kind of childlike naivete comes across better with an actual voice.
I suppose. I can see both sides, honestly.
Yeah, I think it's like sub versus dub. You can watch it either way.
True. Oh,
I'm gonna take.
Yeah.
I was just gonna take a break for a minute and get something to eat.
yeah, sure. Catch you later. Yeah, Sagami, like, that's the only episode I really remember too, because the Rubik's Cube episode was just a lot of fun overall because of how simple the plot was. But I don't know, I just thought it was really charming about how characters were obsessed with Rubik Cubes, because I think Rubik's Cubes were just like really in at that time period and they were making fun about it.
I really like the house party episode. Of course, I only saw like 4 episodes of the show, so because that was another one I had to watch for the first time for the tier list.
It only lasted for like a single season, but it was charming enough.
Yeah. I will say, Robot Jones beat that long hair and double dome thing I mentioned earlier, and I feel like either of them would make an equally good show, but like that doesn't mean I would sacrifice Robot Jones for Double Dome or vice versa.
Yeah, that's
I just
fair.
wish they could have coexisted because they're both neat.
I really wish Gaddy was here because we're about to move on to one of my other favorite shows. Codename Kids Next Door. I love the series. It's a really childish, it's really stupid sometimes, but when it has a lot of surprisingly good serial storytelling. Like, I feel like really early on, it was mostly about establishing the universe of Kids Next Door. And after that, they started really building upon the characters and created some really fascinating story arcs that I was actually really invested in at the time. Like, no, like it was still a goofy cartoon kid show at the end of the day, but it still had like surprisingly dynamic character relationships as well as evolution and character arcs and stuff like that. And I thought that was actually really interesting for a comedic series.
Yeah, I didn't realize until I looked at the bigger picture that the whole first season was building up to the finale of it. Like, there's so much, like, in the interactions or appearances of the delightful children from down the lane that builds up to the big finale of that season where, like, there are so many references in that one episode to just that one season. Like, it's so wild. Like, even if it I'm glad it got, what, like 6 seasons? But if it had ended on that one season, it tells like a complete story within that one season, and I admire that. Like, I don't know if they thought they were gonna get canceled after one season or not, but either way, like, the fact that they went in with that in mind of just, like, we'll tell a narrative over these episodic... Like a lot of the episodes in that first season are very episodic where you don't need context, but the fact that they do build up to something, that's real neat. Especially for, what, like, 2002? Yeah, that's pretty impressive.
What I really like about Kids Next Door is how empowering it was for a kid's show, where it's like, it didn't talk down to kids, it basically helped realize that a lot of kids felt like they weren't given their just dues or respect by adults around them. And Kids Next Door basically was telling them, hey, there are certain things that you should be fighting for that you deserve and stuff. Like, not all of it was just fine. They didn't shy away from the fact that they are kids. They obviously are going to be naive and stupid about certain things, like the whole bra episode. But hey, welcome back, Addy.
Welcome back. I'm
Yeah.
back, yeah.
Yeah, we're just talking about Kids Next Door right now, and I'm just like saying like it was a show that really allowed kids to feel like they empowered and that they mattered and they had choice and thoughts on the for themselves. So like it's a good middle ground between goofy kid show and super serious teen action show like say Teen Titans.
Yeah, on that note, can I just say that 2x4 technology is one of the best child wish fulfillment elements of the entire show? Like, all these incredibly insane gadgets built out of common everyday items put together by a bunch of kids.
Mm-hmm.
I like the acronyms too.
The acronyms are great. Is it sad the only one that I remember is Battle Ready Armor?
I mean, the main one I remember is from the crossover episodes. Episode.
One I always remember is the giant robot from the giant Rainbow Monkey episode, the Wrestler. Wrestling robot absolutely slamifies large enemy riffraff.
I still find it impressive they came up with acronyms for every single episode.
It reveals the truth that adults are just taller or bigger children. Facts, though.
I mean, they also didn't shy away from the fact that there are adults in your life worth protecting, like your parents or figures you look up to.
Exactly. Like, I also really like how the kids were always anti-authority, because, like, I feel like that's something a lot of people aspire to, be able to stand up to injustice in the world because of it, like, people flexing their powers over those weaker than them. And that ultimately is what Kids Next Door is about. It's framed differently about kids challenging adults, but it's always been evil adults, never, like you said, like friendly adults or those that you looked up to.
What I really like about Kids Next Door's whole premise is that the main thing, it's usually an action show where like it uses that excuse that it's a cartoon for both the kids next door and the villains to pull out this technology that's very absurd or like has this neat concept, but then whenever they need to, they also are just like, hey, these are also still kids and adults. So like the kids next, I one of the episodes I saw just had Hoagie just tattle on the common cold. And it's just like, oh yeah, he can do that. And then to flip it right back around to the action stuff, his mom pulls out his mom presses a button and a giant bowl of soup just comes out of the house. I just love how they play around with that. Like, they go back and forth between just like actual like things that kids or adults would do and the action set pieces they've set up as like the story, whenever it's either comedic or necessary for the plot.
I should clarify something. As much as I'm a little bit overselling the analytical storytelling of Kids Next Door, it is a goofy kid show at the end of the day, but I feel like that kind of goes without saying. I really like being able to dive into why a show is good while also talking about what it does in a serious manner. Because like there are a lot of social commentary in Kids Next Door that a lot of people don't notice on first take. I like to highlight those moments.
Like any production, good or bad, is not constructed, does not have its elements constructed without purpose.
Exactly.
A lot of that show was also just about the fear of getting older. 'Cause, like, I remember that comes up a lot because like agents older than 13 would get decommissioned, and that's a really scary thing for a lot of these kids, that they won't be able to participate in the Kids Next Door like they used to, and it's just kind of an inevitability for them. So it's like that kind of just underlays all of the actions of the kids throughout the show. It's just like they know that it won't last forever, so they're gonna take what they can while it lasts.
Man, that's why I adore number one's final lines of the show so much.
Yeah.
Like, no matter how old you get, even if you get to be 100 years old, never forget that you're still a kid at heart.
It's the finale for Kids Next Door was beautiful. I love it.
Yeah. Really wish that Mr. Warburton got to do the Galactic Kids Next Door he wanted to do.
Dude, it would have been so good. And then the fucking reveal about Lizzie is so wow.
Man,
Which is hilarious considering her last name being Divine.
that one reveal alone has a lot of implications for the whole series.
Nigel was kissing a plant.
What does that mean about the mirror Lizzie from that one episode with the pool?
Good question.
Recommission everyone.
Number 3020, reporting for duty, sir.
Oh, what was the nerd one? He had like a decimal point.
3.14, I think.
I don't think that was it, but that would have been, I think, more clever. Did either of you use the Flash game where you could make your own Kids Next Door number?
I did. I actually printed out my card, too.
I don't remember what I picked, but knowing me, it was probably 26.
I think it was something absurd like 999.
If I would choose my number, it'd probably be 3020 nowadays.
That's fair.
Number T!
She's not a number, loser!
I want to be number T! I want to be number T!
What was that? One of my favorite numbers. I forget what the exact number was, but it was in Celsius.
I don't remember.
Number 30C, I think.
Yeah.
It's like 80 degrees Fahrenheit or something.
Yeah, that's the whole bit.
Man, it's wild to me that number 5 and number 2 got married.
I still hate that.
Why?
Because I always thought it was gonna be 1 and 5.
Yeah, but like, I don't know. I think it's cute.
I guess.
It makes sense for number 3 and number 4, at least.
Yeah.
I mean, those two just have a red string attached to them.
Yeah. All right, so you want to talk about the cross?
2 and 3, actually? Hold on.
What?
Was it not 2 and 3?
No, it was 2 and 5.
Now.
No, it was definitely 2 and 5 and 3 and 4. Anyway, you said you want to talk about the crossovers with Kids Next Door?
Oh yeah. Grim Adventures of the KND. What an odd yet, in hindsight, fitting choice, you know?
I just think it's hilarious that the Kids Next Door is so incompetent that Mandy was able to take over.
I mean, the funny part is that that's entirely in character for the Kids Next Door.
They make up a giant Mandy robot. They give it its own acronym, and it's just this nonsensical, fluffy combination of words that number 3 came up with.
What kind of acronym is that?
Well, maybe if you weren't in such a hurry, we could have come up with a better one.
What is it? Monkeys and nice doggies. Fuck, I don't remember what it is.
You know, Sagami, like, I understood 1, 2, I think 3, and 5, because Nigel Uno, that's Spanish for 1, Hoagie Junior being the second. Number 3 was Kuki Sanban. I believe Sanban is Japanese for, like, San is 3. 5, Abigail Lincoln. So Lincoln is like the penny, and also like...
No?
No, wait.
Hold on.
Wait, hang on.
I mean, Lincoln is the penny, but I don't think that's... Because that's 1, not 5.
That's true.
Nickel is 5.
Huh.
I'm pretty sure.
$5 bill.
Oh, it's a
that's
$5
what it
bill.
is,
That's
yeah.
what it was.
I'm pretty sure number 4's last name is supposed to be because the Beatles has 4 members.
Oh, the Beatles! Oh my God, that's so
Mhm.
subtle. I didn't even realize that.
It all comes back to the Beatles, baby.
Also, the acronym was Monkeys and Nice Doggies Relax on Bellies of Turtles. But yeah, that's the main thing that I love about the Grim Adventures of the K&D is that it's somehow so loyal to both shows' tones. It kind of leans more towards Billy and Mandy, but like nothing seems too out of character for the kids next door, I would say.
It's like K&D before they leaned heavy into their world building and lore.
Yeah.
Mhm. And even then, they established like they usually stay away from Endville, so they don't have to worry about referencing that if they ever don't want to again.
Got
It's
anything
just
else,
neat-
or?
Oh, it's just neat seeing how all the elements collided. Like, not only like Mandy taking over the kids next door, but also the delightful children taking advantage of the magic of the scythe as well. Or Nigel teaming up with Grimm with the big super mech or whatever. It was just like it came together in a way that I don't think most people would have guessed on their own. But also, when you see it, it makes sense.
I guess real quick, who's your favorite K&D villain? Because I love the Rogues Gallery of K&D's villains.
I really like Candy Beard.
Sticky Beard is really good. I'm torn between
Oh, Sticky
him
Beard. Why did I say Candy Beard? Yeah, Sticky Beard.
him or Father.
Father is really good, especially with Maurice LaMarche.
Hey! Hey!
You wanna watch
Oh.
a cartoon?
On the television!
Oh, I'm blanking on. It's the other candy person. The one that the kid.
Black John Licorice?
No.
Oh, no, wait.
No, the
Child,
rival
the literal
kid.
Child.
The rival
Heinrich
child.
von Marzipan.
Marzipan, yeah.
Yes, that is, I think, my favorite villain.
Why?
Well, first, it was some of my favorite episodes, but I think it's also just the dynamic with number 5. Just in each of the episodes, like, there's such an intense rivalry that builds up to the point of the last appearance of the character, where you
Oh, yeah.
finally get to know their whole... the reason why they have that dynamic together. The reason why they have that history. And I found that really interesting, alongside just the fact that their episodes' concepts were probably the most fun for me to watch.
You ever think how the Common Cold would be the most evil villain in K&D 2020? Shut up.
Well, I think I mentioned this to Maniacal when he brought that point up to me, is just like, even the adults would, like, keep it in a big quarantine box. Just like, listen, I know you're helping us fight the kids and all, but, like, you're gonna screw this up for everybody! Stay in there!
Aww.
You're gonna get people killed. That's too much for even us.
What are you talking about? There was literally an episode where the delightful children had the other kids baked into their cake that they were going to be baked in and eaten.
Yeah, that's the delightful children, not like Mr. Boss or Spankula or whatever.
That's true.
Remember, they all teamed up when Night Brace was trying to destroy the cereal.
Oh,
So, like,
yeah.
I would assume they would have a similar situation for a global pandemic.
Operation Zero was incredible. I like that a lot.
Oh, yeah. That was... I don't think I mentioned that as a kid I didn't understand piracy, and I didn't know where to find these episodes officially, so I just kind of watched through everything, Zero included, on certain websites. So I had I watched Zero right after the entire series. I basically binged watched before it was mainstream for Codename Kids Next Door. So watching Operation Zero after sitting through everything else that was up to that point, possibly the entire show as a whole, I don't remember. Just it was a lot to take in.
The show, that was well into the time period where they were doing a lot of world building for Kids Next Door.
Because it was just so mind-blowing how it all came together. Just like how the season 1 finale references a lot of stuff from season 1. The Zero doesn't necessarily make a bunch of references to the seasons before it. What it does do is it reveals a ton of mysteries, and also reveals a ton of things that weren't mysteries but are definitely surprises, that recontextualizes both everything that you've seen and everything that you might see afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
Man, have you ever noticed that Monty Uno is literally the #1 dad?
Yeah. Hydration for limited guests. Reminder.
Oh, I don't have... I would have to grab a drink. I ran out.
Sparkling ice.
I got coffee right in front of you from Pop Starbucks.
This cup is empty. I don't even drink coffee.
It's not coffee, it's hot water.
I don't... Why would it not be cold?
Oh, you don't swallow it. It's just temporary till the plumbing's done.
Yeah. Anyway, are we done with K&D, or you guys got something else to say?
I'm good.
I really love the antagonist of Zero as well. When you make a movie on your cartoon show, the stakes need to be increased, and I feel like Cartoon Network shows have been really good about that. And Zero is the first one we've talked about tonight that I think I had personal investment in. A lot of the other ones we talked about, either I didn't watch the movie or I didn't watch the show. Kids Next Door was the first one that I did. I guess Big Boogie Adventure, which we kind of didn't really talk about, I don't think, looking back. We talked about the song, but we didn't talk about the movie that much. But your call if we go back for that or if we just move on.
I mean, if you want to talk about it.
Not really much to talk about for that for me either, other than the gag that you mentioned.
There's really not much to say about it.
Movie.
It was fine. Yeah.
Yeah. I did all the I remember more of the marketing for Big Boogie Adventure than the actual film. Because I think they had the characters comment over a scene from it. But yeah, going back to Zero, yeah, I guess just since I was directly invested in the stakes, and it was after all that stuff, it really meant a lot. That could have, I don't know, I don't remember if it came after the finale or not, but if it had or it hadn't, it would have been a satisfying ending either way, because most of the things I wanted answered, or most of the reveals that were gonna blow me away, happened in that film. But yeah, I think I'm just rambling at this point, so we can move on.
So, who here likes Star Wars: The Clone Wars?
I'm gonna go use the restroom and grab a drink. Because I'm not gonna have much to say about Star Wars, and even if I miss a bit of Magus, I want to talk about Magus too, but I didn't watch it when airing, so I have time before we get to the show that I will have a lot to say about. So you guys talk about Clone Wars. If you need my thoughts about it, it's Genndy Tartakovsky. It was cool, but I know fuck all about the Star Wars franchise, so I was immensely lost. Anyway,
the 2D one, yeah.
Restroom while you guys talk about that and maybe Magus.
Oh, I remember liking Clone Wars, but I'll admit I cannot remember anything about it. But which makes me sad because it's Genndy Tartakovsky. I love the dude's work.
No, it's still fantastic. It's still Genndy at the end of the day. It's just for me, it was just all action scenes. I don't remember much story to Clone Wars.
Yeah. I'm going to give Clone Wars one thing I remember. It introduced one of the coolest characters of the series, General Grievous.
General Grievous is amazing, but he's also fucking stupid. Because every time I see him spinning his lightsabers around, I'm like, how the hell are you not chopping your arms off?
Very carefully.
There's really not much to say about Star Wars: The Clone Wars, the 2D series. Mostly because it's just like, it's Star Wars, but animated by Genndy Tartakovsky. It's cool action scenes, but I don't know, there's really, I wish there was a little more storytelling aspects to it, I guess. I really don't remember this series all that well, unfortunately, because originally it was released as a series of shorts rather than full episodes, right?
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure that was actually the case. It's fine. I didn't really have much to say about it, unfortunately.
I guess it is kind of a precursor to what Star Wars would eventually do with Visions, where they hand off their property to another animator.
Yeah, I like Visions. I definitely do. If we're going to move on from that, though, hey, Gaddy, I have an important question for you.
Yeah?
Do you dig giant robots?
I don't know, but I hear chicks dig giant robots.
We dig giant robots.
Nice.
Megas XLR, everybody! Living here in Jersey, fighting evil from afar. We gotta get into first gear in our giant robot car.
You know, as soon as we can find it.
You dig giant robots!
I dig giant robots.
Chicks dig giant robots. Yeah, I freaking love Megas XLR. It's incredible.
I adore Megas. Its humor, its concept, its animation, I just love it so much.
I just love that there's this serious anime war story between aliens and humanity going on in the background. And it's just like, oh, well, I kind of repurposed your ultimate weapon to be my chick pickup car. You don't mind?
And we never hear from it ever again.
No, it does actually come back. Like, remember in the series finale?
That's more of a time travel story. It's not related to what happened at the start of the series.
Well, no, it kind of does, because, like, the backstory of what happens to Coop and everybody else is him taking down the evil empire, remember? Yeah, because, like, he defeats the evil empire, he becomes serious, and he lost weight, and then he became evil.
Coop is one of the most relatable protagonists I've ever seen in a comedy series. He's just a normal guy.
He just wanted to make a cool car, and then his best friend's just a selfish asshole.
Who was voiced by Steve Bloom.
Yeah, and Kiva was voiced by Wendy Lee. Like, Coop is surrounded by anime voice actors, and it's so funny.
And all he wants to do is just drive down to the local Kmart and get a slushie and then play some video games.
Exactly, Coop is the best.
Along with some very out of left field kind of setups, like this MODOK proportion dude styled after Elvis Presley who hosts an intergalactic fight ring.
You forgot the best part. He's voiced by Bruce Campbell.
He is.
Groovy, baby. God, Megas is just so damn funny. It takes all the giant robot and general anime tropes in general, puts it into a blender, and just makes fun of all of it. All with love. To be clear, Megas XLR is not a mean-spirited parody of anime. It adores anime, and it just loves making fun of it, you know?
It acknowledges how ridiculous all this super robot bullshit going around it is, but it also lovingly embraces how over the top it is.
No, it's totally an affectionate parody, like Rainding says. It loves all the anime that it makes fun of. I'm still reminded of, like, the episode where they meet up with, like, G-Force or something like that. And like they like no not G-Force, Voltron. They made up a freaking Voltron and make it, and like Coop's like, wait, I have an idea, and then he smashes Megas into all of their lions, like destroying them, and somehow the end product, they look perfectly and like combined into Megas. That still cracks me up.
They don't even have to reach for mecha anime. They could go for stuff like, I think they go for Transformers and Sailor Moon at some points.
Yeah, they did. They even did a Captain Harlock reference, which was really surprising to me. I didn't think anyone knew what Captain Harlock was at the time.
I want to just go into that series sometime. I've seen it referenced a bunch, and I want to know where that all began.
Yeah, it's another space opera series.
That and Space Battleship Yamato.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they did a Captain Harlock reference. Like, there was like, they go into space, they meet up with a Captain Harlock parody, and he tries to romance Kiva, but she's just like freaked out by how he acts and stuff like that. It was definitely an episode.
I found the nachos.
Welcome back. We're talking about how great Megas XLR is.
I find it fitting. Just now when I stepped away, I had to use the restroom and I grabbed nachos. I just made Fredburger proud. Anyway, Megas XLR. Didn't watch much of this either, mainly because Cartoon Network wouldn't put it fucking anywhere.
Yeah. But Cartoon Network really didn't like Megas XLR. I think it was mostly a Toonami show.
But I did watch a few episodes, mainly because I saw everybody else talk about it so much. Bruce Campbell was in that show, right?
Yeah, he played a parody of MODOK.
Yeah, he was magnanimous.
Was that the send in everyone bit, or is that a different episode?
It's the guy.
Ah, okay. What were the episodes I saw? Oh, I saw the DMV episode, which is apparently a really good one.
Everyone loves the DMV episode.
It's good. It was fun. It's a very good entry point if you don't want to just start at the beginning, which I don't know why you wouldn't. But I mean, if you do just want to pick a random episode, the DMV one's really fun.
Yeah.
What was the other one that I saw? Oh, the other one I saw was the first one.
Oh wait, I think there was one they have to go into space to figure out why they can't get cable, and it turns out that there's a giant radio wave eating monster eating up all of the television broadcast waves.
I think that was my favorite thing about the episodes of Megas I saw, is that just like they're saving the world, but Coop mainly just cares about what affects him. He's just like, man, you're trashing my ride, or you're getting in the way of this thing that I want to do. You gotta go. It's just like, yeah, Coop, that's a mood. I would also be like that if I had superpowers and somebody, or like a mech and somebody was just trying to mess with like my games or whatever, my internet.
Okay, dude, let's see what that jalopy can do.
Oh god, the
jalopy?
freaking Fred! No, he's talking about the Fred.
No,
and,
that's the bit.
Yeah.
Is
like Fred versus Coop in that freaking drag race from the CN City commercial bumper.
Yeah.
God, I can't. Why does Fred keep on challenging people to drag races? First he challenged Coop and Megas, and then he challenges Deem and Sam from Scooby Natural.
It's a crime. Okay, so I follow the person who did CN City on Twitter, and there was a tweet going around just like, what are your thoughts on Symbiotic Titan? You know, those usual engagement tweets about like asking shows. And he quote retweets it saying, I really wish I could have implemented it into CN City. And I swear this is relevant because I would have loved to see a CN City that had Symbiotic Titan and Megas in the same like vicinity.
See, I think what would happen is that Coop and the Symbiotic Titan would go get a drink together.
Exactly.
I don't usually talk about this kind of stuff often, but there is a crossover fanfiction I once read that crosses over Megas and Toho Project, and it's one of the funniest things I've ever read.
Oh my god, really? Toho of
Yeah.
all things?
I really wish Megas got a crossover. I think it would be perfect for it. I think it would be so funny just seeing Coop handle like any other show. Like imagine him having to deal with like the aliens from Ben or whatever.
Like, there's a moment in the ending where Coop is basically handed a spell card by Patchouli Knowledge, and he slots it into one of Megas's interface slots, and it just unloads Danmaku hell.
Feel like Coop and Ben Tennyson would get along well, just going for smoothies? Sounds right to me. I feel like Coop is a chill dude, just as long as you don't mess with him and his friends and his hobbies. He's like, yeah, I'm cool with you.
There's one more
Okay,
thing I
but-
just want to mention about... I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry, you first.
One more thing about Megas' comedy, the buttons. All of the buttons.
Oh, I was gonna bring that up earlier. Yeah.
I love the one button that says, did he just push that a second ago?
Isn't there
You
another
heard
one
me.
that says Deus Ex Machina?
Yes.
You heard the man, kids. Super Destructor mode. One of my favorites is that when Coop has to push a button to save the world, there is literally buttons for every single verb for destruction to do to the world except save the world, which is ripped out.
Yeah. Oh, I think there was also a button that says, when there's only 2 minutes left in the episode.
Also, I was gonna mention, you know who would get along better in the Ben 10 universe with Coop than
Kevin.
Yeah, I was gonna say Kevin, because they both work on their cars and work with alien tech.
We will get to Ben 10.
I know, but crossovers. I can believe. I want.
I'm just saying, we've been streaming for 4 hours.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. I want to talk about these shows, but we gotta get a
Go
move
in
on
order.
a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay, before we move on, I just want to make a quick note. Rest in peace to Scott Reinecker, the voice of Goat, who recently passed away last month.
Yeah.
Yeah. Recipes.
Yeah.
I'll just say really quick that I am sad that Megas XLR got written off for tax reasons, so that's why they can never rebroadcast it ever again, and even redistribute it. So the only way you can watch it is through fan piracy. So by all means, go watch it.
Hey, at least it has the Cartoon Network 2000s branding on it.
Yeah. But yeah, Megas XLR, fucking fantastic anime parody show. Watch it. Dun 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 dun. Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends.
My favorite fucking show.
It's okay.
No. I mean, I did just give a bunch of your favorite shows a bunch of shit, so.
It depends on the episode, whether I'm gonna think it's great or it's okay.
Yeah, like...
I mean, it definitely still has that inconsistency problem I mentioned with Powerpuff Girls. It definitely has not gone away.
Yeah, I feel like the biggest issue for me is definitely the fact that when they don't know what they want to do with a character, they just make the character into an idiot or an asshole. And I don't like that.
One of the main reasons I loved this so much as a kid, just immediately, was the character design. I love how unique each of the imaginary friends are.
Yeah.
Visually speaking, Foster's is a visual delight.
Like,
The fact
even the
they-
background characters have so much, like, they're all so unique and detailed.
Like, the fact they are imaginary means the designers can just do whatever they want with the character designs.
Yeah.
Exactly, and I love that freedom it gives them.
Relates to Frankie the most. Frankie might be my favorite human character, yeah.
Frankie is very gender.
Yeah.
I think my favorite imaginary friend was Wilt.
Wilt was my favorite as a kid, too.
I was the annoying kid who liked blue.
You
but Ed was
are
a
the
close
annoying
second.
kid.
Ed was a close second because he's a sweetie. And I know Wilt is a sweetie too, but like, Ed's going through a lot.
See, what I love about Ed is I always remembered how he liked that parody of Dora the Explorer, and he wrote a heartfelt message to the creators of the knockoff Dora the Explorer, and the person who receives the letter is Craig McCracken!
But also I'm laughing.
And then he's like, and then he stopped all production on the Dora the Explorer knockoff because he was so moved by Eduardo's message. They were like, okay, we need to make an episode all about talking about Eduardo's problems with his friends. And then it got put onto the movie screen that Blue was trying to make that got deleted because of that. I love that so much.
My favorite thing about Ed is the fact that, like, actually, going back to the character design, I'll focus on Ed because that's where I started. But just like the design of Ed makes sense for who he is as a character, because like the reason he's such a physically big tough guy despite being such a softie is because he's supposed to he was designed by the kid to protect her, I believe, if I remember right. At the very least, that's what comes across in his design, is that he's a softie because they need somebody who's like emotionally very like close, but also someone who can defend both himself and the kid.
You know what I love about I agree with everything you're saying. Sorry if I'm cutting you off. Like, I believe that was actually covered in like a lot of the characters' creation process, because that was the Good Will Hunting movie, wasn't it? Because it turned out that Eduardo's creator ended up growing up to being a police officer, I believe. Yeah.
And Wilt is in a similar situation of just like he's very tall. I mean, this one's a lot more straightforward because you can just tell from looking at him. Just like he's very tall. He's got a one on his shirt. He's got like the sports theming. So like, of course, he was designed to help play basketball for a basketball kid.
Yeah.
Man, Wilt's backstory makes me so sad. It recontextualizes that wonky eye and stubby arm that are so initially kooky in his design, but when you hear how that happened, you're like, oh my god, that is actually depressing.
I know.
That makes me think of one of my favorite moments from the pilot movie, where I've mentioned this a few times, I think, to you guys privately, but like, when they first meet Wilt assumes that they're so awestruck by him because he's got a messed up eye and a missing arm, but they just are admiring the fact that he's tall. And it's just like, that's, as someone who has a disability, albeit not one nearly as severe as Wilt's, it is something that a lot of disabled people, physically disabled people, worry about. Is just like, is somebody going to make this weird and just be like, oh, what's with your disability? And like the fact that Mac and Blue do not do that and are impressed by something that Wilt is, I would assume, very proud of, since like he doesn't make a big deal about how he's tall and he still plays sports.
Like you can even see Wilt.
That's really sweet. That's a really subtle but sweet thing.
I hate, while you're talking about something sweet and emotional, the automaton version of Kirby's Adventure started playing.
Isn't that the thing about playlists? Poor timing sometimes.
Thanks, playlist.
What I love about that scene is that you can even see that Wilt gets taken back a little in this scene. Like, he did not expect that.
Yeah, but that's what I love about it.
Wilt is a sensitive guy.
Yeah, I can see why a lot of people have Wilt as their favorites, and he's definitely close. Like, he is my third place, right behind Ed and Blue. And Blue, I'll admit, is mainly just because of his design, because his design is so flexible. Like, he has a set shape, but they can also just make him as flexible as they need him to be for whatever gag.
And then there's Coco, who may or may not be an amalgamation of someone who got stranded on a deserted island and their thought process during that time and falls in love with a lamp. I don't know.
I hate Blue because he turns into the biggest asshole and causes all the problems.
It was wild. Oh, sorry.
I'm just gonna say, it says a lot when the very first episode of the show is actually peak Blue.
Blue at his best was the first episode, and that's sad.
Well, also, the episode Seeing Red.
And Seeing Red was
Oh,
also
yeah.
good too, true.
That's good.
Because he realizes he's being an asshole to the wrong person, and he softens up on Red so that Red can turn his back on
Terrence.
Yeah, Terrence. Thank you. I wanted to call him Lawrence, and I'm like, that's not right.
This is what I hope that.
Sorry.
No, I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Is that okay?
Usually, I can forgive anything, but I don't know. This is gonna take some time. Is that okay?
Wilt is such a mood.
I forgot my point because we were making a bit about Wilt.
No, I'm just hoping that reboot of Foster's does happen because I always pegged Blue as a nice guy. He just has an attitude.
Yeah.
Groans and cheese. You know what? I like cheese in small bursts. He should not be the focus.
Would you say you're lactose intolerant?
No.
I think the thing I was going to say before is, without talking about shows we're going to get to, it was wild being a Foster's fan and then watching all these shows where the dynamic is the sensible kid and their goofball, like, sidekick character. And just realizing, wow, Blue is kind of the worst of these. Which is just incredibly impressive given some of his competition.
I would honestly say some of Blue's later actions borders on toxic relationship.
Like, I still have this show will always be my favorite, but I fully acknowledge that the characters, especially Blue, do kind of start going downhill the further the show goes.
Like, sometimes it's even toxic to himself, because I remember one episode he gets jealous of Eduardo for having fleas because it makes Eduardo look special, and when he can't get fleas, he eventually gets ticks, which suck out his blood.
Can we talk about the episode where Blue just straight up cheats on Mac and they just frame it as such? Like, there's some rich kid who's just browsing through Foster's and he wants Blue, and Blue's like, no, I'm gonna stay with Mac, because that's the deal we set up, and he's my bestest buddy. And then he goes to the rich kid's house in secret. It's just like, what the fuck? And then Mac gets drunk on ice cream.
Like, it's funny, but at the same time, it's like, it's so mean-spirited.
Yeah.
Like, it's like how I feel about Patrick in SpongeBob. He just becomes a massive asshole after a while. He's not charming anymore.
I think the main reason it's still my favorite is because that even if the characters get worse, the creativity both in the visuals and in terms of the actual stories is still there the whole time through.
Yeah.
The characters get worse, but I still like looking at it, and I still like watching what happens.
I just need proper writing. I really do. Like, I'm sure if, like, Craig McCracken, after years of working on Wander and Cosmic Kid Cosmic, I really hope how he's going to handle Foster's and Powerpuff Girls when he revives them.
Well, I can't speak for Powerpuff Girls, but apparently the Foster's thing is for Cartoonito, so it's probably going to be completely different. I don't know about the Powerpuff thing, but because that's not branded under Cartoonito, so it's probably it's not for younger audiences. It's basically you remember Tickle You? It's that again.
Ew.
Except it's a little bit better. I think it's actually trying to be educational. They have that Sesame Street show on there. The Sesame Street Mecha show, for anyone who doesn't know. That's a thing that exists, that's real. They have Elmo and Cookie Monster and Abby Cadabby, which I'm sure none of you actually know. They have mechs. It's weird.
Alright.
Okay. It's nice that smaller children have stuff on Cartoon Network, like really smaller children. Because like, what else are they gonna air during the school day, right?
Yeah. So, anything else to say about Fosters before we move on?
Oh, probably tons, but for the sake of the fact that nothing's coming to mind, I'll hold back. Oh wait, the movies! We talked about Wilt, and we talked about the pilot movie, I guess, a little bit, but we didn't talk about the other one, the last one.
Imagination.
Imagination, yeah.
I don't really have much to say about it. I don't remember a lot of it. I just remember it was good.
I love the concept. I don't think this is spoilers, since like if we don't talk about this, we don't talk about any of the movie. The fact that it's just an imaginary friend that is an entire location and everything in it, that was such a wild concept that I love that they both gave that a movie and like did everything that I think could be like reasonably done with that concept before it was over. It's just absolutely fantastic. I think that's no, I was gonna say that I think that's the strongest of the movies, but I do think Wilt gets the higher points for being more emotional. Destination Imagination has its own emotional points, but it's more about the creativity of the concept. Okay, now I'm done. I just didn't want us forgetting a movie. Although I'm sure we forgot a movie for one of the other shows.
It's fine. We got too many shows to go through. We got to rush.
Yeah.
Hi, Puffy Amiyumi.
Neat that Puffy Amiyumi got a show.
This was really interesting because this was during the time period where Cartoon Network was really trying to cater to Japanese otaku fans. Like, not fans of otaku, fans of Japanese culture and anime and stuff. And Puffy was something that they've been pushing a lot because they did like the theme song for Teen Titans, and they had Puffy do a lot of like songs that they broadcast on Cartoon Network at the time. And they were like, okay, what if we make a TV show about them?
Like,
oh, sorry, you first.
If you want further proof of concept of the whole Japanese pop culture thing, they had a Yu-Gi-Oh parody episode.
I remember that episode.
It was called Stupido.
God, of course it was.
Yeah. I think my biggest issue with this series was that the writing didn't really try to be anything particularly special. It was just like a comedy children's series with that was mostly carried by the voice actors' charisma and charm. And like the art style was inconsistent as hell. Like Ami and Yumi were very distinctly anime styled, but all the side characters were drawn as really lazily Western drawn characters. And for some reason, they really made a lot of use of stock music for some reason. Which made it feel super low budget.
Like, I'll give this show one thing, it got me to listen to one of Puffy's other tracks. It's called Kore ga Watashi no Ikiru Michi, I think.
Oh.
It's a nice, pleasant song. Makes me feel like traveling.
Yeah. Like, I think it was definitely meant to sell, like, the band, but I feel like they kind of half-assed it, really.
Yeah, you know what I think my issue is with it, looking in hindsight? I enjoyed my time watching the few episodes that I did, but comparing it to the other celebrity tie-in cartoon that I definitely know a lot of, which is Jackie Chan Adventures. Jackie Chan Adventures gets across the appeal of Jackie Chan, like, without even his direct involvement in the actual cartoon side. You can tell, like, it's Jackie Chan inspired because of the choreography and everything, you know? But, like, I don't really get that from Hi Hi Puffy Amiyumi because they don't even use their own music that much, let alone anything that feels explicitly something I would associate with this band as a brand. Like,
yeah, they don't even really put much of an emphasis on playing their music in most episodes.
They could just be any rock band. There's nothing that explicitly makes this Puffy Amiyumi to me. I'm not a Puffy Amiyumi hyper fan or anything, so I can't really judge that too much. But like, even without watching a Jackie Chan movie, I could tell the connection to Jackie Chan. I can't really do that with Puffy Ami Yumi.
I think their band is actually just called Puffy, no Ami or Yumi in the name.
Yeah, it's just Puffy.
I have no clue. I didn't know. I'm sorry. I just went off the title of the show.
No, it's good. It's just funny to me that they stress Ami and Yumi when their band is just called Puffy.
Yeah.
But the show is still good despite that. It just doesn't really... It feels like it could have just been its own thing.
I hesitate to say good.
I liked it okay. Okay thing. Goes back to what I said before, like a 6 out of 10. It wasn't bad. I enjoyed myself, but it wasn't anything that I'm rushing to return to.
The next series is what I would like to call Missed Potential. The Life and Times of Juniper Lee.
Oh, absolutely agree.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like it had a lot of great ideas, but its execution was really off a ton of the time. Like, it wanted to focus more on the comedy side of things. I can't tell if that was a mandated thing or not, but a lot of it was very comedic based without much on the serious aspects of Juniper Lee as a character who's supposed to be a defender of a magical realm. And it's like, I don't know, it's just like a series that I admire more than I actually think is good.
It also doesn't help that it came out at a time where there was another show about an Asian youth defending a magical realm that was on a competing network at the time.
In fairness, excuse me. In fairness, while the shows are very similar, I enjoy them for different reasons, I feel. Because even if the dynamics are similar, the characters themselves are different. Like, yeah, it's a teenage superhero, their younger sibling, a dog, and their grandparent who did this for years before them. But like, the actual characters themselves are completely different from each other, I would say.
Yeah. A character like Ray Ray isn't as prevalent in a show like American Dragon Jake Long.
Mm-hmm. And there was something else I was going to mention. Oh yeah, to expand on Limit's point, I remember at the end of one of the episodes I decided to watch. There was a big dramatic scene. Am I allowed to say? Like, is that a thing we need to avoid spoiling? I just want to make sure.
I think it's fine.
Okay. There's a big dramatic scene where Juniper can't leave the city that she's in, Orchid Bay. And it's a really good, really dramatic scene. But it's attached to a dog show episode. It's just like, what? Why is this happening now? This is like an important story beat and an important emotional beat. But you attached it to the same episode where we just had a goofy dog show with your Scottish dog. It's just like, it felt out of place. And it felt like it couldn't really decide its tone. When it can decide its tone, it's very good. But unlike a lot of other action shows on Cartoon Network where they decided like how much of the comedy and how much of the action it was going to be, it feels like
it leaned way harder into the comedy.
Yeah. But even then, like, it didn't go all in, which is the weird part.
It felt like it could have been a better show, but it just was held back by its own insistence on making everything episodic rather than having overarching stories.
Well, that in the network. The network probably didn't treat it the best either from how
not really.
Like, production changed on the last season as well, so it was just like everything got all funky. Not to mention the fact that, yet again, this is another show where you can't find it fucking anywhere. Oh wait, no you can't, because it's on Boomerang. After so many years, they put it on Boomerang, the application that you need a separate subscription for, separate from HBO Max. It doesn't count if you have an HBO Max subscription for Boomerang. It's weird. It's so weird. But hey, at least it's publicly available, and apparently in widescreen, which is weird.
Huh.
Yeah. Juniper was in widescreen, at least the last season, but I'm pretty sure all three.
You have any last minute thoughts?
No, I think I got it.
Nah.
Okay. Moving on to Camp Laszlo.
Oh,
I think this was at the era where I was starting to grow out of Cartoon Network cartoons that weren't serious based.
That's funny because this is about the time that I actually hopped in.
Yeah, I'm not surprised how young you are.
I
I was
can't-
about like 14, 15 when this came out, so I was way after the age demographic.
Mm-hmm.
That would have been around 10, I think.
I would have been 7.
Yeah, you were the right age for it.
So as a kid, I thought the whole bit was just Laszlo was being annoying, but then when I rewatched it, I was like, no, it's actually more like a SpongeBob kind of thing, where like the main character is very charmingly naive and very passionate about what they care about, and some of the people around them are very cynical and kind of rude, and their pain comes from the fact that they are just being assholes to the people around them. It's more of a comeuppance thing than Laszlo explicitly trying to annoy them, and it's like, okay, well in that case, it kind of has that same kind of SpongeBob charm.
Yeah,
to
it
It's
was Dirt Dog. Yeah, you're right. It was created by the creator of Rocko's Modern Life.
but it still has that kind of charm as SpongeBob does, where it's just like Laszlo and his friends' positive energy is very infectious, where you're just like, yeah, you know what, Laszlo, you're right. I'm glad you're having a great time. Or if he's sad, he's just like, oh no, Laszlo's sad. Laszlo can't be sad. He's like the positive energy. It's just like, it's real. It makes me feel the happy.
I do like the friendship between the members of the Jelly Bean cabin. It's very cute.
They're like from the episodes I did catch, I found it to be charming enough. It had a little bit of the wackiness of Rocko's Modern Life, but didn't go full on insanity like that series did.
One thing I like is that I mentioned there are cynical characters, and that's mainly 2, Edward and the Scoutmaster Lumpus. But
That's
Edward
Lupus.
Edward isn't always. Edward is as equally likely to be against the shenanigans of the rest of the campers as he is a part of it. And I like that a lot more because, like, a lot of other characters like that are always against whatever the goofy, positive characters are doing. But, like, no, if it fits, if it makes sense for Edward to be on board with it, then he's on board with it. Like, no questions or whatever.
You know, it helps that he's attached to Chip and Skip, who are probably going to drag him into it, whether he likes it or not.
Yeah. But sometimes he gets into it just on his own accord, and that's nice to see. And then as for Lupus, it's kind of the other way around. He is such an asshole that no matter what happens to him, you're just like, good. You deserve that and more.
If you guys don't have anything else to say, I kind of want to talk about a scene from the finale of the series.
Oh, that.
Sure.
See, so there's a scene in the finale where a steer shows up, and like apparently that steer was supposed to be Heifer from Rocko's Modern Life, but they couldn't get the permission to pull it off.
I'm not surprised I couldn't get the permission.
Yeah. So like, but it was meant to have like Heifer from Rocko's Modern Life show up and reveal he's the real camp counselor of the camp, and that Lumpus actually kept him locked up in somewhere for the entire summer. It was wild.
I keep remembering the first episodes I've seen of these shows. And this one I saw live when it premiered was it was an episode where like Edward wanted to see a zombie movie, and he wasn't allowed to because he was too young, and then he was staying up as late as he could to see it. I thought I had more to say about it, but no, that's just it. That was the first episode I saw. I don't have too much of an attachment to Camp Laszlo, but I do admire it. Like, It's not like Foster's or other shows or Kids Next Door or other shows we'll get to where I have like an emotional attachment to it, but it's still it's so much positive energy that I have a good time whenever I put it on.
Okay, moving on from Laszlo, there's a thing called Saturday Pants, which doesn't even have a Wikipedia page.
That
don't know.
is a collection of shorts.
I don't
It's-
remember anything about this.
It's
It
very hard to
lasts less
find.
than a month.
Yeah.
Only 5 episodes aired. I think like 13 to 18 were made, but only 5 episodes aired. It was a bunch of shorts. What's wild about it? Okay, there's not much to talk about it. I'm not gonna go about each of the different types of shorts. They're all really cool, but like we don't have the time, and honestly, I don't care that much. I will say one thing. They got away with a lot more language than I was expecting. I straight up heard shorts say like damn, hell, feces, which I know is not explicitly a swear, but was still jarring to hear. And I was like, this aired on Cartoon Network, not Adult Swim? What? Like, I have, it's such an enigma. It's just so strange sitting down and watching it. Just like, but all the shorts I remember seeing were really fun and good. Apparently Ian Jones Cordy worked on one, but I'm not sure which one. Because there were a lot. But yeah, it was good enough, but like, I would recommend seeking it out if you're interested, but like, it's nothing like mind-blowing, it's just a fun time with a bunch of fun shorts.
Yeah, as far as shorts packaging content that Cartoon Network has done, I more so remember Wedgies than this.
I also remember Wedgies, yes, that definitely rings a bell. They had a lot of that on CN Video as well. I guess because you could just easily access it all at once, and they were like no longer than like 2 minutes because it was a commercial break.
Okay, I'm gonna have to cut off here because like
Yeah,
we're
no,
at, like...
you're good.
Okay, so I'm mad because apparently this series debuted on my birthday. My gym partner's a monkey.
Ah.
This show was stupid. It was just stupid.
It's stupid.
Better than I thought, worse than I'd hope. Like, I did enjoy myself more than I expected going into the show when rewatching, but also, that being said, it was still just... Oh?
Yeah, well, thank you so much for the gift sub to Minickle.
What?
Minickle.
What?
Minickle.
I'm so... Okay. Anyway, it was okay. It wasn't anything like, this was another show where it's just like, whatever. Like, it was better than I expected, but like, I don't have any, I'm not gonna go like in depth on it, because like, it had funny lines, but like, it was fine. I think the only thing to say is that this was one of the shows I mentioned before where it's the serious best friend and the goofy sidekick character that Blue was somehow worse than. But I will say this show comes very close because Jake Spider Monkey is an absolute bitch. I hate him.
See, my main issue with the my main issue with this series is that the writing was just very mediocre. The characters were not memorable. There's nothing you can really remember about this show. Like, the only memorable thing that I remember from this episode was when all the animals in the school were entranced by seeing something shiny, and they just started chanting, "Shiny, shiny, sparkly, sparkly."
I'm surprised that's one of the episodes I saw.
That's the only episode anyone ever remembers from this series.
I mean, there were good episodes, but again, like, it's just okay. Like, I don't have any fondness for it. I just laughed some at it and acknowledged that I laughed some at it, you know?
It's just, it's one of those mediocre shows that doesn't do anything to stand out, and you don't have anything to say about it.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Speaking of a series that everyone can talk about, though, Ben 10.
Oh boy, I feel like we're gonna have a lot of words about each generation of this, except for maybe the reboot.
Well, listen, I have some important things to say about it.
Yes.
It all started when an alien device did what it did and stuck
I'm eating
itself
my
on
chip
his
now.
wrist with secrets that it hid. But now he's got superpowers, and he's no ordinary kid. He's Ben 10. So if you see him, you might be in for a big surprise. He'll turn into an alien before your very eyes. You know, he's slimy, creepy, fast, and strong. You know, he's every shape and size. You know, he's Ben 10. Armed with powers, he's on the case, fighting off evil from Earth or space. But, you know, he'll never stop till he makes them pay. Because, you know, he's the baddest kid that ever saved the day. You know, he's Ben 10. And that's all I have to say.
Ben.
I still consider the original Ben 10 the best out of the entire franchise, honestly.
I
Yeah.
would agree. I have a fondness for all the generations, but like the first one was, I feel, the most consistent.
See, my
It
thing...
knew what it wanted to be.
See, for me, for Ben 10, it didn't have any preconceptions it had to worry about. Like, the later series had to worry, oh, is it like what we're building upon? We have to keep on growing. We have to adapt. We have to either evolve it or like pay tribute to the original because the audiences don't like what the old creators did. So we got to make it better. And I'm like, man, I just want the original series where it was a well balance of comedy and action and character drama.
Man, I find it that as the Ben 10 universe grew more and more, the less about the universe seemed wondrous or fantastical. I mean, like everything was known. There was no surprises to expect.
Yeah, that's fair. I guess the only mystery was really like learning more about different types of aliens and stuff like that. But at the same time, I feel like Ben 10 was like a series all about Ben's growth into being a heroic character, which I was fascinated by. I feel like they just went into some weird directions with Alien Force, Ultimate Alien, and then Omniverse was all like, okay, let's take everything that people didn't like about those series, throw them out the window, and then just like try and cater to everyone and failing at it.
I will say, in terms of the original series, that while this is not my favorite, and I would still say Foster's is, I do own all the DVDs of this show, and I find it one that I love to talk about as much as I can, especially the original, but just overall in general. Just because I understand Gaddy's point about just everything being known, but I kind of love just digging deeper and deeper into the lore of just like how the worlds work, how this universe works, and its relation to the Omnitrix and the people in it.
Yeah, I just wish it didn't come at the bunch of tonal whiplash that Alien Force and Ultimate Alien came with.
Yeah, I have notes about those shows when we get to them.
No, we can talk about it now.
Oh, okay. Then in that case, just...
I do want to say something about this. I think Alien Force and Ultimate Alien gets a bad rap, even from me. Like, I gave Alien Force and Ultimate Alien a bad rap. Because, like, I feel like there's a lot of really good story arcs in those seasons.
I adore... Sorry?
Yeah. Like, I feel like there's a lot of bad, a lot of good story arcs in those seasons. I feel like the issue is that it really lacked a lot of personality for the main characters themselves. I mentioned this off stream, but I feel like Alien Force and Ultimate Alien kind of took away Ben's personality, and by making him more mature as a character, which is a good thing, don't get me wrong, it also resulted in a much more bland series wherein the antagonism between Ben and Gwen was removed because of them both growing up as characters, that they're just like general blank white bread characters who are like, Oh, golly gee, how are we going to solve this issue, Gwen? I don't know, Ben. Let's go figure it out by doing research. Good idea, Gwen. This is why you're the smart one. Aw, Ben, you don't have to say like... See, it's like really boring character writing, and that's how I felt about those seasons of Ben 10. It just felt so meandering and blech for, like, tone.
As an Alien Force fan, you've put me in immense pain. Because, like, okay, first off, I get the bickering between Gwen and Ben being fun because they get to riff on each other and snark on each other, but after 4 seasons, it got old!
Okay,
I was so tired of it!
Here's the thing. I prefer it over them just, like, being white, blank slates of characters with no personality and are just so milquetoast.
That's the other thing that got me so painful about your description, is because, like, I can see how from a face value it would seem that way, but, like, they really dig into the depths of these characters in both Ben, Gwen, and Kevin, because Ben has to deal with the responsibility of bringing back the Omnitrix, and also the fact that his grandfather may be dead. Gwen comes to terms with what exactly she is. Like, she knew she could do magic, but she doesn't understand, like...
I see where you're coming from. That is character layers. That is not character personality. There's a difference there.
And I guess that's fair. That kind of differs. That's kind of like, much like the original show, it's kind of different episode to episode, but I can see again why if you picked certain episodes that would come across that way, because he's more serious. He's more like a traditional superhero than just a kid with a watch.
Can I just...
Oh, sure, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna... I want to touch upon this for a second. Why did they make Gwen into an alien? That's just like...
Yeah,
stripped away
she's
some of the
half
cool
alien now. Well, no, they're all part alien because Grandpa fucked an alien.
It just takes away a lot of the cool factor that Gwen is a human who can learn all these magic spells.
I love that.
But no, it's just because she is half anodyne, which means she has a predisposition to this sort of thing because of her DNA, and I'm like, okay.
Then why doesn't Ben have that?
Yeah.
Because he didn't have the spark. Although they do that in Ultimate Alien. They have the future Ben use spells.
I hate anodytes, man.
Same.
What I was able to swallow that pill a little bit easy. You know what fucking pissed me off? Osmosians. What the fuck?
Oh yeah, the fact that freaking Kevin is an alien. Why does everything have to be an alien? Why does literally everything that has to do with Ben 10 have to be alien in origin?
And then they undid it in like the most tacky way possible in Omniverse, and I'm just like, what happened? Both of these stories are weird, but at least pick one. But I get, like, yeah. I think just watching throughout the whole show of Alien Force, you do get a grasp of their personalities, and it's very different. I would say it has a different charm than classic Ben. And that might be where a lot of people have issue. Is that, like, the appeal is different. Like, I like that Ben's developed this way, but I can understand where you and other fans are coming from, where it's just like, well, that's not why I watched Ben.
That's not the thing. Here's the thing. That is not what I'm saying. I'm saying it feels like they removed their personality traits that they originally had. It's not outgrowing those personality traits. It's surgically removing them because it's like, oh, he's older, therefore mature, therefore he lose all those traits. Like, for example, Gwen's sassiness, like, they just remove all of her snark when she got older. Just because you get older doesn't mean you're not snarky anymore.
She still snarks. Both of them still snark.
Extremely rarely.
They're not constantly bickering, but they'll both take shots at Kevin and vice versa.
Yeah, but that's only because, like, Kevin, like, another problem I have with Kevin, he kind of turns into, like, he lacks his bad boy edge to him that he had from the original series. Like, he mellows out too much by the time he turns a good guy.
I guess the thing that we have to keep in mind about the other seasons of the other series of Ben 10 is just like the whole situation is divisive, and it's kind of got. Whoa, Jesus! Thanks, Roger.
Kevin does have the best joke regarding his car.
Thank you for it too, Bid Shadow. You're going to have to fix that wall one day, I swear.
I would say that Ben has the same problem that Sonic has these days of just like you can't please everybody because there's so many different portrayals of these characters at this point that it's just like somebody's not going to be happy with how it's portrayed. Either it's not enough like Classic, it's not enough like Alien Force, it's not enough like Omniverse, it's not enough like the fucking reboot. Like that's the weird part about how Ben has kind of evolved as a character from generation to generation. It's just like there's elements of this character that multiple groups like, but there isn't necessarily a version of there isn't. They don't. It seems like each person who writes for the next generation doesn't really understand why the ones before it worked, so they go in a different direction, and now you just have another group of fans who are just like, well, why is it this now? Like people, I remember how many people were upset that Ben, to amend the thing that you said about Ben not having a personality, they made him an arrogant asshole, which is also not great.
I didn't like how they portrayed him in Omniverse either. I should be clear.
And that's my point.
Yeah. Like
I'm not saying that you're defending Omniverse. I'm saying that like no matter what, if someone jumps in at a different point in this timeline or is okay with a certain version of Ben, there is another version of Ben that they will not be okay with.
this is why most people are just satisfied with the original Ben 10 series. It had the right balance of everything.
Yeah, because going back to where we initially started, it didn't have the expectations of what came before it.
Yeah.
It didn't have to worry about how Alien Force made things more serious, or Ultimate Alien gave special powers, or Omniverse tried to turn things back, tried to reset things. It just was itself.
Nothing is going to hit harder than the time Ben turns into Cannonball for the first time, and you're like, "There's an 11th alien."
Yep.
Because that one, that like a lot of the stuff that gets added in the later shows is just kind of like I don't really get it. Like there's the Omniverse, like the Omnitrix resetting itself, or the Ultimatrix, all that stuff. Anything that the reboot added, like that feels like a lot harder to swallow than just, hey, there are more than 10 aliens here. It's like, okay, that would make sense.
I don't
know why.
Yeah. I will say, like, really quick, I don't want to make this entirely just me bitching about how the later Ben 10 series aren't good, but man, I feel like Omniverse really wanted to try to cater to the original crowd by making things more goofy, but I think they misunderstood entirely what we wanted out of Ben 10, Alien Force, and Ultimate Alien. They basically thought, oh, you don't like serious? Okay, time for wacky fun times the entire time. Let's go. And I'm like, God, can you take yourself seriously for 3 episodes?
I think this is also why a lot of Ben 10, or maybe not a lot of, but I've seen a good few amount of Ben 10 fans say that Ben is not their favorite characters because he is so like sporadically characterized both between each show and in each show. There are moments in each show where there are moments in each show where Ben will like learn a lesson or develop as a person, and it could just be reset by next episode, and that's a problem that all of the shows have.
Yeah.
That, like, despite being in a linear order with continuity, Ben's character goes back and forth constantly between many things, even within their own show. Like, that happened in Ben 10 Classic, where he would just be an arrogant ass when he's already learned that lesson before. It happened in Alien Force, same deal. It just, like, Ben's characterization is so inconsistent compared to everything else. I mean, other things are also inconsistent, but that, I feel, is the biggest flaw of the franchise as a whole, is that just, like, Ben is not allowed to develop. And when he is, it's done off screen, so it's jarring to people. Because now you're stuck with a character that doesn't feel like the Ben you knew. I think that's probably the issue that a lot of people had with Alien Force, is that, like, is not that he is now more mature, but also that, like, we didn't get to see that process. He's just mature now, and it's hard to really take in that this is the same Ben we saw be so irresponsible as a child. Like, what happened in those 5 years where he did not even have any powers that made him such a, like, rule follower, you know?
I feel like we've been on Ben 10 long enough, unless you guys have something else to add.
I'll wrap it up.
just real quick, favorite Ben 10 alien, go.
XLR8.
Upgrade.
Probably forearms or cannon bolts.
Respectable. I like
And
we
I'll-
all go original series only.
Well, I only went with original series because I don't want to waste time trying to decide between each group of aliens. I have an Alien Force, Ultimate Alien, and Omniverse favorite, but I'm not gonna fucking have to sort that out right now. We've already used up enough time. Let's move on.
So, who wants to talk about Squirrel Boy for 30 minutes?
Not me. I don't remember much about this one.
It was a cartoon about a squirrel
And,
and a boy.
This is literally the same deal as Gym Partner's a Monkey. Like, the premise is completely different, but like that, I feel the same way about both of these shows. Just like, it's fine. It's got some funny gags, but like, you know, it's not really, it's not really anything to me.
It has Richard Stephen Horvitz in it.
Hydration.
The sidekick character's kind of an ass, but somehow not as much of an ass as Blue. They get along surprisingly well.
Whenever that parrot character says his name, it always is accompanied by a flamenco guitar.
Yeah. That's another one that feels like it should be on a different network, because I feel like with the style, it feels more like something I would see on Disney alongside like Brandy and Mr. Whiskers or something, or
It really
Teacher's
looks like-
Pet.
It really looks similar to like Phineas and Ferb to me.
Ah, I didn't think about that, but I guess. It reminds me of those Cranium games. Which is also the Teacher's Pet guy, I guess.
Sorry to cut it off, but 5-hour mark, we gotta keep going.
No, trust me. There are other shows later that I would want to talk about more, so us spending so little time on Squirrel Boy is fine.
Class of 3000. It didn't last very long.
This is one of two shows. Well, I guess technically three, counting Time Squad, that I wish I had watched while it was airing, because this is exactly the right time that I would have been watching Cartoon Network, but we didn't have cable, so I had to borrow it from a friend, which means I was never watching when this show was on. And seeing it in hindsight, it's like, ah, man, this is totally up my alley. There's animated music videos. It's set in fucking Georgia. Andre 3000's in it. Like, ah, man, Class of 3000 deserved way fucking better.
You know what
And
it
I wish I
reminded?
got to enjoy it at the time.
You know what it reminded me of? It reminded me of a musical version of Magic School Bus.
I can see that.
Yeah. I remember really enjoying when this series aired, but I cannot remember much that's specific about it. I think I liked all the different backgrounds for all the students. The teacher was very charismatic, and the fact that there were so many different musical styles, each with a music video of different animation styles in it. It was just such a varied series.
It was also
Speaking-
visually pleasing too.
Yeah, I was gonna say, speaking of the animation just in a general sense, I love how the actual characters in the show itself, outside of the music videos, are also designed. I saw somebody compare it to the caricature artist that did Rhapsody in Blue, and while I don't think that's a direct, like, inspiration for them, I can see how that, like, the flow in their movements and their, like, designs work in that kind of way where it's
They're
just,
very
like,
curved characters.
Yeah.
They all
they have a
flow
lot of
so nice.
motion to them, no matter what they're doing.
I still get Throwdown stuck in my head every now and then.
Ah, yeah. I think the music did take a little bit of a dip in the second season, though, but that's just because the show was kind of taking a dip in the second season, which is such a shame. Like I said, it deserved way better, but that's like so many Cartoon Network shows, honestly, so... I guess that's all I had to say on it. This is yet another one where I thought I had more, but it's just like, no, that's about it. It was good. I liked it a lot.
So you take the moon and you take the sun.
You take everything
that seems like fun.
You stir it all up, and then you're done.
Rada, 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 rada. So, Chowder!
This was when I was really watching Cartoon Network. Like, I watched it a good bit during 2005, 2007, but 2008 was when I was in the hospital, like I mentioned before. So I was watching a lot of Cartoon Network while I was there, and Chowder. This was in that news era where they were like, it was mainly just Chowder and a few other shows we'll get to in a bit. But like, I adored this show, and I did not realize at the time, but of course it's the main thing everybody talks about when they talk about the show, how many fourth wall breaks or like addressing the narrative they do in the show of just like, hey, this is a TV show.
We've run out of budget to pay the animators!
Chowder has such an absurdist sense of humor compared to anything else on air at the time. I adore it.
Chowder is just absurd with its humor. It's very ahead of its time.
I'm going as fast as I can, woman!
We only got 11 minutes.
What about that one? That one doesn't come off. Believe me, I've tried.
I think Chowder's just a really good comedy series overall, yeah.
I think about half of it can be attributed to Mung Dal. Mung Dal is absolutely my favorite character on the show.
The moment I told my girlfriend Daniela that Mung Dal and Animo share a voice actor, their mind was blown, and they could never listen to Animo the same way again.
Wait, Animo from Ben 10?
Yes, that's the same guy.
Oh my god, I didn't realize!
You want me to blow your mind even more? That guy was also in the A-Team.
Oh my god. No, I knew that. That one I knew.
Oh.
Yeah.
Someone in chat, I blew up their mind.
But
yeah,
do you like a lollipop? Would I? Would you? Would I?
Guard! This man made me feel uncomfortable. You sick monster!
You are banned! I'm banned from using the bathroom! All bathrooms! No!
What about me? No, you're not in this episode.
And then they just literally pop out of existence.
No, she'll still find you. Women can smell fear.
Worse than that, you made the audience cry.
Even worse than that, I give up. What?
No money means no animation.
Okay, I think we've got enough money to
get the animation back.
Oh god.
Chowder was too good for this world, man.
A lot of that crew was SpongeBob crew, and I am not surprised.
Yeah. Fun fact, Chowder was created by the guy who voiced Fred Fredburger from Billy and Mandy.
Yep.
Okay, I like how we spent the entire segment talking about Chowder by quoting Chowder.
Yeah, I mean, the main thing that they used to talk about is the writing. Like, I mean, I love the visuals too, but like, that kind of goes without saying for Chowder.
Yeah.
Like, it's nothing necessarily explicitly unique to Chowder. It just does it very well and doesn't look like any other cartoon explicitly.
It's just wild. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I was just gonna say, I know how everyone talks about the character pattern animation thing. I love the backgrounds in particular. The arrangement of warm and cold colors make it feel like this world is actually in a melting pot, which is very fitting for a show about cooking.
Yeah.
Agreed.
I was just going to say that it's funny to me that Gazpacho is voiced by Master Shake.
Oh yeah.
And
I think
Snagglepuss.
he doesn't do kid shows very often, so it's neat seeing him in one. I'm also glad he got to do one for Disney as well, as of recent. But that's off topic. He's a very good voice actor, so I love seeing him in things.
Yeah. Okay, so for the other better series that I like that was also premiered on my birthday, Transformers Animated.
This is the last one of the ones that I wish I had watched when it was airing, because I literally saw. Okay, so I subscribed to the Cartoon Network podcast on iTunes, and one of the promotions they did was a clip of Transformers Animated. I was like, that looks really cool, and Tom Kenny's in it. That seems like a real fun time. And then I never watched it. And I was just like,
Transformers
"Aw."
Animated was actually fantastic. I'm sad it only lasted like 2 seasons.
I think I
3?
Yeah.
Huh.
I think I remember enjoying it, but it's one of those series where I didn't catch enough episodes in a continuity sense, so I didn't have much of an idea of what was going on. I liked Bumblebee. Bumblebee was a very endearing character, and that medic bot that I can't remember the name of.
Ratchet,
Okay.
who has PTSD, which was surprisingly realistically shown. I was just like, wow, that is actually PTSD. Wow.
Like, I just find this show's writing surprisingly really good. Lots of good character stuff, good story arcs. I just love it. It also tackles the beginnings of Optimus Prime, so he's like inexperienced as hell as a leader.
I jumped in at the start of season 3 as my randomly picked episode, and yet I still was able to pick up on everything that was happening, and I was immensely grateful for the writing. That was just like, if someone was just jumping on a random episode, it seemed like you could understand what was happening.
I am Rekgar, and I dare to be stupid.
I saw that screenshot out of context for years. I did not know that the person who set him up for that line was Ratchet, by saying, like, you wouldn't dare be that stupid. Just like, literally the, like, most stick-in-the-mud character out of all the Autobots.
Weird Al's a delight, by the way, everyone.
Absolutely. We mentioned him all the way back at Space Ghost, and now we're this far in. But yeah, it was a real good time. I really wish I got to watch it when it was airing. I feel like it might be my favorite of Derek J. Wyatt's designs in terms of the shows that he's the art director on.
Mine might be Teen Titans.
Well, with Teen Titans, it's hard for me to tell which characters are his style unless they're like explicitly his style, and then they usually stick out like a sore thumb. Transformers Animated feels more like his style is just all over it explicitly. No like anime inspiration to get in the way.
I hate Omniverse in that regard sometimes, but it's whatever. We're not talking about Ben
That's why I
10.
didn't say Omniverse did it better.
Anyway, yeah, I'm sorry for rushing through some of these. I didn't think it would take this long to talk about all these shows.
I did, but I didn't say anything. That's on me.
Marvelous Misadventures of Flapjack. It was okay.
I
remember-
didn't like it as much. Oh, sorry.
I just gotta say, I remember liking it.
The only joke I remember from it anymore is Candy Wife and the little dog doing a backflip. Ooh.
It's notable.
I didn't like this as much as Chowder, but I did warm up to it. I didn't like it at the time because it was really gross, but with Flapjack, the writing, I felt like when I revisited it was good enough to make me look past that fact.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm noticing here that I'm just finding out is that this was part of Cartoon Network's Wedgie's series of shorts, which was bundled with other stuff like Nacho Bear, Calling Cat 22, and the Bremen Avenue Experience.
Wait, Flapjack was?
Yeah.
What? That's so weird. I never saw that. I mainly saw it on Har Har Thursdays with Chowder, TDI, and I guess Johnny Test would have been on. All those Canadian imports.
there's one episode of Flapjack that always sticks out to me where apparently sailors in the world of Flapjack never go out west because there's all sorts of weird shit that happens out west. And the animation just takes a very dark, very surreal trip.
The main gag I remember is they were like climbing some mountain, and they're looking at it and Knuckles just like, "Look, Flap, we're so close!" And then a piece of ice in front of them breaks, and it turns out the mountain is immensely far away. And Knuckles just goes, "That, boy, is what we call an obstacle illusion." Oh yeah, it was Flying Dutchman as Knuckles. That same voice actor was also in Gym Partner as well as the gym coach, which oddly enough does not come up very frequently in that show. You'd think with it being in the title, it would be more frequent. I really liked Bubby. Bubby was sweet. Bubby and Flapjack's dynamic in general was just sweet because it's very mother and son, which I feel like was the point.
I mostly like the series for looking like a pop-up book. The art style is pretty.
And it had that same thing that Chowder did, where it would constantly change up art styles for the gags.
Yeah. We good or?
I think so.
Super underrated series, Secret Saturdays.
I watched it. What's odd? I watched this as much as I possibly could. This and Alien Force were really my action shows while I was in the hospital. But like, I don't remember goddamn anything, and I feel bad about that. I need to watch it over again because seeing like 2 episodes out of context, I'm like, I need to know how the story begins and ends.
Yeah, same. I adore the promotional material building up to this show.
Oh,
Yeah,
so
because it was all
good.
about cryptid stuff too, and that was super fascinating.
It was also kind of a. I don't know if ARG is quite the right word, but it was like ARG adjacent at least, where they had like fake websites set up for the in-universe like TV show, and it's just like, that's fucking rad as hell. This isn't even on the official Cartoon Network website; it's its own thing.
Like, I cannot get Argost's Greetings and Beyond Venu out of my head anymore.
It's so good, and I need to watch it again. Yet it's a crime that it is yet another one that you can't find on a streaming service. Although I think you can maybe buy it on like YouTube and iTunes and Amazon, I guess.
Sgami, that's the biggest issue with Secret Saturdays. The network treated it like garbage. They kept on changing its time slot, so we never know when new episodes came out, so they just canned the series immediately because of that. It was so frustrating.
A lot of stuff on the You Are Here block did that. Well, no, I guess no. It was just kind of the worst treated of that. But Ben 10 and Batman got a little bit of that. But they had more marketing. You could buy toys of Ben 10 and Batman and Clone Wars. I would have bought a toy of Zach's little hand tool, though. I would have definitely gotten it.
Okay, I'm gonna say something that actually pisses me off about Secret Saturdays and Omniverse. So, Ben 10 Omniverse decided to reference Secret Saturdays by bringing them into the Ben 10 universe with completely new art styles and different designs and different voice actors, and didn't resolve any of their plots, and also had Ben lusting after Zach's mom. I really didn't like the crossover. Okay, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
I feel like that Excuse me. I feel like that crossover kind of, unlike the Grim Adventures Kids Next Door one we mentioned before, I feel like that one doesn't really match the tone of both shows involved. It's just one of them, and that sucks.
Yeah. I also feel like the creator of Secret Saturdays wasn't even asked about it. They just took the characters with like rant.
But the most annoying thing is, as someone who is a fan of Secret Saturdays and Alien Force, I was just like, why didn't you just do that when these shows were both relevant at the same time?
I mean, Drew Saturday be kinda...
No, she is fine, but I'm just saying don't do that in universe with Omniverse specifically.
Yeah.
Because that has interesting potential since they bring up like mythical beasts in the original show and Alien Force, but like they don't do anything with it until Omniverse, and by Omniverse there's so much other shit to deal with. It's just like, well, then fucking what took us so long to get here?
Okay, so I could probably spend an entire podcast talking about this series. It is time. It is adventure time.
Come on, grab your friends.
We're going to go to far distant lands. With Jake the dog and Finn the human, the fun never ends. It's adventure time.
I didn't get this show when it came out. Someone was just like, no, why? It gets better, watch it all the way through. And I was just like, no. The first episode kind of sucked, so I'm just gonna stop.
That's really petty.
At some point...
Well, because this is when I was getting out of cartoons. This was like 2010, so I would have been like 12 or 13, so I was just like, no, I'm good, thanks.
I think
Come along. Sorry, go ahead.
At some point, I think I fell off of watching this series, so I don't know how much longer it goes on for or how it falls off or picks up, but I don't think you can deny that Adventure Time is a cultural phenomenon. Cultural
phenomenon for sure. I feel like it influenced Cartoon Network too much, though.
Agreed. I realized last night that other than, I think, the Ben 10 series that came after this, and Generator Rex, pretty much other than the action shows, everything is 11 minutes, basically. I can't think of a single show on this list that is more than 11 minutes that is not an action show. And some of the action shows are 11 minutes, because Steven and the Ben 10 reboot are both 11 minutes.
Steven's not even an action show, I'll be real with you.
Well, it has action in it. Like
a little bit, not that much. It's more of a shoujo series.
I don't animate that much, so I don't know what you mean. We'll get there when we get there.
Okay. Keep going.
But yeah, I agree to the point that it influenced Cartoon Network too much, because now basically everything feels like it has to be 11 minutes, and that works for some shows and not for others. And again, we'll get to those when we get to those, but...
Here's the thing, it didn't influence just Cartoon Network, it influenced everything. It influenced Disney shows, it influenced Cartoon Nickelodeon shows. I was so mad about that.
Like, there's a series out there that I've never seen called Bee and Puppycat, and from what little screenshots I've seen of it, I legitimately thought this was an Adventure Time spinoff or something.
Yeah, exactly. Like, everybody, like, when Adventure Time came out and became the freaking phenomenon it became, everyone tried to make Adventure Time.
In fairness to Bee and Puppycat, it's a lot of the same people. Same for Bravest Warriors from Frederator as well. Like, I think Bravest Warriors is explicitly the same creative head.
If I'm going to speak subjectively for a moment, I feel like I like Adventure Time. I would even border on saying love, but like, there is so much stuff that's so inconsistent, or sometimes just gets plot twists thrown at you out of freaking nowhere sometimes, and it's supposed to hit you like a truck, and it does hit you like a truck. But I feel like it's such a postmodern take on storytelling, a fancy storytelling for a modern age. It just doesn't line up with my personal tastes. I prefer more traditional storytelling, and it's very much written for the modern age where a lot of people, I'm not saying lack attention span, but more so are so busy that they need to consume as much media as they can, and because of that, they have to do their storytelling in extremely rushed fashion. And I miss the days where storytelling can have room to breathe in order to slow down, take its breath, and allow it to soak in the atmosphere. Adventure Time doesn't really do that.
Like, with how many story beats they set up, the more and more you watch Adventure Time, it becomes apparent that 11 minutes per segment isn't enough to explore them.
Yes.
I will say that apparently the writer's room took it as an approach of just like if they were making a cartoon of a D&D game. I don't know if that makes it better or worse because I don't play D&D, but I know you do, so...
You know what? No. That actually makes perfect sense. Like, as someone who plays a lot of D&D, I know exactly what you mean by that. It does come off as that. I feel like there are other shows that are better at doing that, though. I think the modern DuckTales series is better at doing that.
I mean, there are also just shows explicitly about doing that. Like, College Humor has like 5 at least.
Yeah.
Like Record of Lodoss War was directly inspired by, I think, the creators' D&D campaigns.
Mm-hmm. Hell, the Legend of Vox Machina, quite literally based off of Critical Role's campaigns.
The main thing for me about Adventure Time, I mean, all the stuff that you guys said I agreed with, both at the time and a little bit now. My main thing is also the dialogue. It felt... I'm sure it was genuine, but it felt like, when I was watching it, it just felt like I was being pandered to. I was just like, oh man, we're saying absolute gibberish, and that's the funny bit. We said mathematical, laugh. It's just like, I don't get it. Like, okay. And I think that's just me being a spoil sport.
No. I agree with
parade.
I agree with you. I'm. Don't get me wrong. I think random humor can be funny, but I feel like there needs to be setup and payoff, which is what I feel like earlier shows did better. I think Chowder is better at that. Hell, I would even say Flapjack is better at that.
I think for me, non sequiturs and random humor needs to catch me off guard, and most of the stuff they were saying is just like, no, you're just saying gibberish.
There's
that
like
doesn't catch me off guard. That just makes me. That just sounds like white noise in my brain.
I agree. I feel like the way I like to describe Adventure Time, it's an indie animated series made for online. For better or for worse.
Like, to the point, sometimes they even handed it off to different animators to have a crack at it.
Exactly. Like, I respect Adventure Time's influence. I don't agree with every creative decision they make, though. It's got a lot of great characters. It's got a lot of great moments, but it just cohesively doesn't feel right to me.
They also ripped off Rhythm Heaven, and I will never forgive that.
They did? I don't remember that.
There was a Flash game on Cartoon Network's website that was an Adventure Time Rhythm Heaven game, and one of the games is basically pretty much word for word Glee Club.
Oh my god!
I actually kind of want to play that now.
You guys have anything to say about Adventure Time before we move on?
It has lesbians, and that's pretty rad.
That's pretty rad.
Maybe I don't know if they're gay or bi, but either way, girl love girl. I mean, not that it's the only Cartoon Network show that does that, but again, we'll get to it when we get to it.
So, we're about to talk about the series that my buddy Phantom Skylar says is his favorite Cartoon Network show, Generator Rex.
Good taste. Good taste.
I want to go back to the show and watch it sometimes. I didn't watch it enough to appreciate it.
Generator Rex is stylish as hell. It's like... It was when I was watching Generator Rex, I was like, man, I haven't felt this excited about a teen action series since Ben 10. It was so refreshing.
I really liked it a lot. I will say, some of the random picked episodes I got were near the end of the season, and as someone who watched Ultimate Spider-Man, the cracks were starting to show from that show. Not as terms of their focus on that, but rather the flaws with Ultimate Spider-Man were starting to creep into Rex. Where, like, Rex was, like, narrating a bunch of shit, or the editing was weird. There were, like, little chibi drawings that didn't really fit the art style. It's just like, okay, we don't need that. Just give us the fight scenes.
Yeah, but it's able to take itself I feel like its serious moments are way better handled compared to Ultimate Spider-Man.
Oh, absolutely. That's why I said the cracks were starting to show, because it's not like it fully dips into the problems Ultimate Spider-Man has, but it shows the problems that Man of Action had writing Ultimate Spider-Man, just to a lesser extent. A much lesser extent, like very minor. You wouldn't really notice unless you were familiar with both shows.
I will also say I feel like Man of Action is really bad at writing female characters.
I will also point out, one of the episodes that I watched was the finale, and I won't spoil anything about the actual story, but I will say it's a two-parter, and 6 minutes, maybe 5, taking into account the opening, and I mean both the theme song and like the cold open. 5 to 6 of those minutes was a recap of the entire 3 seasons.
Yep.
Oh my god.
5 minutes of a 22-minute episode. Anybody who had been watching up to that point, other than me, who picked an episode at random, would know this stuff already.
Yeah, I don't know why they had to recap all of it.
It upset me so much after watching Transformers Animated, because like Transformers Animated gave you all the information you needed to know from the previous seasons by just showing it in a context that would be very introductory to people who don't know it, but still makes sense to people who do. But and then Generator Rex just gives you an info dump for 5 minutes. But that's an exception, not the rule. For the most part, the other episodes that I picked were all very good at building the story further and further with each episode. Even if the episode itself was episodic, something happened in that episode that was significant to the overall story, and I really liked that. Even the crossover special.
I find the characters of Generator Rex extremely charming as well.
I agree. I 6 and Rex and Holiday and the monkey I forgot the name of.
Bobo.
Yes, thank you. I don't know if you've mentioned this at all on your stream, so apologies if this is the first time, but Mark's had a bot for grabbing fictional characters in his server, and when I saw 6, I immediately grabbed him.
You know what?
I missed him, and it was like, I want him, and somebody grabbed him for me.
Aww.
It was like, 6 is so cool.
6 is cool. I hate how they treated this series. They fucking gave it terrible time slots. It has one of the most badass opening theme songs ever. I love its theme song so freaking much.
Man, action shows just kind of get a bad rap about this kind of stuff in general, because I remember Nickelodeon was really bad about that with, like, Korra and Danny Phantom as well.
Yeah.
Disney, I don't think, has done anything bad with their action shows, to my knowledge.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe Rapunzel? I don't know. I didn't
No,
follow it
Rapunzel
when it was
did
coming out.
pretty well for itself.
Okay, well, yeah. I guess you're cutting it off at the 3rd season, but again, that's getting off topic, so back
Anyway,
to
Generator Rex, great show. I like it a lot, but I'm a sucker for action shows. What can I say?
I do have one last thing about
so-
Generator X.
Huh?
Technically, this should be relevant to a different cartoon, but I'm mentioning it now because I'm definitely going to forget by the time we get there. It had a crossover with the Ben 10 reboot.
Yeah, it was terrible.
Yeah, they made him 10. Why?
It was really bad.
Anyway.
Okay. Unless you have something else, or
No. I was just saying, move on. I just wanted to bring that up for anybody who was not aware.
So, the next show is kind of boring. Even the title reflects it. Regular show. It was just a regular ass show.
It's
This
anything
was
but.
another show I didn't get when it came out, which was really annoying in high school because everyone was going, yeah! And I was just like, oh, God.
I still go, yeah.
I don't.
Oh!
Sometime around this point, there was the trifecta of Steven Universe, Adventure Time, and Regular Show going around Cartoon Network. And out of all of them, Regular Show was my favorite.
Regular show might be my favorite of the 3 as well, yeah.
It is just a very,
I have a soft spot for Steven, but
like, Regular Show is just a very well presented and structured comedy.
Regular show
So
is
wasn't-
very,
wasn't
very
Gumball
funny.
around this time, too?
Yes. But it didn't make as many strides compared to Regular Show, Adventure Time, or...
Fair enough.
But yeah, just like regular show's just really damn funny. It pays tribute to a lot of 80s and 90s shows and movies, and like a lot of times they just like, the way I would describe regular show is if you walked in on a conversation where a couple of friends are making references to something that you've never heard of before, but they make it in such a funny way that you laugh alongside them even if you don't get the reference.
That might be why I didn't watch regular show, and you're either gonna really like or really hate this, because if I wanted 80s and 90s references I didn't get but found funny, I would just go on the internet and watch reviewers talk about 80s and 90s media. At that time, too. I'm not saying that now. I'm saying that at the time when I was a teenager, I would just watch those people instead of watching regular show, because I was like, they'll at least give me context after they make this reference I don't get.
I don't know what I love. Sorry.
No, I was just, it was nothing. You're good.
Like, I think what I adore most about regular show is how it spiritually represents how you feel going through the motions of day-to-day life, and how it can just spiral into something beyond your control, to the point where the series has minimal music and allows the writing and acting to just soak in.
Mm-hmm. I agree. I think I feel like another thing is like, it just knows how to be so over the top and funny where it escalates. Like, you know the moment when regular shows and a regular show episode goes off the rails.
Yeah.
I think the biggest detriment for regular show is not necessarily the characters, but more so resetting character relationships while also trying to advance character relationships. And it's like, it's very real, don't get me wrong. They're like, the relationships with Mordecai and Rigby with their respective love interests, a lot of it is very realistic, where you never know where it's going to go because life isn't that simple. And regular show, as much as I was joking about it being a regular show, it does actually show you a lot of realities of life when it comes to interacting with your peers. And for better or for worse, it can be unsatisfying in that regard. Because, like, do you want a reflection of life, or do you want a more scripted storybooks storytelling? And I feel like, for me, regular show is able to surpass itself by choosing to be more about life in general.
Like, I've never related to Benson harder than I do now. I adore Benson as a character.
I didn't realize I would like Benson as a character until I saw more episodes.
Yeah.
I think
But I'm
given
more
I
so
was always annoyed at everyone going, oh, I think people probably just compared me to Benson, and I just didn't notice because I didn't know the character.
I would say regular show is definitely one of my favorite recent series by Cartoon Network. Quote unquote recent, it's over 10 years old.
There is also just a bit of a problem in later seasons of regular show where it starts getting a bit more continuity heavy, and as opposed to its episodic nature from earlier episodes, makes it a bit harder to get into.
I guess that's all I can say about regular show at the moment.
They went to space. That was kind of cool, I guess.
That's spoilers. Anyway, speaking of space, Symbiotic Titan. I have mixed feelings about this series. Even though it's another Gendy Tarkovsky series.
This feels like the most, out of all the shows that I watched for the tier list, this one felt like the most like I was not getting a proper taste of what the show was supposed to be by watching 2 random episodes.
I'm sorry, Rain Ding. I didn't think about a regular show being over 10 years old either.
Neither did I. Oh god.
But yeah, Symbiotic Titan is... It's very much an overarching story. There is very few, if any, episodic episodes for this series. It's a very intense series too. It's also very different from Samurai Jack. It's less stylized, but still has Gendy's artistic style handprint on it. But for me, I feel like it was setting up for so much, but I never got the payoff I was looking for because it got canceled so early.
Hey, another thing we can bug Toonami about, I guess.
We can. They've written off the series.
Right, tax write-off. Wow, not even Toonami can save us. Damn.
Yeah. It also got canceled because of not having a toy line because there was a girl. Yeah! It's, like, they never even released toys!
Teen Titans had 2 girls, and it had a ton of toys.
Ugh.
I mean, also, Gendy straight up said in an interview that he does not consider the show for kids, so, despite being on Cartoon Network.
Yeah. I mean, considering the serious topics it gets into, I kind of see where he's coming from in regards to that.
Trying to find the cast, because there's somebody on the cast specifically that I want to just be like, this person did a surprisingly good job. I like how one of the C also is on Symbionic.
Good night, Dirt Dog.
Symbionic's wiki page is Megas XLR.
Yeah, good night, Dirt Dog.
I wish I had more to say about Symbionic Titan because I think it's a great series. I just don't really have much to say on it, unfortunately, because it didn't resonate with me as much as Samurai Jack did.
Whoever is the voice of the robot.
Oh, I know who you're talking about. Oh, I'm blanking on his name, but I know who you're talking about. He's like friends with Patton Oswalt.
Yes. Brian Posen?
Yeah, something like that.
He does a really good job in this show from the episodes that I saw. Because I'm used to seeing him constantly in a comedic role. The most serious role I've seen him in is Minecraft story mode, which, I mean, it's Minecraft. But, like, his performance really has a lot of subtlety to it that this show really, like, if you're in the show, you need to have. Like, I feel like the other voice cast brings that too, but, you know, most of these guys you have heard in other things where that's shown off to so much degree, but I never really heard him try to have a serious role, and it's just like, oh, that's really neat. I'm sad that it died, like, among many reasons, but especially because, like, that's one of the few serious roles this person's played, and I don't know where to find any of the other ones. Because he does a real good job, and I feel like that should be appreciated. I mean, the whole cast does, but again, you expect that from people like John DiMaggio, Tara Strong, Harry Walgren, and Will Friedle.
Friedle.
My bad.
Next up is a series I never watched because it lasted like, what, 8 episodes? Like a season? How many?
Roughly 8 or 10.
10 episodes. So, Robotomy. Never watched it.
I'm
Gaddy,
surprised
did
they
you?
got away with this name?
God. Did you watch this, or am I just gonna have to cover for like a minute or two?
Just one or two, yeah.
I remember watching it. I don't remember it saying much about it, except for the fact I think they made everyone in the cast a robot because because it meant they could get excessively violent with everything.
I mean, yeah, watching that show, yeah, that makes sense in hindsight. So anyway, we were talking about Patton Oswalt because he's one of the main characters. I think it kind of falls in that same territory of Adventure Time and regular show for me, of just like I'm not that into it, but I think it's good, you know? It's just that instead of regular show and Adventure Time where they're using a lot of terminology that I don't really get why it's funny, it's more just like there's a lot of talking. It feels more like something you'd see on Adult Swim, just like toned back a bit, which I guess like is fitting since I think regular show was also in that same, at least a similar boat. But like, I think it's nice. I think it deserved better than what it got, but also like, it's hard for me to recommend at that same point, you know? Like, I think if it had another season or two, maybe it could have grown into something bigger. But it's fine as is. It's like if you do seek it out, it's fun. But it's nothing too exciting either. Though I will say it looks amazing. They really go detailed on every single character design.
Yeah, like I'm just like looking at like screenshots and it just looks incredible. It's so visually beautiful. I wonder if the next show is going to be as visually beautiful as Robotomy.
God, shut up.
So, anybody familiar with Problem Solvers?
I hate this show.
I never watched it until this morning because Green was watching it in Nick's server and she, sorry. She put it on and it's all like, oh man, like let's see what this show is like. Oh my god, it looks like an MS Paint drawing show.
Listen, I love vivid colors in my art style. I play Muse Dash for fuck's sake, but goddamn, Problem Solvers is an assault on my eyes.
This is insulting that you compared Muse Dash and Problem Solvers in any capacity.
I couldn't think of any other thing
No,
that
literally anything you could have picked is an insult to what you would have picked, so...
Guys, a bandito just broke into the office.
It
Hi,
seems
I'm
we
here-
have a problem.
Hi, I'm here to join for Problem Solvers to complain about it.
Okay.
Because
You
I
have
was-
notes? Go ahead, say all you want.
Yeah, sure. So last night I decided, you know what, I'm gonna hang out with my friends because I love and care about them all very much, right?
And we
I,
love and care about you too.
Yeah, and then I'm currently questioning my friendship right now because I was subjected to this show called Problem Solvers last night that was the most strenuous assault on my eyes in all of my life. It's like I may as well have just gone back to that sandstorm in Mexico and just stored there with some tape on my eyes and I would have hurt less than watching Problem Solvers.
Jesus Christ!
I'm
Man.
glad that it irritates you guys as much as it does me.
Problem Solvers was the worst thing I've ever seen in my life. From like
Yo,
anything
Germany, how's it
from,
going?
the posthumous release of Cartoon Network to me.
Problem
Like-
Solvers is so heinously drawn. I hate it.
Like,
It's
I
also
can't,
racist.
Drawing is a very strong word for that show.
I couldn't even concentrate on any of the writing or characters in that show because, oh my god, it hurts to look at.
Why is
Look,
George
because if
Takei
you
there?
did, you'd know that they'd also suck.
Green, you told me only 12 people animated this show?
I think it was 15, but it's still like less than like the amount of a normal team, I would say.
15 is ridiculous.
Just a bit, yeah.
It's
Let me see.
like here's the thing. It legitimately looks like it was only kept around for 2 seasons because of how cheaply it was made. Because all of it just felt like white noise to me, visually and audibly. Because all the characters would just be constantly screaming, making all kinds of funny noise, like quote-unquote funny noises with their mouths in order to incite some kind of lowest common denominator laugh out of you, while your eyes are bombarded with colors and like pastels and just like it looked like it even grabbed GIFs off of the internet and slapped it onto the background just to make them look like it's properly animated.
One of the episodes I watched, I zoned out for what I thought was just a minute or two. The episode was over. I want to tell the anecdote I told you guys in private because it's fucking wild. The first time, okay, so this show came out around the time that I was getting back into cartoons again, because they added Cartoon Network at the time added like everything to Netflix, everything they had access to, and that included this. So I was just watching the first episode of every single Cartoon Network show that they had added at the time, and it was super duper late at night, and I was half awake while watching it, and in the middle of watching it, near the very end of the episode, I had sleep paralysis. So my eyes were just stuck open, staring at the show right in front of me, as I'm just experiencing sleep paralysis, and it was just the worst thing I've ever experienced in terms of that.
It just sounds like you're living in an episode of Robot Chicken.
It really is.
I thought I was asleep when the episode was happening, but then I checked the episode again. I was like, no, I was awake for that.
I just don't understand this series. Like, it really felt like they thought they can get away with anything, and they just put out the most half-assed thing ever. Did not think it would ever get picked up, and it somehow got picked up.
And Cartoon Network was marketing the hell out of the first season. It was everywhere. You couldn't avoid it.
Which is surprising because like I had never really heard about the show much until like last night.
Well, that's 'cause
yeah.
it was only being marketed so aggressively during the like few months it was coming out.
I remember saying this morning when I watched it. It was like, does anybody remember that Wii U game Meme Run? It
Meme Run,
honestly felt like Meme Run as a TV show. It was that painful.
I've seen a lot of trash, cartoons and otherwise, and it is one of the most infuriating pieces of media I've ever seen. I would watch Cars 2 8 times over before watching the entirety of Problem Solvers. Because at least it's a Pixar film.
I honestly felt physically sick after watching so many episodes.
Ditto! I have not had to revisit this demon in a decade.
I hated that you wanted to watch so much of it last night. I'm like, what are you doing?
I didn't want to. I was being fair, which I shouldn't have been in hindsight, because a lot of the shows near the end of Cartoon Network Studios, I only got to watch one episode of, which is a shame. It's a crime that I had to watch more of Problem Solvers than like OKKO or Infinity Train. Or even fucking Mau Mau. I didn't even watch that show before, but we'll get there when we get there.
I want to talk about Mau Mau later, but yeah.
You know what? I'm tired of playing fair. Let's talk about Gumball, please.
Technically, Gumball's not on this list yet, but sure, let's talk about Gumball.
I love Gumball.
Gumball's good.
Gumball's another show like Chowder where it's like the creativity in terms of how it uses the medium it's in makes me really impressed and entertained while watching it.
The writing is very on point too. It's very to the point, but also knows where to let the visual speak for itself.
Yeah, I love how Gumball's just been making a resurgence online lately because of how clever the writing is.
Yeah. Dude, I just love the fact that they found out about the Chinese knockoff where they plagiarized entire episodes of Gumball, and then they were like, okay, let's just bring in the characters and kill them in an episode.
Yeah.
Oh, they should have actually killed them. I didn't know that.
They straight up murdered the characters from the knockoff.
That's amazing.
There's the Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared episode. That's really cool.
I'm never going to forget how Elmore will literally remove a background character from existence if they're not relevant enough.
That was a fun tweet that I saw. Just like, what's the worst fictional place to live? And someone quote retweeted it saying that Elmore will literally delete you if you're not memorable enough. One of my favorite episodes is the one where, because they have no money, their world falls apart.
Mm-hmm.
So it goes from like rough animation to glitching layout to just storyboarding
and to post-it notes. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, the video game episode as well. I mean, we have to talk about that, don't we?
If you want. I'll be real. As much as I respect Gumball, I only watched a few episodes. I didn't watch a lot of it.
Oh, I highly recommend it.
Yeah, I know.
There's a ton of really... I love how it ends, but I really don't know if I want to say it because it might spoil things about the movie, or it just might be like... I think it's better with the build-up anyway, so even if it's like totally cool to spoil it, I will not, because I think watching the build-up to that point is great. So it's on HBO Max. Oh, I forgot to mention, by the way, speaking of these shows are on streaming services. This is way far back, I should have mentioned. Transformers Animated is on Pluto TV for free, so if anyone wants to stream that, or Roku channel as well. It's just available for free. You can watch all 3 seasons. Anyway, back to Gumball. I just wanted to get that out there because I did not know that you could watch Transformers Animated for free, and I want to make sure other people do. But yeah, Gumball.
Shows.
Gumball.
I did not know Gumball even had a movie that happened.
It's going to happen, as far as I've seen.
Okay.
I saw there was an announcement like a year or two ago.
You're gonna need more kids.
God, that's such a fucking great bit. There's there's so many good episodes to mention. Like there's the one where like Gumball's trying to impress some 8-bit sprite kid, and because the kid says he's related to Mario, and he's like his uncle is just like the shittiest looking Mario brother you've ever seen. There's just so many. I literally can't name all the good episodes. Just this feels like the show I can recommend the most purely because there's so many good episodes to watch. You will have plenty of content to go through.
You know that time you lent me a bite of your sandwich and I said it was great? Well, it was just good.
All right, back to a little bit of awful. Secret Mountain Fort awesome.
This show, the
It's
writing
apparently
was almost there, but the fact that it had to be so fucking disgusting.
I just remember it running along the same time as Uncle Grandpa and not lasting nearly as long.
That's because they're by the same guy, and even have multiple crossovers for some reason.
Oh, neat.
One of the random episodes of Secret Mountain Fort Awesome I got from the website I was using was just an Uncle Grandpa episode. Just like, okay, then I guess one less episode of Secret Mountain Fort Awesome. Oh, but you left it like the worst part, by the way, Limit. After you left, the episode that we saw in the server, Nick and I, there was a Rainbow Road reference.
What?
Yeah, they just drove around on Rainbow Road, and one of them just goes, "It's where you die."
I mean, they're not wrong.
Just like, what the fuck? I think Nick was gonna sign off for the night, but then he saw Rainbow Road on the screen. He was like, "Oh, I'm curious now."
I don't blame him for being curious, honestly.
He immediately left after it was over, though.
Yeah.
I don't blame him. That was when the Uncle Grandpa episode started, so...
I just don't care about Secret Mountain Fort Awesome because, like, even though it's better animated than Problem Solvers, I'll give them that. It's just such an ugly show that revels in disgusting visuals, and I'm like, I don't care for this. Thank you.
We can at least say, though, to give it the benefit of the doubt, both of us laughed at least once.
They had jokes that did make us laugh at least once, yes.
Yeah.
Honestly, like I was kind of mentioning this earlier, I'm tired of shows that just thrive in like gross out humor or just making something just like as ugly as possible to make it more memorable, I guess.
It's
like, I don't know.
It's someone's into that. What can I say?
I don't
guess,
mind
yeah.
if a show is ugly.
Firmside! How you doing, bud?
Thank you.
Thank you for the resub for 42 months with Prime Gaming.
I don't mind if the show is if a show is ugly for a gag, but that's the thing. It has to be just a gag. It can't be ugly the whole time, or else what's the point of the visuals anyway if I'm not gonna want to look at them the entire time?
They want to
Yeah.
go more extreme. Like, I remember there's like so many times they were like, okay, this is the joke where we go extremely ugly, and I'm like, the show's ugly enough as it is. It's relatively speaking, it's not much more disgusting by trying to make it even more disgusting. So
And
the
the
joke
premise-
fails in that regard.
The premise is that like, oh, they're the species that exclusively is disgusting, but like everyone is disgusting in that show, so like it misses the point then.
Yeah. I don't have much else to say besides the fact that it's well animated. I just don't care for the visuals.
I'm just glad that Uncle Grandpa took off because I feel like a lot of the Secret Mountain Force Awesome's few strengths carry over to Uncle Grandpa, which I guess is a decent enough transition since I think we talked about Omniverse, right?
Yeah, we're going into Uncle Grandpa. I never watched it. The only thing I ever watched about Uncle Grandpa was the crossover with Steven Universe.
Ah, yes, that one.
Don't worry, bro. None of this is canon.
This is canon, but this is...
Our ship is sinking!
God, that episode was the reason I watched the rest of the show, and I want you guys to know the writing of Uncle Grandpa is as good as that episode was.
I want
The visuals are not, but
I want to go back and watch it again sometime because I don't think I gave it a fair shake when I was younger.
there was a bit in that show where they have the Grampies and all the awards. They have all the other Cartoon Network stars, and all the awards go to Uncle Grandpa. And I found out years later that was them riffing on the fact that SpongeBob has won the Kids' Choice Awards for like a decade or two.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's true.
Yep.
That's facts.
So funny. I genuinely think Uncle Grandpa is a great show for how much how clever the writing was and how much shit they gave to
Absolutely.
Nickelodeon in that kind of regard.
I will freely admit, what I've seen of Uncle Grandpa, I think creative-wise, it's good. It's not for me.
That's
I
fair.
feel
I've
that,
said
yeah.
that like about so many shows tonight. I would be hypocritical if I gave you shit for that.
That's about how I feel about Teen Titans Go, but not the place.
We will get to Teen Titans Go in a moment.
Will we? I guess that did come out around 2013. God, why is that show around for like a decade?
Would you guys ever do voice acting? Yes.
If I had, I feel like I would try it. I don't think I'd be like super incredible at it, admittedly, but I mean, I feel like why not take a shot at it, right?
If people would have me, sure.
How dare you suggest such thing of me? I would never do funny voice, especially not for internet. I definitely don't do it several times a week.
Like, oh my gosh, you need to stop with that before you give people the wrong idea.
Then they should know sarcasm.
But yeah,
It
Uncle
is the
Grandpa.
chasm we filled with Sar. In case it was unclear.
Uncle
Sorry.
Grandpa, but yeah, Uncle Grandpa's
Thanks.
fine. It's her. Oh. Yo, Keith, thank you for the follow. I guess, you know what? Since we kind of glossed over it, do you want to talk about Teen Titans and Teen Titans Go all at once?
Sure.
Could, yeah.
Teen Titans is one of my favorite series.
Teen
Agreed.
Titans was so good.
I love Teen Titans.
It's so funny to me.
Thanks, but I think we're good.
We're not looking for anything like that, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you though.
Anyway, everybody talks about the amazing story arcs of Teen Titans, and I agree. But I feel like you three will cover that a lot better than I will. So I'm going to talk about the fact that I love the goofy episodes. I love shit like Mumbo and Mad Mod and
Oh, I adore Mad
Troll
Mod.
Freak.
Oh,
Like-
Control Freak.
Oh, please. You can't talk about goofy episodes without talking about the time when Tofu tried to take over the world.
I forgot about that one.
I love that episode.
That was a Beast Boy centric episode, I recall.
Yes, it was.
I mean,
Or-
it's tofu. That makes sense. I think
Mhm.
the fact that Beast Boy eats tofu was a note from Greg Sipes. I think he mentioned, like... I think he was the one who mentioned to the writers, just like, hasn't he been most of these animals? And they were like, oh, shit, you're right.
Actually, I think the reason it's actually Greg Sipes who's a vegan.
Yeah, well, that too. But that
I'm
was
sorry.
that was the logic he gave to them.
I know you said vegan, but my mind like autofilled it before you were done as VTuber. I'm like, hang on, that's not right.
Hey, you missed it before. Apparently, Cartoon Network in the 90s innovated VTubing and PNG tubing.
Friendly reminder that Killer Moth literally held the fate of Ghost City over the Titan's head because he was trying to find a date for his daughter.
That's
Yep.
correct.
But yeah, I love the goofy episodes a lot. I also like the serious ones, either standalone or story arcs. But again, I feel like you guys are gonna analyze that better than I would.
I actually don't really have much to say about that. I just think it's a really good series. If there's anything I want to say that I think is a fun fact, you know an episode is going to be goofy or not based on the language that the theme song is sung in the intro.
Or if Larry's in it, but that's kind of a given.
So basically, if the intro plays and if it's in Japanese, it's going to be a goofy episode. If it's in English, it's going to be a serious episode.
Oh, okay. See, I noticed that sometimes. I didn't realize there was actually like a meaning to that, but I guess it makes sense.
Yeah, what's my favorite? I think my favorite episode has to be the first Mad Mod episode.
First Man Mod episode is very solid.
There's a lot of both serious and goofy episodes that I enjoy, but
thank you for the follow. Sorry if I sound a little suspicious. I just got a random suspicious follow earlier, so if you're not a bot, sorry, but if you are a bot, yeah. Anyway, go ahead.
oh, I guess another thing I could say about Teen Titans is, so you guys know I'm in Alabama, right?
Mm-hmm.
What?
Shut up. So it rarely ever snows here. One of the days that it snowed was on a Saturday, and I genuinely had to decide between like, but it's snowing outside. This never happens. But also, Teen Titans is on. And so I kept going in and out whenever a commercial break was happening for Teen Titans, so I could play in the snow, but also still watch. It was a rerun anyway. It was the episode where Cyborg gets stolen and all quote unquote fixed up. I forget. I think the guy actually had like ill motives. It was like one of the season 1 episodes, I want to say. Also, Terra. I love Terra.
I adore the episode where it's Cyborg versus Atlas. Cyborg has to come to grips with that he is not the sum of his parts, that he can do anything he sets his mind to.
It was
That's a great episode.
Yeah.
Who was the one that didn't have a story arc to themselves? Wasn't it
Starfire?
Starfire kind of did, because like I was gonna bring up the episode where she like went to her planet and like Cyborg called her by a name that was actually offensive and he didn't know it.
No. Like, they never went to like Starfire's planet for that episode.
Okay, different episode then for that one.
But what Star meant was that every season had a story arc dedicated to one of the Titans. Season 1 was Robin, season was Slade, season 2 was... what was season 2 again? I always forget.
Is that not... You said Raven, right?
Oh, no. Season 2 was about Terra's whole thing, so it's about everyone. Season 3 was about Raven's whole deal with Trigon. Season 4 was... No, wait, that was season 4. Season 3 was Cyborg and Brother Blood. And season 5 was Beast Boy and the Brotherhood of Evil. So Starfire was the only Titan that didn't have a dedicated season to herself.
Can I just say it's so fucking confusing talking about Teen Titans and then having you address me by my name? When you said what star meant, I thought you were talking about Starfire. I was like, huh?
No, wrong person.
You are Star of the Fire.
I want to talk about the network of the cartoons.
Okay, so who's your favorite Titan? Mine's Raven.
Beast Boy.
Maybe Cyborg?
Wow, a Cyborg fan. I approve.
I might say Starfire and then like a very close second with Beast Boy.
I like that none of us picked Robin.
Listen, I like Robin, but he's just like, Batman light.
God.
Robin's fine, but I just find it's always like that's the case with a lot of shows where it's like you can like the main character, sure, but a lot of times the side characters are going to be more interesting, right? Like that's a big case with Naruto as a series because Naruto, nobody's favorite character is ever Naruto. It's always somebody else.
Even for the fucking Toonami case. Go in your corner with your Tom.
Like, where's the Toonami podcast?
Later.
We joked about that at the start.
And then the series ended, and I have mixed feelings about the final episode, but I'll talk about that on another podcast. But Teen Titans Go. So, I hate it because it is very cheap.
See, I have such conflicting feelings about it. First, I will definitely open by the fact, should not have associated itself with the 2000 series. That would have made it a lot easier for basically everyone involved to
I agree.
take in.
Yep.
If it was its own thing. The writing is better than I expected when I actually watched an episode. That being said, I think I just got lucky because half of them are pandery bullshit and half of them are about what you'd expect from like a decent parody of Teen Titans. So like it can be good, but like it's too prioritized in a version of Titans it clearly doesn't care about when it would rather just talk about DC as a whole, and B, it's just too fussy about what other people think of it in general, and it's just like, okay, whatever, fucking, yeah, make another episode about how people who like the original series are complete nerds who have nothing better to do.
See, my issue with the series is... Oh, sorry, you had something to say, Gaddy?
I was just gonna say, I'm just not a fan of how half the comedic writing is just made at Robin's expense for no reason. It's just tiring at this point.
Yeah, that was definitely in the episode that I saw. Although, at least in that episode, he was behaving in a way that was like, okay, you can kind of see how he deserved it. But that's still out of character for the character himself.
See, another issue I have with Teen Titans Go is a lot of it is referential humor, which can work, but a lot of times it's trying to reference stuff that goes beyond the age demographic in such a way that it's not even funny. Like, I actually was talking about this the other day about how I compared Teen Titans Go with Freakazoid, because Freakazoid also makes a ton of referential humor. Hell, the majority of its jokes are referential humor. But it's able to tell its jokes in such an off-kilter and goofy manner that it's able to have you laughing alongside them, because, like, even if you don't get the joke, the way the characters are reacting and performing, like, you can tell that they are, like, going off onto their own mental mind trip sometimes, and that's the comedy of it, because the characters are going into it, whereas Teen Titans Go is all like, oh, hey, do you remember Freakazoid from the 90s? What if we keep on talking about Freakazoid from the 90s? And I'm like, this is not clever writing.
There's an episode I saw that was just straight up just the Goonies. That is the plot of the episode, is the Goonies.
Really?
Yes. Like, everything is just the same.
Oh, so
everything.
Green, remember how I was talking about with Hi Hi Puffy Ami Yumi? They use a ton of stock music and no original music. Teen Titans Go also does that. They have no original music.
I forgot to mention, Gym Partner does that as well. There's a song that's just been haunting me ever since because I recognized it from somewhere else, and it's just like, damn it. Now it's stuck in my head.
hate, like, it just makes everything feel so cheap when you just use stock music. That's what makes Freakazoid stand out to me. Once again, I'm going to talk about one of my favorite shows because of the fact that it actually puts in effort with its comedy, that it makes sure it like highlights its comedy with its original music to make it stand out. You can't really do that with stock music unless you play around with the stock music specifically.
Not to mention in Freakazoid, the jokes that aren't references are very clever, and I would not argue the same for Teen Titans Go. It can be. Teen Titans Go can be clever, but it's not frequently because it's too preoccupied with making references or defending itself from internet people that the target demographic will not care about. I will admit, I can't remember any other explicit gags that I'm just like, hey, I give you credit for this. And by explicit, I mean like specific. Wrong word. The fact that they made Darkseid Weird Al, that's kind of funny. I will give them points for that.
Yeah, I guess.
Although I will immediately take those points away because at least one of the episodes, where Darkseid shows up, they address that directly, so it's not as funny anymore because they have to point it out, and then they're just like, oh man, Weird Al's great, and Darkseid's like, no, he's terrible. He's just like, oh, you can't say Weird Al is terrible. You're evil. It's like, fuck yeah, it's Darkseid. Of course he's evil. Shut up.
That's the kind of humor I hate. It's like too much referential humor that doesn't make any sense. It's just so poorly told.
It would have been such a nice subtle gag. Just like, the people who recognize the voice would be like, "Oh, haha! It's Weird Al as the most intimidating person in the DC canon." But no, they had to point it out, and then it kind of deflated it.
You know, another thing that also bothers me, I watched the Teen Titans Go to the Movies movie. It was actually decent.
Yeah, and the art designer on that is actually quite good. I saw their Instagram and Twitter, and it's just like there's all this neat fan art of DC and Marvel. They clearly are very passionate about the source material. That being said, by source material, I mean comic books, not 2000s Titans. There's a difference, and it's clear both in the writing and the visual design.
I'll give them one credit on something. Because of the fact that they were making a movie, I feel like they put a better foot forward with the writing this time around. Because, like, there was actually a subtle joke that I'm sure a lot of people didn't realize. They cast Nicolas Cage as Superman.
Oh,
Yes,
yeah,
they
that's
did.
great.
Do you understand why that's funny besides Nicolas Cage?
Yes.
I do.
No, because I don't religiously follow DC stuff.
Yeah, so, in the 90s, they were going to make a new Superman movie, and it was one of the most insane productions ever made, where it had, like, Superman dressing in black, and, like, he had to fight a giant spider. He also had, like, Brainiac battle 2 polar bears for some reason, and there was a robot sidekick for some reason, and, like, it all accumulated with Nicolas Cage playing Superman.
That is correct.
So that was a subtle joke for the DC fans. Like, they didn't even highlight it; they just casted him, and I thought that was hilarious.
That's
I
funny.
also appreciate the Stan Lee cameos as well.
Okay, the fact they also got the Stan Lee cameos was pretty good too.
Yeah, he just shows up and he's like, "Wait, this is a Disney movie? I gotta get out of here."
See, I appreciate that one because like sometimes Stanley Cam is just like, "Hey, it's Stan Lee," nudge, nudge, wink, wink. But this one's just like actually doing something more interesting with it. Just like, yeah, like why the fuck? Why am I here? I'm not supposed to be here. Hang on, let's get out of here.
Oh,
I
even
love
better,
that.
he pops
Yeah.
in later. It's like, I don't care if this is a DC movie. I just love doing cameos. And I was like, you know what? That's actually kind of funny.
Yeah, especially since like I'm sure Stan Lee also enjoyed that gag a lot, which makes it a lot sweeter.
Mm-hmm.
Because Stan Lee just likes comics. He worked for Marvel a lot, but he likes comics as a whole.
He didn't just
I would
work
imagine
at
so,
Marvel. He created a lot of Marvel.
Well, yeah, but my point still stands is that he's primarily known for being with Marvel, but he's also well known for just mentioning how he likes the comics industry as a whole.
It's actually really funny because DC actually contacted Stan Lee and it's like, hey, do you want to do a series where what if Stan Lee created DC heroes?
Yeah, that was really fun.
Yeah.
Anyway.
But yeah, Teen Titans Go Sucks. The movie was good.
that was spooky. That was spooky. Oh, I don't like that. I don't like that.
On key, the both of you. That was kind of freaky. Yeah, symbiotic relationship.
No, get out of my head! Be gone! Be gone from my
no.
thoughts, Thought!
I need to steal your Yu-Gi-Oh strats.
No, my Yu-Gi-Oh strats are too convoluted.
Fucking Dave Star the Millennium Eye. Oh my gosh.
I'm trapped in a TV and I need to get out.
We are drift compatible?
Yeah. You guys can pilot the Jaeger.
No, we pilot the symbiotic Titan or whatever.
No, but the symbiotic Titan are literally them turning into robots that combine.
Then we'll do that. Build a robot.
They're gonna combine. Oh, please, honey.
Steven Universe fusion. That sounds. That idea terrifies me. a fusion between me and Limit. I don't know if that's too much power.
Good transition. We're talking about Steven Universe now.
Oh, that was completely unintentional, but I'll take full credit for it.
Steven Universe. I am such a mixed bag.
Yeah, agreed.
I remember enjoying what I watched. I only watched about up until the point Peridot officially joins the Crystal Gems, after which I can't remember anything else.
It's a lot better to watch now than it was when it was airing because you can just skip the filler.
I don't want to blame my issues with Steven Universe on the writing staff itself. I think my main issue, because like apparently a lot of the pacing had to be rushed because of how many times Cartoon Network tried to cancel them. But because of fan backlash, they couldn't cancel Steven Universe.
Hey, I'm glad that for once Cartoon Network was listening to fans.
Like, do you know what was the main reason that got them canceled?
What?
Because they got the gay wedding.
Right. I do remember
Yeah,
that.
that sounds about right, sadly.
Because apparently Rebecca Sugar had to fight hard for the gay wedding, and when they aired it, they lost so much money over it because China refused to broadcast it, other countries refused to broadcast it because of you know why. And so Cartoon Network decided, yeah, you know what, this ain't worth it anymore. They gave them one more season, and then they canned the series.
At the very least, it seems like I'm not sure. I don't have any things to back this up, but it feels like Cartoon Network's been better about that since then. Like that feels like it was just because it was like early mid 2010s, and they've been a lot more vocal about supporting LGBT and representing it in their shows as well.
It depends because
It's still a bit of a push, though.
It depends because y'all know about how all those shows are getting canceled because of the Discovery merger.
Well, that and also Cartoon Network recently promoted, because it's Warner Brothers.
Yeah.
Oh, that's, yeah.
Yeah, let's not talk about that.
Yeah.
How did they get the movie in Future? Okay, when they got Future, that was them getting that one final bit of season so that they can wrap up story stuff. And the movie was already decided beforehand, before the gay wedding.
I think I remember Steven Universe also getting a bad hand dealt because I remember at some time a whole bunch of the show leaked, and I'm not talking about like 1 or 2 episodes, but like seasons in advance worth of leaks up until the ending.
No, that was Steven bombs. They would never broadcast Steven Universe on TV anymore. Instead, they just dropped multiple episodes at once.
Which, as someone who was there at the time, that kind of sucked. Especially when like half of those episodes didn't mean anything. Like those episodes are cute looking back now, but when fans were wanting more info and Cartoon Network was already kind of flinging the show about getting just a filler episode about like fucking Onion or whatever, it's just like, oh, okay, we don't need this. Can we please learn about the lore that you're setting up, please?
See, that's why I do want to give the writers some crap. There is some messages that I appreciate from the series, but I feel like were poorly executed. I don't want to go too much into details, but I'll say this. This series is about love and a bit about forgiveness of family. And I feel like what they do in a very late plot point was rushed to hell and did not feel justified because it kind of encourages toxic relationships in my eyes. So I didn't really like how much the later writing went, and I feel like because of the fact that they had so many filler episodes, it felt like the creators didn't want to give up their vision, so they just kept doing filler episodes rather than trying to elaborate on the more important plot themes that they wanted to do. And it felt frustrating watching it as time went on.
I will say, as someone who is a fan of that show while it was airing, you saying something near the end that feels like it's encouraging toxic relationships, like 3 different episodes came to mind.
So you know exactly what I'm talking about.
No, I don't, because it happens multiple times. I'm just like, it could be any of these, or all of them.
Because they rushed it. I feel like the pacing, like, they had so many filler episodes, and I don't like using the word filler because, like, filler is so subjective. Filler can be like just character and growth episodes, even if it's not anything major. It's like a character reveal. That's not filler. That's just writing. But at the same time, it's like you had to develop your themes, and they didn't really develop those themes, instead choosing to focus on side characters. And I was like, if you're not going to develop your themes, don't waste time on side characters.
Like, it's like, yeah, we needed another episode about Ronaldo.
I'll say, like, real quick, I find the word filler episodes to be a very misconstrued word and how it's used nowadays, because I feel like people will say, like, look at any episode that's just like isn't progressing the plot in any way, and it's like, oh, it's just filler, even though it's like sometimes it's just like important backstory and stuff you need to like know about for something that might be coming up.
I remember that happening with The Last of Us, and I thought, like,
Yes.
The Last of Us example was a really bad example of calling it filler.
Yeah, people calling it filler because it didn't like progress like the main plot, but it was explaining the backstory of like Ellie. I believe was one of the episodes
The
that
thing,
people were calling filler.
the thing with Steven is that it would focus on characters that aren't even like secondary characters. They're tertiary characters that will probably never show up again.
No, exactly! That's my problem! They spend time on that instead of fleshing out their themes, and I don't understand why they did that!
Because Onion is cute.
I don't think he is.
Onion's a little shit.
He is a little shit, that's why I don't like him. I
What
know
about
that's
Apple?
realistic for
Are
kids
we-
to be little shits, but still.
Are we also covering Future, or are we waiting?
No, that you can cover it now.
Because I was just going to say, I do think Future avoids that problem because they only have the one season, so they have to get everything in.
I hella disagree on that one. There was one episode about Steven's dad, and I was pissed that they never resolved it.
That's fair.
I think you know exactly which episode I'm talking about.
I think it handled it better than the rest of the show, but that doesn't mean it's flawless. It definitely still has a lot of the same problems.
I respect the hell out of Steven Universe. I think it's visually beautiful. I think its ideas are beautiful. I think it has beautiful music. I think the characters are charming. It is terribly presented sometimes.
I also appreciate it because it did good things for LGBTQ creators in cartoons.
No,
Like,
exactly.
We have a lot of them at all three. Well, Disney and Cartoon Network, thanks Nickelodeon, because of shows like Steven, who were willing to push that boundary in the first place and risk getting canceled for shit like a gay wedding.
Out of universe, like Steven Universe is in universe. Like if I'm to look at it as a show,
Yeah,
there
in a
are
bubble.
so many in a bubble. It is very
in a bubble. I didn't think about that.
Okay.
Sorry.
You're fine. It's just such a flawed show. There are so many problems with it. Like I said, it's a show I respect, but I have so many issues with.
Yeah, that's about how I feel too. I got warmed up to it by the end, like the movie and Future, but even then, it still had those problems throughout.
I have never heard of Mixels.
Was
Okay. Oh, were you gonna say something?
this show meant to promote merchandise? It looked
Yes.
like it was meant to promote merchandise.
This was a Lego product.
What?
Yes. That's not even the strangest part. It's weird that this is counted as a show. Each episode is 1 to 2 minutes.
Yeah, they're more like shorts.
Yeah, but they're not counted as shorts. They're counted as a full TV show. I watched like tons of these shorts. The whole series takes up 40 minutes. But it's not worth sitting through just 40 minutes because the characters, the dialogue is written so blatantly, like, hey, you gotta remember this terminology of the toy. It's just like, fucking stop. I don't care about mixels or nixels or like grounders or pounders. Just fucking be funny.
Green, I legit for a moment thought you were talking about Dr. Seuss stuff for a moment.
It's like the bit from Kim Possible. Whoa, Doc, you stopped using words. But I didn't think a show that only lasts a minute per episode could be bad. because like, how do you fuck up in a minute? But it did. It's so nothing and annoying, and it's clearly just an ad, and it's just like, stop it. I don't even know why this counts. Move on.
So, never watched Clarence. I heard the creator's a shitheel.
Yeah, but the show's good.
I remember watching it. I don't choose to remember much about this. I think I was looking for something more fantastical to watch at the time when it was airing.
That's kind of why I like Clarence a little bit, is that it is very down to earth. A lot of Cartoon not obviously not all, but a lot of Cartoon Network shows are very fantastical, so you don't really have something that Disney or Nickelodeon have, where there's just a show that's just like almost realistic, but still remembers it's a cartoon. And I feel like Clarence kind of fits that mold of just like it's just kids doing kids things. And like I think there's a little bit of a charm to that. Like it's all right. It's all right. It's cute. A lot of the mid to late Cartoon Network 2010 Cartoon Network stuff is very cute, and I would feel like Clarence goes under that.
Thank you so much for watching this video.
I also think I remember seeing people say that Clarence either is autistic or at least has like those traits. So I would hope that like this show can speak to neurodivergent kids out there. I'm not an expert on that, so apologies if I am misrepresenting either the show or that situation, but like it I don't know. It's nice to just have a Cartoon Network show where the whole premise is just, here's a kid thing doing kid things that you like to do kid things for kids. But it still has that charm to like, I don't know. I'm just rambling at this point. It's an all-right show. It's not anything mind-blowing, but it doesn't have to be.
All right. Next one I actually watched a lot of, We Bare Bears.
This show is another one that I'm like, oh, this is cute.
But I'm gonna be honest, around the time of We Bare Bears, I kind of started growing out of Cartoon Network. This is foreign stuff to me.
We Bare Bears has Schmorby. It's the internet mascot everyone knows and loves.
Alright, then give Schmorby a video game, then I'll give a shit.
Oh, I would love a Schmorby video game, especially because he's voiced by Griffin McElroy. I'm jumping now. Can I catch a Pokemon?
The best way to describe it is it's a slice of life series, but with like a lot of over-the-top reactions to every minor little thing. Which I don't know, I just find the show extremely charming. It's very modernistic with its storytelling, and it's very, not storytelling, but like, presentation of its world and characters. Like, Panda is actually a weeb, for example.
And I think he uses a lot of social media, or at least his phone.
And like, I just feel like a lot of it is just very... It's just a very cute show. I don't really have much to say about it. It's just a very relaxing and cute show I can put on and just like vibe out with. But there's also a lot of emotional character episodes that I really liked as well, because like you learn about the backstory about the bears, and a lot of it's usually really sad and cute, and I'm like, oh.
You know the guy from My Name is Earl is in that show?
Yeah, he plays Bigfoot or a Sasquatch or whatever.
That's close enough.
Which, by the way, I'm Team Alien on the Splatfest.
Yo, same. Let's go, Team Alien.
Aw, you betray the secret Saturdays. Gotta go for the plumbers.
You got anything else you want to add, or?
No, it's just a cute little show. I think the one thing I will add about this, it's a very small thing, it's just like, this is when I started recognizing the names from people I follow on social media for like other stuff. Like one of the storyboard artists also does a bunch of My Brother and Me animations. And I was just like, oh, that's neat. They work in the actual industry, but they also make fun little videos for YouTube and Twitter. Because it's Louis Zong. They also make cute little animations of like ghosts or like how to play guitar. It's real neat. Check out their YouTube. It's real cool.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's just, I agree. It's a cute show you can vibe with. It's just like very chill. Very casual.
I'm sorry that we're kind of glossing over things. It's late and I don't
No,
want to
you're
go
good.
for too much longer.
I keep rambling. I'm sorry.
2016 Powerpuff Girls. It sucks.
Fuck
shit.
that show.
It could have been
Imagine
better.
self-inserting yourself so you can date one of the Powerpuff Girls.
Yeah, that
God.
happened.
I so understand what they were trying to do, but not having Craig on the team is really, I think, what hurt them. Because, like, they think they know what Powerpuff Girls is, and in some aspects they do, but really fall short because of the things that they don't.
I like how they had an episode featuring the girls twerking.
Yep, that also unfortunately happens.
It feels like they tried to make the old school Powerpuff Girls formula fit what a lot of new Cartoon Network was doing, and it's like that works for We Bare Bears or Clarence or Steven, but not for a regular show, but not for Powerpuff.
See, to me, it feels kind of like they took what worked in Teen Titans Go and tried to apply it to Powerpuff Girls.
That's a better
They made this-
comparison, my bad.
No, you're fine.
Bunny is the fourth Powerpuff Girl, and I will accept no substitutes on this.
Oh yeah,
I agree.
absolutely.
Bunny
Agreed.
is the true fourth Powerpuff Girl.
Yeah, I really want to give this show the benefit of the doubt because there are episodes that were all right, but for every episode that's all right, like a 6 or a 7 out of 10, there's one that's like a 2. So like, it really doesn't balance out. You need to make sure your highs are high if you're gonna justify being that shit.
You know what drives me wild about Powerpuff Girls? Powerpuff Girls is like the new reboot that they did, quote unquote new. The reboot that they did was trying to highlight girl power, which is like not a bad thing. I appreciate some girl power stuff. It's fine. But what drives me wild is the fact that they removed one of the best female characters from the original series because they thought she was just a sex symbol.
What's Sedusa or
No, Miss Bellum.
what? Should I mean,
Because they were all like, oh,
what?
she's only there to be sexy. I'm like, are you kidding me? She's
Like-
literally known for her brain because her
Like-
name is a pun on Cerebellum.
Like, Miss Bellum is literally the smart half of the mayor's office.
Exactly. Like,
The mayor's a dumbass. Yeah.
like Craig McCracken even said that if he ever got the chance to do it, instead of getting rid of Miss Bellum, he would have made her the mayor.
Hey guys, and thank you so
I just don't understand what their logic was with trying to promote like empowering girls while also removing the smartest female character from Powerpuff Girls.
You know, I think he is doing a new Powerpuff Girls series. Maybe he'll actually make Miss Bellum the mayor there.
I'd be
Yeah,
okay with that. That'd be cool.
Hell yeah.
Unlike Foster's, that one, like I said before, seems to be aimed at a general demographic. So hopefully it'll be what this Powerpuff Girls reboot should have been, which is just Powerpuff Girls but new.
It just did a lot of Teen Titans Go stuff, and I'm just not a fan. Never watched Mighty Magiswords. You guys want to tell me about it? I think Aaron Hansen was involved in this, wasn't he?
I don't know anything about the series except that Vamber kind of looks like Lina Inverse, and that's a-okay with me.
Aaron's actually a lot of the characters in the show. He does a pretty
Really?
good job at voice acting, but he's not like he's not any of the main characters. This is another show that I feel very conflicted about. Don't worry, Camille. Maniacal got you covered on that.
No, we got to that.
Yeah, he did.
Mighty Magiswords is a show that I feel very conflicted about
I
because
know.
the writing's really good, the pacing's really poor, and that feels surreal because I'm laughing at shit, but also the show is going by way faster than I could process. Like, it's really funny, but also, again, much like the other shows that go really fast that we talked about, very overwhelming. Oh, some like specific thing that really caught me off guard. That was really funny. They had so the swords can be like actual weapons or just one-off gags. And there was one that, oh yeah, I watched just one random episode to get a feel for the show, and I got fucking thrown for a loop when the announcer who announces all the swords that they use goes, Normcore Magisword, and I was like, pardon me? What was that one? And it makes him look like a hipster. It's just like, okay. So like the show's good, I guess, but it's very much like, come on, keep paying attention. It's written well, but it very much feels like it's more targeted for kids' attention spans than anyone else. Which is a shame, because again, it is written well. It's just like, you'd have to watch it at like 0.75 speed to even breathe. That's it. I'm done.
I'm done. Fucking done.
I only got to watch like an episode or two, so it's fine.
Accidentally skipped over something. Over the garden wall.
Oh, nobody's
yeah,
going to that.
sorry about
Okay, I can talk about those because I've definitely seen all this series.
that. Like, I don't remember anything about it specifically, but when Over the Garden Wall was airing, I just could not get enough of it. I just wanted to keep tuning in. I was entranced by the story.
It felt, you know what it felt like to me? It felt like an old storybook cartoon series that you would watch on TV for holiday specials.
Like,
I can agree with that, yeah.
From the character design to the color palette, it really does scream that way.
It felt very fall.
Yeah.
How fitting, because it aired in November.
Yeah!
Every time I hear people talk about Over the Garden Wall, it is always just, this is perfect, like, Halloween / fall vibes for a TV series. And
Let's try to avoid spoilers, I will say that.
Oh yeah, of course, I'm not gonna spoil anything.
My sister bought the DVD for our Thanksgiving trip, and it was absolutely perfect.
I appreciate Elijah Wood was the main character.
Yeah, for sure. It was just like a really comfortable miniseries with some dark elements to it. Dude, did you know that one dude was voiced by Christopher Lloyd?
I was about to bring that up,
did.
yeah.
And like, it's so hard to talk about Over the Garden Wall because a lot of it is based on feeling. A lot of it is just like being absorbed into the atmosphere of the world of the Over the Garden Wall without and letting it speak for itself. It's really hard to actually talk about it and what it does right, you know?
Yeah,
course,
honestly,
yes.
just go watch it for yourself.
Yep, find a means to watch it and check it out. It's a good time.
Probably one of the best shows that Cartoon Network ever put out, in my personal opinion.
Over the Garden Wall, I like to go back to every so often, just because it's, one, easily digestible due to it being like...
It's only like
enormous.
6-7 episodes?
It's 10.
10? I could have sworn it was much shorter. Well, whatever.
I'll double check here, but
I think the episodes are shorter length. I think they're like 11 minutes.
That's true.
It is 10 episodes, and they all have a runtime of 11 minutes. Yeah, so I mean that's about like 5 normal length episodes.
Yeah.
Easily digestible.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's just such a beautiful show. I want them to do more miniseries. Like, I love full-on series that, like, build season after season, but, like, stuff like Over the Garden Wall and other shows we'll get to in a bit, it's so good just telling a complete story in 10 episodes.
Apparently, there was another miniseries called Long Live the Royals.
I never heard of it.
It's weird that it even is a miniseries because it feels like something that should just be a show. Because each episode, the episodes don't build off each other. They're just individual sitcom episodes, and there's only 4, and it's 11 minutes. So you're done with it in like 40. You're done with it in 40 minutes, and it's just like you watched 4 sitcom episodes of a show that doesn't have anything else. It just feels unfinished. It feels like they were supposed to be a full season, and then they just were like, nope, you get 4 episodes, and you're done. It was all dumped in like a week, I want to say. Like, each episode was premiered like in the same month or whatever.
Okay, so really quick, Camille clarified something. The Blossom / writer self-insert joke apparently was just a theory. Some of the artists that worked on the show revealed on Twitter that they had fun and modeled Blossom's nerd crush after the writer and asked him to voice the character. But then people thought it was creepy self-insert. Even if that is true, it still feels really stupid to do because it comes off self-inserty even if it's not the intention.
It just looks creepy, honestly. I'll just be real. It just looks really creepy.
Like, even if it's not the intention, it's just the appearance still sounds weird.
The fact of the matter is you have a character like Blossom who is falling in love with this character in the show that looks just like the creator, and they say, like, yeah, we modeled after the creator. That is not a good look at all. Even if that was not the intention, it's still not a good look.
Yeah. Anyway, moving on with the next series. Okay, KO.
The best thing to come out of it was a Sonic episode. I don't know. I never.
Fucking crossover.
Why would you say stuff like that when you never even watched it?
Okay, I've seen 2 episodes. The Sonic episode and the big episode. I'm sure we'll get to at the end here.
I've heard
what?
this is incredibly good, but I've never seen any of it.
I've watched a fair amount of it. I have mixed feelings like I have with Steven Universe, but on a more positive side of things.
Mm-hmm.
I'll explain after Green.
I was just gonna ask if we had covered the Ben 10 reboot in that Ben 10 discussion earlier.
We didn't. I'll go over it really quick. It tries to be the original series again. They even got the original creators, Man of Action, back for it, but it just doesn't work in an 11-minute comedic format.
Yeah, agreed. I think that's mainly the network being involved because I've heard things from Man of Action. There's just like we're doing what we can, but the network. I will admit, Kevin getting an Omnitrix instead of being Osmosian or whatever. I feel like I like that angle more
Yeah.
because it somehow feels more natural for me for some reason, and it's a lot less easy to get confused. To be like Osmosian, mutant, whatever the fuck. It's just like, no, he just has a watch too. He's just like, let's move on.
All right, so let me talk about OKKO. I think it is a really brilliantly creative show. I think that it makes very good use of its art style, and that is to say, a shifting art style in which, like, they just like it feels like an art house TV series where the animators are having fun doing whatever they want without having to follow too closely to a character model sheet. So a lot of times the characters go off model, but it's usually intentional for the sake of a joke. And like a lot of it feels like it's written by fans for fans. It feels like it's a fan fiction.
I was gonna say, that was the way I was gonna describe it. Is it feels like the kind of cartoon I would make if I made one.
Exactly. It feels like a fan fiction of Cartoon Network kind of shows of various things, like ranging from video games to movies to anime to cartoons. Like it feels like a fanfic writer got to make a TV series for Cartoon Network, and that's how it comes off. Whether you like that or not depends on the person. I am 50-50 on it. I appreciate the love and care they put into it, but it just feels like, wacky crack fic writing. And I'm like, I don't know. It doesn't resonate with me in that regard. It feels it feels like it's made for younger audiences while also being made for themselves, which I respect a creator in doing, because a creator should always put a little bit of themselves into what they're presenting. But whether or not that's going to appeal to everyone, that's another story. It definitely appeals to the creator, but will it appeal to other people? I don't know. That's you have to check it out for yourself to see if you like that kind of style. You believe OKKO was animated by the team that did the anime clips of Mystery Skulls. I'm not sure about that.
Oh, not again.
That has my eye.
That has my eye of true. I love Mystery Skulls anime.
Mystery Skulls is great, yeah.
I believe Mystery Skulls, Mystery Ben does most of, while Studio Yada is probably what Camille is talking about for OKKO. I don't know if Studio Yada is involved in Mystery Skulls. I know they do Starbomb's music videos, and they do some stuff for games. In fact, I think they recently were involved in, what's that one anime with the girl in the yellow clothes? It was a 90s anime, and now it has a reboot. There was a British dub of it.
Oh,
Urusei, yeah.
Yeah. I think they were involved in that recently.
What, Urusei Yatsura?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I saw a few Studio Yada credits talking about that. Like, I'm forgetting what else Studio Yada has done, but I'm pulling up their Twitter because they have it in their header.
Yo, Twy! Thank you so much for a raid! Can we get some shout outs for them? Hora Borealis. Well, golly gee willikers, am I surprised that you're playing Splatoon 3? I'm not surprised at all.
Aurora Borealis.
At this time of day.
Stop! I swear to God!
Get out of my brain! Get out of my brain! Hi, Rosie, Poltergeist, David, Aiden, Betsy, Mike. How y'all doing? I'm No Limit. If you guys aren't familiar with me, I am a variety streamer that plays through games they've never played before. But tonight is my monthly podcast. We're currently talking about Cartoon Network and all its shows, and we're actually in the late 2010s at the moment.
Yes.
We're currently talking about OKKO.
Okay, so the other things that Studio Yada did of note to this particular group, I would say, is they also did animation for River City Girls and Sonic Mania.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
That
I
was-
assume Sonic Mania is the animated openings and endings.
I mean, no wonder Sonic the Hedgehog wanted to do work with them.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe Mystery Ben works with Studio Yada, either one way or the other. Like, maybe I'm wrong and Studio Yada works on the Mystery Skull animations. Maybe he is a part of Studio Yada. Who knows?
Mm-hmm.
But I definitely know it's that studio. OKKO is in their header on Twitter, so...
OKKO is, like I said, it is a very passionate show for people who care about what they make. It's just, man, I feel like they would work better outside of 11-minute time slots for one particular episode. That is to say, Crossover Nexus. Everybody knows that episode. And, like, I don't know, it doesn't feel like it really aspires to be high art. It just wants to be comfy art, which is fine.
They tried to get the full 22 minutes on that, but again, network was like, nope, 11 minutes, that's all you got. It's just like, okay. You can spare those 11 minutes for the Ben 10 reboot when it comes to a massive Cartoon Network crossover. Nope. I mean, that Ben 10 reboot special episode was cool because they brought back all the old Ben 10s, but still.
I have so many mixed feelings about what was it, Crossover Nexus?
The OKKO one?
Yeah.
Yes.
Crossover Nexus is such a cool idea. I love what they did. I just wish it was longer.
Yeah, again, they did all they could.
They literally squeezed in every single Cartoon Network property that they could.
They wanted it to be 22 minutes, but the network said no.
I'm so upset about that episode.
It's the most relevant Robot Jones ever was in years.
God. I hate that, like, because it's a Cartoon Network production, they had to show fucking Problem Solvers Alpha.
Ugh.
Well, at least they showed they didn't have any biases.
Yeah. Like, everything's there. Like, stuff from What a Cartoon and Sunday Pants are in there. They have a Toonami reference. They wanted to get I think either Space Ghost or Harvey Birdman, but they were like Cartoon Network explicitly said no Adult Swim references.
Which makes sense.
Yeah, but they reference like everything. Like there are so many Easter eggs. You could tear down that episode for everything, and there would be. One thing I didn't point out to you when we rewatched that episode. So when near the end, when they have the big shot of CN City that you used for the GIF. In fact, let me look back at that GIF again, because I think you should be able to see it in the GIF. There's something in there that confuses me about the CN City that this is set in. Let's see, announcements. No, it's not announcements. It's gone live. Yeah, if you look closely, you can like near the bottom right, next to the logo of the network. Gar's bodega is in CN City. What the fuck does that mean? Is there a KO in CN City and then also a KO that was dragged to CN City? I don't know how to feel about that. Cartoon Network multiverse. Boy, I hope someone was fired from that blunder.
What a blunder.
Anyway,
Blunders all kinds.
the show itself is also really cool and has a lot of other internet people on it as well. Because Ian Jones-Cordy was a Newgrounds guy, and there's a ton of Newgrounds guys in the voice cast. Newgrounds guys in the voice cast as well. Oh, there's also what's that one episode? There's a bunch of rock references, and I think the voice actor for that character is someone from a rock band. One thing with OKKO, I feel like people overlook the fact that it also had story arcs going on during it. But again, it hits the same problem that Steven and Adventure Time do, where trying to build a story arc when you only have 11 minutes for each episode is a little bit rough to do. So, I really enjoy the story of OKKO, but again, much like those other two shows, it definitely has flaws due to the fact that it was forced to be 11 minutes and not 22. And there is a bunch of episodes that are just nothing for the story, but like the structure of OKKO is more like Kids Next Door, where they can use episodes that don't build on the story and still have a story. So it's less egregious there than it is in Steven Universe, where it's just like, where's our answers? I'm done. I'm sorry. I keep rambling.
Is there anything else you guys want to say besides talk about the Sonic crossover?
No.
Nope.
I said plenty.
Reminds me of the Owl House and how it was shortened in episode numbers. Oh, don't get me started.
I never saw it, but I heard things. Not good things in terms of like the episode number stuff.
Disney's really bad about that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so, next up is Apple and Onion. I watched a little bit with Green, and I'm just like, eh.
I don't know anything about this series.
It's cute.
It's a big old meh.
It's cute, but unlike when I said that about Clarence or We Bare Bears, I don't think it's cute enough to like justify like vibing to, because that's not really the energy it's giving. It's just like it has a very dry delivery to some of its gags, and I think it works for how it's written. But I think like if you go into it expecting something that it's not, you're not gonna leave it very satisfied. And I know you could say that about like literally any product, but I mean especially in this case. It's not really what I think I or most people expected going into that show. So, but if you like an episode, if you like one episode, you'll probably like them all, I guess. They're all about the same.
See, my issue with it is that a lot of it comes off as internet humor, like it's a very oddly big KV!
Hey, Keeps, what's up?
Limit, you've been going for nearly 7 hours. That's impressive. Sorry I wasn't around to tune in.
No, you're good, KV. Thank you so much for 13 months. I really appreciate it regardless. Honestly, most of our talk is just like me gushing about early Cartoon Network and being indifferent towards later Cartoon Network.
It's almost like just the things we grew up on versus things we didn't grow up on.
Well, that's not true. I do like a lot of modern stuff, like Over the Garden Wall and regular show.
Well,
And I'm-
right. But I more so meant like the consistency of how much you'll have to say depends on like how much you watched of it and how much you were affected by it as you were growing up.
I do like how it seems to be that the farther we started with you being really positive towards the show and me being a little bit critical, and now we're you being very critical and me being a little bit positive towards the show.
My
It's
issue
not
with
one-to-one
included, but
yeah, like I was saying, Apple and Onion, it just feels like a lot of internet like pacing and voice acting and presentation, and I don't know, it just lacks a lot of professionalism that I kind of expect from storytelling and shows.
I think that's just the episode that we watched, the pilot. But like, even then, I don't think the rest of the show would be up your alley. I don't. There's nothing really like it feels like it's targeted for younger audiences, less in a pandery type way, and more just like
even if it's targeted toward younger audiences, it doesn't need to talk down to the audiences by being like, oh, hey, here's some goofy animation for you, bye.
yeah.
I feel like when people kind of treat children like they're stupid, honestly, I think it's like even worse. Like you want to make cartoons that actually like challenge your viewers is like thinking a bit and not just be like, hey kids, you guys like silly, random, lol, funny internet humor? Here you go, creative and or like meaningful storytelling. You don't need that. Just watch our show or whatever. Just put it on. Be drawn to it, and that's it. Thanks. It's like I don't know, man. Like I kind of maybe this is like a different time thing, but like when you had stuff like there's a different network here, but like Avatar: The Last Airbender, right? That like had shows that actually like told a story. And even then, if we're going to go to like actual like Cartoon Network stuff, Teen Titans, right, where while it was episodic, it also did tell an overarching story.
I think that's a little unfair in that regard because those are action series. I think you have to compare it on the regards of being a comedy series.
I guess so, yeah.
Because you can't compare a comedy to an action series. Those are two separate genres.
Oh no, absolutely, I agree. Yeah. What was the show you were talking about again?
Apple and Onion.
Oh right, yeah. The show I don't really know anything about other than that. Like,
I had such a major thing to say about like the show that you didn't even realize you were talking about.
the main thing was that like, okay, when I think of comedy shows when I was younger, right? If you're gonna compare like comedy to comedy, when it comes to mine immediately, what's the show we talked about earlier? Johnny Bravo, right? Where Johnny Bravo, while it's episodic, at least try to have like good themes in there, right?
I wouldn't even say that. I just feel like the writing was overall better. It was more clever.
Mm-hmm.
Because a lot of like Apple and Onion was mostly like, oh no, well I lost my backpack. What will I do? And it's just like I gotta chase after my backpack, and I'm like, what's the comedy here?
People don't want to have
voice.
People don't want to have the reading comprehension to understand a joke anymore. They just want to laugh at a JPEG, low-res JPEG of a four-legged, featureless white creature.
That's exactly how I felt. It just felt like they didn't put much thought into the show. They just put like images and very minimalistic writing, and not in a good way.
And to be fair, I think on what Gaddy's point was there, with like the funny like image of like a four-legged creature, that's kind of like a lot of internet humor nowadays that does truly make people laugh. It's just weird random images, right? But I feel like there's a big difference when it comes to like just a funny random image versus like a 10+ minute cartoon, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because I feel like if you're like looking at like a chain of like, you know, funny like images like that, like that you would get a quick laugh at with like scrolling through Twitter or something, it's a very different thing versus like online versus like watching a whole show about it, you know? Because it's not any more variety. It's just all one thing.
It also doesn't help that the animation is really stiff too. It didn't look fluid. It just looked very on model for like too on model at that point where everything didn't have any fluidity to it.
Yeah.
Mm.
Listen,
that I'll agree with you on, because like it was clear that they were like really heavily relying on I forget what it's called with Flash, or I guess Toon Boom now, puppets, I guess.
Yeah.
And it's just like you can use those to be very fluid, but this show is not very fluid. It was very stiff, and I guess that's to go with the stiff delivery. But like, it's not ugly. It's just that it's not it feels like it's not well animated. The show looks fine, I guess, but like, I think it's fine. I'm not like hyped about it, but like, I was actively watching it.
Here's the thing. I don't want to say that something that is mediocre at like average, like just doesn't aspire for greater heights as a good thing. I would say like mediocrity might even be worse than truly bad, because of the fact that I'm not going to remember this series once I look away. I'm going to remember Problem Solvers. I'm not going to remember Apple and Onion.
That's fair. I think I will, but I think that's just, again, a difference in perspective.
Mm-hmm.
Craig of the Creek. I heard this show's really good. I've seen some clips from the show. It's hilarious.
I've heard it's really good too. I've never seen it.
I'm in the boat I'm in the same boat as Gaddy. Yep, heard of it, never seen it, heard good things.
Kind of like Kids Next Door. It's very much just like kids have a whole society of their own, but it's slightly more realistic while still being to an absurd level because it's a cartoon, and also it's less about fighting against the adults and more just having a society with each other. Like, everything in the creek is its own, basically, miniature town where everyone has their own roles. Like, actually, I think you guys will get maybe you guys will get a kick out of Craig of the Creek, because his whole thing. I don't remember which One Piece character does this, but his whole thing is making a map, and that's somebody from One Piece. I think, isn't it?
Yeah, there's
Nami,
a
I guess.
Yeah.
Yes.
But like. So the whole premise of Craig of the Creek is that, like, okay, like I said, the Creek is a whole big society of the kids, and Craig is making a map of it all. So he's just going over the different regions of the Creek that belong to the different little factions or niches. Like, you got a trade post, you got some like Creek royalty or whatever. You have an archer kid who protects a bridge. You got these comic book nerds who, while they're definitely way too old to participate in something like this, they're just like, we need to hang out in the creek, so we'll just play along, I guess, I think. I think that's the whole bit, is that, like, either that or they're so deep in the nerddom that they're just like, this is a nice opportunity to play pretend with our comic books and our superheroes. But it's got that same kind of charm of Kids Next Door, where it's like it's clearly still kids just playing, but there are actual stakes to these kids. Like, their friendships are at stake, there's society.
I want to watch the Pokemon episode because they just straight up copied the UI from Pokemon.
Oh, really? That's funny.
Also, I think they have non-binary characters, and that's rad as hell.
That is hell.
Yeah, dude, let's go.
Not hell. Rad is rad is.
What did you say, Limit?
I said that's hell, and I feel so bad.
I heard self-deprecation, but this is ridiculous.
You're right. Gender is hell.
Gender is
It
hell.
is.
Abolish it.
What is agenda?
Okay. But yeah, I it's a series. It's probably the number 1 series I want to watch most out of the new stuff.
I think you'll enjoy it. I think it's absolutely the kind of show that would be up your alley, or at the very least, it's worth a shot. But like, it feels a little presumptuous ever saying that. Just like, I think it'll be up your alley, but I mean, I think it'll be up your alley from what you described to the other cartoon shows.
Yeah. Summer Camp Island. What the hell is this?
Oh, it's so
Don't
okay.
know.
I feel about Summer Camp Island how most people seem to feel about Adventure Time. It's so cute, and even if the lore doesn't entirely make sense, like, it's got a really neat narrative to it.
It just looks Uncanny Valley to me.
Yeah, the art style takes some getting used to, but again, you get used to it. You warm up to it, and it's about an island full of magic. From the episodes that I saw, apparently magic had left the rest of the world, so it's a bunch of witches hanging out on a little island full of magical creatures as they learn how to be witches.
Oh, that sounds cute.
But it was under and other magical creatures as well. But it was under the impression of being just a normal summer camp, because telling somebody who doesn't know, they don't want to be like, "Hey, you're magic," to somebody who doesn't know their magic, and just be like, "Oh, you're weird. I'm not doing that."
What? I'm magic.
There's a whole like plot or whatever, but like essentially it's just like a bunch of kids learning about the fact they're magic and staying on this island. It's kind of in that same territory as Adventure Time, where the rules are very unclear, but like not in a way that is intrusive necessarily. I liked it, but I only saw one of the mini series of it, so I'm done. I'm for real this time. Sorry.
You're fine. Next up is something called Victor and Valentino. I'm unfamiliar with this one. Art style looks pretty though.
This is my part of the podcast.
God.
Have you ever watched it?
No,
Then why did you act like you did?
because you asked me at the very start that I was going to be around for the Victor and Valentino part.
That was me, and I was joking.
Look, you brought me here for representation, and that's what I'm here to do.
God.
I thought you were only here because you literally barged in through the window.
You
I
climbed
can
in.
throw you back out through that window if you want.
I made it bulletproof.
How tall is this building?
About 69 floors.
It's
Nice.
okay. I put the spring on the bottom so I can come back up and turn my cat self into a human again.
What?
You know this building has more than one window, right?
It's okay. The himbo slammed me into the wall.
What? Can I be next?
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. You know what? I'm ready to end this stream. I don't have anything else to say about the remaining shows aside from Mau Mau and Infinity Train.
Look, I was making a really dumb Emperor's New Groove reference, so no one caught it.
No, I know
Alright.
what you're talking about. Well, you should have let me know before I set it up.
Anyway, Victor and Valentino is cool. It's about Hispanic mythology and stuff.
Oh, is it actually? That's kind of
Yeah,
cool.
the two bros accidentally find their way into like this other world or whatever. I don't know what it's actually called, but it's full of just like various Hispanic mythology, and they
called
just have
Coco?
to explore. Huh?
Isn't they called the other world Coco?
God. But there are also just episodes where Victor and Valentino just hang out together in the village.
Mhm.
It's not always about the magic, but the magic is still there.
That sounds cool, genuinely.
Yeah, it seemed fun from the few episodes I've seen. I think there's a story arc, but I didn't see enough to know. Because I saw the episodic episodes, so it's nice. It's short-lived, I think, though. I think it only got like 2 seasons, which is a shame, but
It seems cute.
yeah.
I like how there's a lot of shows these days that dive into Latino culture.
Oh, absolutely. And we had stuff like Mucha Lucha and El Tigre back in the day. I actually never really got into El Tigre, but I know it was good.
Oh, 2
Yeah.
seasons. Victor's kind of a bitch, I will say, though. Like,
Well-
he's kind of annoying.
Well, it's not just like Victor and Valentino. There was also obviously the movies of like Book of Life and Coco. What else? But that's for another time. We'll talk about Nicktoons another day.
Book of Life actually incredible. Just letting that out there right now.
I agree.
I have not seen it, but I've heard good things.
Both it and Coco are fantastic, dude. They do not need to compete with each other.
They don't. They can be separate. It's fine for them to be separate.
I'm glad you didn't say Encanto, because I believe that's Colombia.
Yes, I know it's Colombia.
I'm just making sure, because somebody was that silly to say that, and I was just like, what the fuck are you doing? They literally
That
have a
being said,
song
though, I
about
did
it.
say Latino culture, so technically it
True,
does fall under
true.
that. Anyway, Mao Mao, Heroes of Pure Heart. I fucking love this series. You know why? It reminds me of a bunch of Asian cartoons I used to grow up watching all the time.
Kind of like, I think you mentioned like watching like Sagwan on PBS Kids.
Well, yes, that is an Asian show, but yes.
I don't remember Sagwa.
I enjoyed the one episode of Mao Mao that I saw. They were giving each other the silent treatment.
It's a very cute series, and it's also beautifully drawn. The backgrounds are freaking gorgeous. The characters are so cute. I love it so much.
Heard nothing but good things about this.
It's so good. I recommend it.
Both it and Infinity Train.
Yeah.
The villain of Mao Mao seems like it's channeling like very 80s, 90s cheesy villain vibes. You know, like your Skeletors or your... I guess Cobra Commander, that seems like a bad example, but I can't think of anything else from the 80s that's very like, you know, hammy, over-the-top, cheesy. It's like, yes, I'm going to fight you, and I'm going to win, and I'm going to take over the world or some shit.
Oh, it's very cheesy, but it's intentionally cheesy.
Oh no, that I meant that positively, complimentary. Like I love that shit. I'm a big Skeletor supporter, and I like cheesy 80s like villains.
We stand skeletons around here.
Villains have a Team Rocket like catchphrase. That's fucking rad. I need to watch more episodes so I can actually hear that, because I don't think I caught that the first time.
Okay, so next one is big. I know how big it is. I know how important it is. I haven't watched Infinity Train.
It's good. It's each season is 40 minutes, and there's only 4 of them, so that's like what? 160 minutes? It's like, I think less than 3 hours. It's good.
My main issue, like, not an issue. This is entirely a personal issue. I am unable to watch serious dramas anymore because, okay, a little bit of real talk. I have serious emotional issues, in particularly with depression. So if I watch a drama series and I'm not mentally prepared for it, I will be caught in a catatonic state for a while where I don't want to talk to anyone. I am dreading life, and it's not a fun time for me mentally. So even though I know Infinity Train is a good series, I just do not have the mental capacity to watch it at this time because I know it goes into darker topics.
That's fair. I caught the second series while it was still airing on Cartoon Network. You know, back when Cartoon Network was still airing it. And immediately I was hooked in. I don't even remember how deep into the miniseries I was, but I was just... I was so invested in the characters after one episode. I was like, I need to know the rest of the story. And I watched the second season before the first, which is very confusing because without spoiling anything, at least one of the characters from the second season is related to one of the characters from the first. In fact, they kind of do that with all 4 seasons, where there's a character that's relevant to the other ones. Except for maybe the last one, but there's a stretch you can make, but I can't really say without spoiling. But it's a good show. I agree with your statement that it's very like hard to handle emotionally. I don't know if I could revisit it anytime soon, but it's a very solid show. I recommend watching I recommend watching each season all at once. Not all 4 seasons all together, but like if you watch one season, watch the whole season. It's like, I would say, what is it? A little under an hour? No.
You said 40
2
minutes.
2 hours. Yeah. 11 times 10. That's a little under 2 hours.
It's 110 minutes.
I did my math wrong. I should have multiplied by 3.
So
But,
they're
like,
basically movies.
Essentially. They don't have to be, but that's how I recommend it, because that's how I watched it. These episodes are still episodic, but they are building up one after the other. They mention what happened in the last episode in the following episodes, especially the last 2 seasons because they were streaming exclusive. But yeah, I love that show so much. Highly recommend it for anyone who has the emotional strength.
The strength.
I heard very good things, yeah. And then there's Tig and Seek and the Fungies, but apparently they were HBO Max series first.
These ones, yet again, I will say they're cute. I don't really have much to say about either of them because neither of them really stuck out to me for any particular reason other than being cute. Tig and Seek is about a group of people finding lost items. There's a boy, a cat, a furry tall man named this guy, and a rabbit. And they just go find us. They go find stuff. That's basically it. The Fungies is just a town full of funguses. The Fungies is Fungies, however you fucking pronounce it. It basically feels like modern Smurfs. Like it's just the Smurfs or the Slorks, the Sporks, whatever the fuck.
The Snorks.
Snorks, thank you.
I appreciate the sports.
It kind of has that energy to it of just like here you can watch this society of this creature interact with each other in cute little adventures. But yeah, they're both fine. Neither of them were anything noteworthy to make me watch more episodes, but I did only get like an episode of each, so they're both fine. They're cute, they're fine. Not really anything noteworthy. I don't know if I'll remember them or not, but to be fair, there's not that many seasons of either out, I don't think.
All right, we've been going over almost 7.5 hours. We don't have time for the tier list.
What? No, you're crazy.
Also, We Baby Bears, that's a good show.
We Baby Bears is too cutesy. I mean, it's cute, but it's also like...
They're babies.
Yeah.
I want to buy a plushie.
Chat, I hope you guys had fun listening to us babble about Cartoon Network shows for 7.5 hours!
Yeah.
I'll probably make a tier list in my own time and post it to like Twitter or something. Maybe we'll make the tier list off stream and then share it.
That's probably a better idea, yeah.
I'll say this, Samurai Jack is at the top of the list for me, but that's just me.
Good choice, yeah.
Well, I'll at least put it in S tier.
Everyone, thank y'all for coming out tonight. Gaddy, Green, Maniacal, thank you for joining.
Saturday night. I have
Oh my god.
a 2-liter bottle of Shasta and my all-rush mixtape. Let's rock.
Listen. It's night. It's also Saturday. It's Saturday night. No Looney Wan dab.
It technically is Saturday. Wolf, thank you so much for the 200 bits. Oh my god. Was Duck Dodgers mentioned? Was it excluded from the list? We specifically did not talk about it, but I could briefly sum up. I freaking love Duck Dodgers. Probably one of my favorite shows of all time. I hate season 3.
I guess if I have to say a single sentence about each of the WB shows, Justice League, great. Duck Dodgers, didn't see. Justice League Unlimited, even better. Crypto the Superdog, fine. Batman Brave and the Bold, great. Scooby-Doo Mystery Incorporated, wasn't my thing when it came out, but I've warmed up to it. Mad sucks. Young Justice, neat. I need to see more of it. Thundercats, I should see more of that too. Looney Tunes show, funny. Other DC superhero shows, I'm sure they're nice. Unikitty, cute. Thundercats Roar, no. Jellystone, I'm sure it's fun. Jellystone, I need to ask Nick.
Jellystone's fantastic. It's really funny.
There we go. That's all the Warner Brothers stuff. Anything else? I guess I'll toss in Elliot from Earth. That one's also good, I guess. It's about as good as Hanna-Barbera Studios Europe other shows, which is basically just Gumball at this point. So
Did Dick Dodgers air on WB? No, it aired on Cartoon Network.
But it was Warner Brothers Animation.
Yes.
Oh, we lost Rolf.
And he's back.
Sorry. Was it cut out?
You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. My mic wasn't picking up for a minute for some reason.
Oh, okay, gotcha. I was wondering what happened.
I was gonna say, you wanna know something funny? We started this stream as Cartoon Fridays, and now we are Saturday morning cartoons.
See, I find it funny how Storm went to bed at the start of stream and they'd like rejoin like an hour ago.
Yeah, I know. I'm
just glad I didn't get tired.
Also, yes, Jellystone was made by the same guy who created Chowder, so awesome.
Chowder,
Anyway,
you fucked up the recipe.
that's all the Cartoon Network shows. Fuck the stuff from Canada and the live action shit. We don't care.
I mean, I do care, just like not right now. I don't care.
That's for next
We'll do a
stream.
follow-up, totally, definitely.
Oh yeah, totally. No.
That's what the Toonami stream is for.
Yeah, sure, whatever.
You know, I kind of went in on the Toonami stream just because, like, anime and all that. I'm like,
I mean, I literally joked that you should be here instead of me for if Toonami was ever done, because I don't know jack shit about any of those shows.
I'm going to talk about Magoozy. Magoozy was fun.
Magoozy also had stuff that Toonami had. That is true.
They also had Code Lyoko. That
Yeah,
was also
yeah.
fun.
That was a great show.
Code Lyoko, good.
Code Lyoko is better than Reboot. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm
I
kidding.
was
Gotta
gonna make
summon
the
the
joke.
reboot fans.
I was gonna make the joke if you didn't, to be fair.
I was just.
I'm a neutral party. I won't kill you, but they will.
Magoozy had the perfect framing device for kids coming home to watch Cartoon Network.
What I found really neat as a fun little fact near the end of the stream is that apparently the Kids WB After Tunes block was supposed to lead into Magoozy on Cartoon Network and then Fridays on Friday nights. So kids who had WB and Cartoon Network would just be on a WB or Turner program if they followed that schedule of Kids WB After Tunes, Magoozy, Fridays. Apparently that's by design.
All right, we're ending the stream because I'm tired.
No, we're
Totally,
not, actually.
Totally Spy is also good, but Martin Mystery better, but that didn't air on Cartoon Network.
I like Totally Spies because cute girls doing cute things.
I like the one in
Cute
red.
Things
She was cute
is
as
very... Cute Things, I don't know if I describe it as cute things.
It's fun things.
Look,
certain things that you should not Google without save search on.
Look, I'm just saying the redhead was the cutest of the three.
You know me and blondes.
I like the third one.
The one in yellow.
Orange.
The brown one.
All right, all of you are wrong because Jerry is the best character on that
You know
show.
what? You're
You know
right.
what, you're
Jerry
right,
is the best
actually.
character.
Jerry is the ultimate waifu.
No, it's Mom from Martin Mystery. You're all wrong.
Different show though.
Yeah, same universe. They had a crossover.
I guess so. That's fair.
They turned Clover into a Yeti. It was weird.
Jerry.
You always should. Oh, Lemon, I have a terrible idea for your next story.
What do you mean story? What?
I'm gonna take every fetish from Totally Spies, put it on a dartboard, throw a dart, whatever one it lands on, you base a story around that.
Oh, not even subtle about it at this point, huh?
All right, thank you. We're ending the stream. Everyone, thank you for coming out tonight. Thank you for joining me for Saturday night. Oh, I mean Friday night. Anyway, let me pull up the schedule really quick.
Yeah. It's just like on Cartoon Network Fridays, they're just talking about the schedule up until next Friday.
All right, so next stream will be this Sunday at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're continuing more Fire Emblem Engage. Yeah, honestly, it's just more Fire Emblem. I don't foresee myself playing anything else but Fire Emblem for a while until I finish my grinding of Xenoblade 3, so we'll see how that goes. Once again, I'm not sure if I'll stream on Thursday. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. I'm kind of toying with trying to get a 4th extra stream on one of these days. I just don't know when. And yeah, if there's ain't any changes to the schedule, though, y'all can follow me on Twitter at NoLimit482, where I post stream updates and general shenanigans. Alternatively, y'all can hit up the Discord server, where we talk about anything and everything. We are a very friendly bunch there. We're always welcome to any new faces. We also do movie nights every single Monday night at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard. No, every Monday night at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If there's any changes, no, what am I saying? We're currently watching all live-action Disney movies at the moment because I'm a Disney whore. The next 2 movies we're watching on Monday are, oh god, Snow Dogs and The Country Bears.
This isn't over, Bears.
Thank you. If you guys want to tune in for that, consider joining a Discord server where we host it.
This is not over, Bears.
All right, if you guys got a raid message in mind, let me know. I'm gonna go find ourselves a raid target so I can go sleep.
God, there was so much.
It's 7.5 hours of content. Of course, it's going to be too much.
Space
What was,
Ghost.
what was the thing that we said in sync? Just Teen Titans Go sucks.
I was thinking about this earlier.
Heck, I don't have a raid target.
I can get you some people if you need them, but I don't know.
Throw me one.
I don't see nobody either.
Yo, I didn't know you were here, iHive. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for watching and lurking.
Where's your DMs?
Raid ourselves.
We cannot raid ourselves.
I'll go live right now with Game Boy games.
No.
Saturday morning. I'll pass the fuck out.
Pass the fuck out.
You know, screw it. Let's raid this person. Let's see now. Space Ghost, the OG PNG tuber. You know what? I'm kind of in on that.
I feel like, should we put it as just like original PNG tuber just because of the way it kind of like looks all capital by the end?
Space Ghost.
Yeah, let's go with original.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I usually like to accompany these with one of my emotes. I'm trying to decide which emote to use, though.
I'm just thinking about Bobcat Ghostweight VTuber.
You know what? I'm gonna use this one.
Smug. I know that's not you that posted it, but
Smoogu Woo.
Smoogie, Shirogane, Danganronpa.
Smoogity Woogity.
All right, we're going to be... Stop ruining my stream.
That's a big ass.
Wow.
We're going to be rating Space Ghost, the original PNG tuber. As for who we're rating Cupo, who looks like they're currently doing Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. How about you guys go give them all the love?
I have to remember if I'm subbed or not. I'm not. Unfortunate.
It's fine. If you don't have a sub and you can't use the emotes, it's okay. You can just raid with the normal thing. All right. Until next time, everyone, stay safe, take care of yourselves, and remember, love always. Have a good night, everyone.
Cartoons!
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 Cartoons.